Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest and our probably final Hurricane Milton live stream, and this will be the landfall live stream. We are expecting a lot of crazy stuff over the next few hours, as the eye of Hurricane Milton is currently about 75 miles offshore and is expected to make landfall within the next 4 to 5 hours here on the west coast of Florida. There's a lot of stuff happening, including Milton, the hurricane itself. We've had a tornado outbreak ongoing all day today. We were live for it for 6 hours, and there's still ongoing tornado warnings, and we even have a PDS tornado warning just to the west of West Palm Beach. But this hurricane continues to, again, just be very intense, and there's also a big change that we think is happening right now with where this is going to be making landfall. The latest National Hurricane Center outlook has just come out. We're going to be discussing that here over the next few minutes. But one thing I want to jump into right off the bat is that they have gone ahead and made this so it is still a Category 3 hurricane. The maximum sustained winds are now down to 120 miles per hour. So it continues to weaken as it approaches landfall, but it is still a very intense hurricane. Here's the change that we think is happening right now. There has been a bit of a wobble to the north over the last couple of hours, and if that wobble is not corrected, we could end up seeing landfall a little bit further off to the north, maybe near Bradenton or Sarasota. There is at least some wobble to the north, so that's something that we're keeping a very close eye on. The eye right now is right here. It is currently moving more to the northeast still, but it is expected to start to turn more to the east. So right now, Hurricane Milton is a Category 3 hurricane and is expected to make landfall within the next few hours as this approaches the west coast of Florida, just south of Tampa, and then back over again near Sarasota or Bradenton is the likely landfall position with the latest data in terms of the wobble. Now here's the other thing. We are again seeing already significant impacts. You can see at the bottom right of your screen, storm surge is really ramping up, and we have several live cameras on the Radar Omega app. Those are the Project Mesovorts, and if you're a subscriber inside the app, you'll have access to watching these upon landfall. And we are going to go ahead and jump right into the first one in Port Charlotte, Florida. If you guys have been watching our streams throughout the day today, this particular camera had significant or didn't really have any storm surge earlier. The water was back before this, this little fence here on the right side of your screen. Now the water is really surging. It is reaching now the trees, and again, this is in Port Charlotte. This is in the Charlotte Harbor, so storm surge is really beginning to become a problem here in the Port Charlotte area, and this is all going to be flooded over in about 2 hours, I think. So we are going to see this completely different in 2 hours. So again, this is going to get really crazy. Back over in Englewood, Florida, we are also starting to see the water rise. Again, we haven't seen it yet get up to this little I don't even know what you call this, little shelter spot or something on the beach. Whatever it is, it has not yet gotten up to that point, but it will be in a couple of hours. So in about 2 hours, maybe sooner, I think this water will be all the way up, probably to at least the beginning, like maybe a foot above, maybe, the ground level at this like little outpost thing that they have here. So that's going to be something else that we have to watch for closely. In Venice, Florida, the wind is picking up, the waves are getting larger, and the storm surge is going to really ramp up over the next couple of hours. I don't know who these people are, but they are out here at the beach. I'm not sure if those are chasers or they are residents. I have no clue, but there are people apparently at this beach right now. There's 3 of them. They kind of look like security guards for some reason. I don't know why they would be out there, though. But that's back over in Venice, Florida. Further to the north in Osprey, Florida, look at this water rising now. This is actually a new camera. We didn't have this before. But the water is obviously rising here. And again, all that water is being pushed in by the winds that are coming out of the southwest and west just offshore. So all that water is just going to push into this area. And it's also going to flood here probably in a couple of hours. There's actually a sailboat that's out here as well. That's just sitting out here in the river, which is pretty interesting. But that's over in Osprey, Florida, as of right now. And in Siesta Key, Florida, it has begun to flood. We've already seen some flooding here right on the roadway. We haven't really seen it get that high yet, but there has at least been some flooding from the rain that we've already seen. And then eventually, again, the storm surge is going to really ramp up here. Lots of debris again from Hurricane Helene only a couple of weeks ago. So we are going to see some major impacts, I think, in Siesta Key, Florida. Back over in Anna Marie Island, Florida, the wave heights and as well as the water is also beginning to rise here. You'll notice the waves are getting larger, and we are also starting to see it crash along the rocks here. This pier will probably end up being flooded over in a couple of hours, so we're probably not going to really see much of this pier in about 2 to 3 hours from now, as long as the hurricane makes landfall relatively close to that point. Mitchell Beach, Florida is much further to the north. This is back over near Clearwater, Florida. This particular area is not expecting like anything like major, but I do think the water is going to get over these rocks and probably into the parking lot. Storm surge in this particular part of Florida is currently forecasted to be 6 to 9 feet. So that's the latest in terms of the peak storm surge there. And then all the way back up near Palm Harbor, Florida, this is what it looks like up there right now. Calm for now, probably will get a little bit crazier later this evening. And we do have a new, actually, this is a new forecast. The National Hurricane Center just released their new storm surge forecast, and that purple area between Anna Maria Island and Boca Grande is currently expecting between 9 to 13 feet of storm surge tonight. We are already seeing that in real time. It is going to really ramp up over the next couple of hours. Charlotte Harbor expecting 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. The Tampa Bay area has thankfully decreased in terms of the peak storm surge at 6 to 9 feet now. Still catastrophic, but not nearly as catastrophic as what this could have been for the Tampa Bay area. Up and down the east coast of Florida, we are also expecting some pretty significant storm surge as well, anywhere from 3 to 5 feet. A lot of that will be happening tonight into tomorrow. Now, the latest cone of uncertainty and as well as the track and intensity has just come out from the National Hurricane Center. Again, they are expecting landfall here in the next few hours. We are going to have a much earlier landfall than initially anticipated. We are expecting landfall here in western Florida within really basically the next 3 or 4 hours. Like, this is a much earlier landfall than we thought would happen. Initially, we thought this might be closer to midnight. It looks like it's going to be closer to 9 p.m. for landfall, meaning that the most significant impacts are actually going to begin now and run all the way probably through about midnight tonight on the west coast of Florida. And then the threat will start to move inland across parts of central Florida. But again, this eye is getting awfully close to landfall. We have our very own Connor Croft also back over in Bradenton, Florida right now. He will be on our screen here pretty soon. He is currently going to be intercepting the Eyewall. The Eyewall is getting pretty close to actually hitting that part of Florida. So the winds are really going to start to ramp up here pretty soon as this approaches Bradenton and Sarasota, Florida. Now, there's also another threat to what we've been talking about, and that is the tornado risk. We have several tornado warnings right now still ongoing, and we even have one back up near Orlando, Florida right now, which I'm not seeing really a whole lot of rotation up on this one. Let's check the short-term velocities. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotation, but Orlando is in a tornado warning, so if you're in that warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And then we still have 2 tornado warnings all the way back over here on the east coast of Florida. Port St. Lucie continues to be the main target, it seems like, for tornado warnings this afternoon. We have a strong couplet of rotation that is actually located back over near Fort Pierce. That's moving right along I-95, moving towards Lakewood Park. And then we also have a strong area of rotation just to the east of Indiantown, Florida, and that is currently on track to go in the direction of I-95, Stewart, and Port St. Lucie, Florida. Port St. Lucie, Florida has been under, I think, like 7 or 8 different tornado warnings today. It has been quite literally unbelievable. So, and again, if you're in any of these tornado warnings, make sure that you are in your safe place. In addition to that, we also have a tornado warning back over west of Riviera Beach. And this is actually a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and strong tornado that has been on the ground near Westlake, Florida. Velocities are very tight right here near 809 on the terminal radar site. Again, this is currently moving off to the north. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We are going to go ahead and go full cam to Connor Croft, who is right along the water right now. So this is back over near Bradenton, Florida. This is one of the areas that's going to see significant impacts.
We'll see in a little bit.
Let's listen into him here for a moment, as he is right near the water right now.
Yeah, I guess the water's coming in that way too. So
yeah, poor Garrett.
Poor Garrett.
Who's this? You know?
Hey, how's it going? Oh, you're just checking her out? Yeah, you live here? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yes, Connor and Freddie are chasing together. They're in the same car. You can see the wave heights are getting pretty high right now.
Well, because this water, I mean, it might come up pretty far, so.
But they're right, like, I'll show you on the bottom right of your screen. They're literally right on, like, a river at Bradenton.
Came all the way down here
so
for this.
The waves are obviously getting pretty high. The storm surge is going to become a problem here soon.
Nebraska and Indiana.
This particular area, I think, will be upwards of, like, 9 to 10 feet of storm surge when this is all said and done.
We're thinking about maybe going up to that parking garage there.
Yeah, I live 27 feet elevation.
Man, oh, shoot, well, you'll be good.
Yeah.
Is that back in town somewhere? 15 minutes, I got you. Well, you'll be safe.
Back to let's go full cam. Let's full cam that storm surge. Never mind.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That is not good. This is a very populated area. Oh man, guys, we got a huge tornado on the ground. Huge tornado on the ground near I-95. This is moving towards Lakewood Park, St. Lucie Village, and Vero Beach. You've got to get underground if you can. Get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is the worst tornado we've seen today. This is back over just east of, it's on 95 on the north side. It's on the west side of Fort Pierce. It's heading towards Lakewood Park. This is a massive tornado, guys. Huge debris signature right over I-95. You've got to be in your safe place. Get underground if you can. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible.
This is an emergency alert.
Huge tornado.
A large and strong tornado.
There is also a new
on the
PDS
ground.
tornado warning
Seek
for those
shelter
now
immediately.
in just west of Riviera Beach near 710 near Delta. You need to seek shelter if you're in that warning. But guys, we got a huge tornado right now near 95. That is going to be, we just saw a power flash on one of our cameras. This is a camera from FDOT. This is live right near this tornado that's on the ground. I'm not sure what the flashes are. I think they're power flashes, but or whatever they are, looks like it. Or either that or the camera's glitching out, but the wind is picking up here. The tornado is in very close proximity to this camera, but this is a huge tornado that is currently in progress, again, near 95. It's just to the west of Sunling Gardens. You need to be underground if you can. This is a extremely dangerous tornado. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but this is a huge tornado. Like, there's no other way to put it, guys. Got to be in your safe place. It's really bad. Oh, there's a shot of this tornado. Look at this. This is a shot of the tornado. Top right of your screen. You can see it. Huge tornado. Top right of your screen. Top right of your screen right there. That's the tornado. It is a huge tornado ripping right through the west side of Fort Pierce, west of Vero Beach. It is a huge tornado. That's pretty much a wedge. That is live. This is from the Turnpike camera. That is a huge tornado right now near Fort Pierce. Camera might have just gone out too. This is a huge tornado. This is where the tornado is too. This is like kind of inside of where the tornado is. There are cars pulled over. There are cars pulled over right now. This tornado is like next to this camera. Oh god, we're gonna have this is a big tornado. Right side, it's gonna be at the top right of your screen on this camera in a moment. There's a lot of different traffic cameras. Let me go back to this one. And very top of your screen, that's the tornado. This is again just west of Fort Pierce on I-95. It is a monster tornado here in Florida. This is the worst tornado that we've witnessed today so far. This is going north. Yes, this is a northbound moving tornado. It's gonna be heading towards the Vero Beach area. That is a huge tornado. There are going to be so many lives impacted.
This is an emergency alert.
And it's an
A large
observed
and
tornado
strong
as well. They just
tornado
upgraded
is
to
on the ground.
observed.
Seek shelter immediately.
Try to see if there's any other views here along the route here. This is the only one that we got that's clear. There's a lot of people in this warning. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now. You've got to be underground if you can. I know there's not really any basements in Florida, but this is a huge tornado. It's approaching Lakewood Park and Vero Beach, Florida. West of Fort Pierce is where this tornado is currently located. The camera keeps going out. I don't think we're getting any new signal there. Oh my god. That is a monster tornado. This is a debris signature. That is not rain. That is all debris that is being lifted up over Lakewood Park, Florida. Or Lakewood Park. There's another Lakewood Park here. But this is going to be approaching the very populated area of Lakewood Park, Florida. You need to be in your safe place. We got another view of this tornado. Let's give it a second to load. That's the tornado right there. This is a monster tornado going right towards Lakewood Park, Florida. This is all, again, live. This is not a video. This is live. Huge tornado, and it looks like we have something else on the backside here. What is that? It's like another maybe small rope tornado trying to develop there. There's a huge wedge tornado right now moving into Lakewood Park, Florida. This could go tornado emergency. Oh my goodness. If you know any friends or family in this warning, you need to make sure you let them know. This is, again, St. Lucie County and Indian River County, Florida. Hey, Tucker, post this screenshot, by the way. Screenshot this and post it. If there's a camera up ahead that has a better view of this, let me know in the chat. Looks like twin tornadoes. I think that's another one that just dropped there. This will probably go tornado emergency. This is a huge tornado. We're on 134, by the way, mile marker. Mile marker 134 and I-95 is the view of this. That is, again, a huge tornado on the left side of your screen. It is becoming more rain-wrapped. You can still see it. Again, it's right there. That is your Wedge tornado. You can make it out with the edges there. That is a huge tornado on the left side of your screen. Just got word that Cam 158 has a view. Guys, again, this is a huge tornado right now moving into Lakewood Park, Florida. You've got to be in your safe place. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a monster of a tornado right now moving through this area. Trying to get a camera up. Oh my god, guys. This is one of the worst tornadoes that I think I've ever seen in Florida. I mean, like, this debris signature is massive. It is very deep as well. There are homes and buildings probably being destroyed by this tornado right now. That's hitting so many homes right now. So many homes are being hit by this tornado. It is huge. The debris signature is still huge. It is being picked up again by radar.
This is an
This
urgent
again
alert.
moving towards
A
Vero Beach,
tornado
and to make
is on
things
the ground.
worse,
Seek
the
shelter
tornado
immediately.
warned cell down here near I-95 going towards Port St. Lucie has just gone observed. So now that is a confirmed tornado. I'm trying to get the cameras back up. They're all... None of them are loading right now. It's a huge tornado. There is a camera, but it's not looking at it. If there are there any other cameras that you guys know of that's looking at this? You guys know, let me know in the chat. If you guys got a camera number on the Turnpike or I-95, let me know. For those that are just tuning in, we just witnessed, I mean, it's still ongoing, but it's a huge tornado that is currently moving through Lakewood Park, Florida. This is an extremely dangerous situation. I am surprised this has not gone tornado emergency. This is the most, this is going to go through Vero Beach. Like, there are a ton of people that live in Vero Beach. That is a, I'm going to measure this. I mean, the debris field is huge. It's like 2.5 miles wide almost for the debris field. Somebody have a huge tornado? I just heard huge tornado on one of my camera, my chasers. I might have just been reacting to this. I'm trying to get 158, guys. It is not loading, though. It's taking forever. The cameras are really slow to load. Alright, I got the camera up. This is 158. The tornado should come in the shot here in a second. Top right of your screen. Top right of your screen is going to be the tornado. This thing, again, is huge right now, moving towards Vero Beach, Florida. That is a huge tornado. You can see the edge of it. My goodness. The camera went out at the very end.
A new tornado
How is this not a
warning
tornado
has been
emergency?
issued.
You can see it at the edge there. We're about to get a new radar scan. This, I'm seeing people talking about this on other places too. This is... It's not even just this, by the way. We also have a tornado warning down here that's also a particularly dangerous situation, but this one is impacting so many lives right now, and it is a massive tornado. Look at the debris signature. That is all buildings and homes that are being heavily damaged, to say the least, by this tornado in Lakewood Park. This is not a small tornado. We've had views of this tornado. It is literally probably 1/2 mile wide. It's huge. Anybody else have any other cameras that might have it? And this is going to, again, go through right through Vero Beach. If you know any friends or family in Vero Beach, you need to tell them that the magnitude of this situation is huge. This is, again, a monster tornado. This is not small. This is a big-time tornado right now. that's going towards Vero Beach. This is one of the biggest. I've covered Florida for, you know, years in terms of other streams, not just this one. This is the largest tornado that I've seen on radar in Florida, and also in person, like or on camera. 133. Okay. Gonna take a second to pull up. Again, what you're looking at is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in the, again, that blue and almost see-through correlation coefficient. That is a substantial tornado that is impacting Lakewood Park and is going to eventually hit Vero Beach, Florida. This does not look like it's really weakening. So south side of Vero Beach is about to take a big hit from this tornado. You know, any friends or family, please tell them, share this with them. Why are the cameras on the Florida site never loading? They like freeze.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, this is still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning again in the pink polygon. They've just updated the warning. It is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is, again, a huge tornado moving north at about 35 miles per hour. It is moving towards Vero Beach, Florida. It'll eventually go towards Indian Shores. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter. This is another live shot. This is the 133 camera. It's mile marker 133. I don't see anything on this one, but this is where the tornado would be. It would be on the right side. Is there a different camera, or is it just 133? I don't know how this isn't a tornado emergency, to be honest. I don't. This is impacting a ton of people, too. That camera just went down. I do think a lot of the cameras are losing power right now. I mean, this is probably knocking out power for everybody over here. We're gonna have another radar scan in a second. Oh man, this is now hitting Florida Ridge and Oslo. And it is, again, a monster tornado. It's near 20th Avenue Southwest and 17th Lane Southwest. This is awful. This is just awful. It is hitting... that, again, is not rain. That is debris. That is all debris being wafted up into the atmosphere. This tornado, from what we've seen...
This is an urgent
huge.
Alert. A tornado is on
and
the
Martin
ground.
County now has a
Seek
confirmed
shelter
tornado on the
immediately.
ground. I think it's this one. Yeah, all right. So we have another confirmed tornado heading towards Tequista, Hope Sound, Jupiter Island, and Gomez and Frutia. Same thing goes over here. We have a tornado on the ground. All right. We have another tornado on the ground right here near 76, moving towards... It's going to be crossing the turnpike here in a moment. It is moving towards the west side of Stewart. Here's a video from moments ago. I just want to show you guys again. This is the tornado that we're dealing with back up near Vero Beach. So that was moments ago on the live camera. The live cameras all across this area have gone out, it looks like. This was the last visual that we had of this tornado, and it was at its early stages. So that is the size of it. Again, it's hard to see, but that's the size of this tornado. It is huge. It is a large cone tornado, potentially even a wedge that's moving through just south of Vero Beach, Florida. But that was the last view that we had of this tornado. And we have another tornado now on the ground near 76, north of Interstate 95. That is currently happening as well. We might get a live view on that one. If anybody finds cameras down there that have a view, let me know. There is a debris signature here as well. That's currently moving to the north. This is the one of the... I've got to say, this is like the biggest tornado that I've ever seen in Florida. Huge debris signature moving right into Vero Beach, Florida. If you have any friends or family that are inside of this pink polygon, that is Vero Beach, Indian River Shores, Sebastian, Lakewood Park. Give them a call, give them a text. At least make sure that they're okay. And also, if they don't know about this, you know, let them know. There's a lot of people in this warning. I don't know what the exact population number is, but there's a lot. The tornado just directly hit Lakewood Park in Florida Ridge from this likely violent tornado. This is, again, an extremely dangerous situation near South Beach. This is, again, a major tornado. The debris ball is over 2 miles wide. And Noah Berggren, who's a local Fox 35 meteorologist in Orlando, thinks that this is at least an EF2 or EF3 tornado, and I would agree. Like, the debris signature that we are seeing and the amount of homes that are being hit by this is major. Again, this is going to be going right through the south side of Vero Beach. I think pretty sure there's like a Disney resort over here, too. I don't know where that is, but this might be in the track of this, too. I know they're in the warning for sure. I just don't know where they are. Here's the latest radar scan. And we still have a big tornado on the east. It's going to be on the southeast side of Vero Beach. Still a big debris signature right now. That is going to be approaching Vero Beach, Rio Mar, and near South Beach here in Florida. So again, that's still your tornado. That is a debris signature. It's on now the southeast side of Vero Beach. You'll be in your safe place if you are in this warning. Somebody said 131.6. Is that the turnpike, or are we talking about somewhere else? I think I found it. We're talking about Turnpike. If we're talking about Turnpike, I'm pulling it up. There is a tornado in progress back over just south of Port St. Lucie. This is another visual. This is the one back down on the south side of Port St. Lucie. Right side of your screen. This is 131.6 on the Turnpike. Looks like that would be another lowering. This camera's also gone out. I'm not seeing as clear of a debris signature on this one anymore, but the tornado would be right over the turnpike. It's going to be approaching Port St. Lucie very shortly. Oh, we actually have a view, it looks like. So on the Port St. Lucie one, I think right side of your screen is the tornado. It's a bit blurry. That's likely a tornado from this particular storm that's just south of Port St. Lucie. Yeah, that's a tornado. You can see the debris. And that camera also went out. I think every camera's going out.
This is an urgent alert.
Alright, we have another confirmed tornado warning. That's for Martin and St. Lucie counties in Florida. That is Fort Pierce, White City, Port St. Lucie, North River Shores, all included in this brand new tornado warning. This is another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. If you are in this pink polygon, you've got to get underground if you can. I know there's no basements, but just whatever is your safest place to get to. You get underground, safe place, interior room of your home or building, away from windows. This is again a tornado that is in progress. We just had live view of it. You need to be in your safe place if you're in the warning. This is a confirmed tornado and has been observed. And this is the tornado that we're talking about. I'm not sure if this is looping. I think it's just looping, but that's the tornado that we're talking about. Crossed over the turnpike a few moments ago. Also getting emails of... If you guys have any photos, by the way, please at me on Twitter. Do not email me, because I'm not going to be checking emails. Just letting you guys know. Either that, or message me on Discord. One of the two. Any videos or photos. Photos and videos, please at me on Twitter. At MaxVelocityWX. Here's the latest scan. We still have a tornado in progress. This is actually probably just turned into a water spout. The particularly dangerous situation. This likely just turned into a water spout and is now crossing into the bay here. So this is actually going to be going towards the resorts. That's going to be going towards the resorts. Well, this is 156. This is a view of the tornado from earlier. That's the tornado at the top right of your screen. That was earlier. That's when it began. That was near the beginning process. That was the tornado. Again, it was large. And it has been large, and it's still on the ground. What, 116 east? What's 116? Is that Turnpike? Found 117. One 16.1.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Indian River County has now a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning to replace the current one. That is going to be for Vero Beach, Gifford, and Indian River Shores. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get into your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this is your tornado. It is a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now that is currently moving to the north-northwest. 155.1 has a flipped truck. I don't know where 155.1 is. That is a big-time tornado again near Vero Beach. And we still have a tornado that is likely in progress that is going to be approaching the North River Shores. We don't have a debris signature, but there was a tornado. It's in this community. It's going to be approaching eventually 716 and Route 1 or US 1. And then I'll eventually go towards the east side of Port St. Lucie if it is still on the ground. So again, if you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. 116 is Turnpike. I found 116.1. I found it. This is 116.1. This is back down on this tornado warning, which this is a confirmed tornado. This is observed. We have a tornado near Hope Sound. This is on the ground, and this is a live shot right now of this particular storm. This is a pretty good vantage point, too. So if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be rain-wrapped. We might end up seeing power flashes in the middle. This is just truly unbelievable today. I mean, we were live for 6 hours before this stream, and we've had literally non-stop tornado activity today. I honestly thought going into today we'd have more time talking about Milton. Like, actually, other than, like, the tornadoes, like, other stuff. And we just haven't. Turnpike mile marker 151 for the truck. This right here? This is live. Can't tell what's going on. They got police blocking off the road. I don't see a flipped over semi. Unless it's up the road further. They have blocked off this part of the highway. They're redirecting people. It's on 151.9. That's mile marker 151.9 on the turnpike. Again, we still have a tornado on the ground east of Interstate 35 or 95, approaching Route US 1. And that's going towards Hope Sound, Gomez, and Frutia. I-95, mile marker 142 has a flipped car. Apparently. And it does. And that is probably because of the tornado. So we already start to see the first tornado damage from that tornado. And we still have a tornado. Oh man, this is hitting so many people on the coast right now. Like, this is a debris signature. There's no rain. There's rain, but that right there is just a large tornado over Orchard Island. It is a still huge tornado that's just going up the coast right now on A1A. It's going towards Indian River Shores. It is still going. It is still a big-time tornado. This is truly horrible, to say the least. If you have any photos, Dakota, let me know. I don't know exactly what is here, but there are a lot of homes that are being hit right now in Orchard Island, Florida. This is, like, really bad. This is hitting... This is probably hitting several resorts. There's JC Park, the Village Beach Market was just hit by this. If you know these names, if you're in this area, you'll know these names. And it's still going. There's still debris, even though this looks like it's almost over water now. The Citron Bistro in Vero Beach probably just got hit by this. The Indian River Shores Community Center. The Air Image Company. Mulligan's Beach Resort. The Caribbean Court Boutique Hotel and Prestige Hotel Vero Beach. Those have likely all just been hit by this tornado. It still has a very deep CC drop. Johnny D's Market and Bistro may have also been hit by this. There are a lot of places that have been hit by this tornado, but that's another one. It really hit the Rio Mar area, which there are a lot of hotels here. The Vero Beach Museum of Art has probably taken a hit from this. The Riverside Theater has also probably taken a hit. Vero Beach Dog Park, the Riverside Cafe, the Crab Stop of Vero Beach. All of those places that I'm talking about have more than likely at least seen some damage, if not a direct hit from this tornado, which again was a huge tornado. And is still causing damage, at least on the south side right now of Indian River Shores in Indian River County. And if we still have a tornado, it is going to be right over 716. So if there's a tornado in progress, let me get some call-outs on this. It looks like we may still have a tornado on the ground right over just that southeast side here, Port St. Lucie. Let me give you some call-outs here. Give me 1 second. If this is on the ground, it could be hitting the Saints at the Port St. Lucie golf course. It's going towards a Planet Fitness, if this is on the ground still, which we have at least some level of a debris signature. Walmart Supercenter on the east side of Port St. Lucie. HCA Florida St. Lucie Hospital may be in the track of this if it's on the ground. Urban Air Trampoline and Adventure Park would also be in the track of this. So possible tornado moving north. This has been observed. I honestly think this is on the ground right now. It's right over the SE Morningside Boulevard, approaching the southeast Port St. Lucie Boulevard area. Email it to me. Dakota, email it to me. The max velocity email. This tornado here is hitting a lot of places. The tornado that we were talking about near Tequista, that one has been occluding, it looks like. But again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are near Hope Sound, Florida. There's still a chance that that is causing damage. Let me check on this northern tornado. We should get another radar scan in a second. The tornado that was on the ground, again, might be turning into a water spout now. It's kind of riding up there, the southeast side there of Indian River Shores. Indian River Sheriff confirming major damage and possible MCI at resorts. That's what somebody just said in chat. If you guys see any reports on Twitter, at me, at MaxVelocityWX, I'll try to relay information. This happened moments ago in West Jupiter, Florida from live Cam Chaser. This was moments ago. This is video of a tornado. We missed this one. There's been a lot of tornadoes. This one just happened, though, moments ago. I-95 at mile marker 90.5. That's a tornado right there. Wow. In case you just missed it, that was a few moments ago. Back over, is that Westlake? Did I say, or Jupiter, Florida? This was near Jupiter, Florida. crazy. Well, the good news is that this tornado is now offshore. It is still a water spout, but it is moving to the north. It's, again, luckily probably moving offshore. I haven't gotten any... Oh, I think I just got it. I got it. Alright, I think we have a video of something here in a moment. Gonna take a minute to download. Still possibly a tornado on the east side of Port St. Lucie. It's unknown as of right now. We don't have a clear debris signature, but if you are on the east side of Port St. Lucie, near US 1, going towards White City and Fort Pierce, you need to be in your safe place. The storm that's been ongoing that did produce a tornado moments ago near US 1, near Fruta, that one has not had nearly as much in terms of rotation at this point. So this is from one of our viewers in, where was this, Port St. Lucie? This is the tornado that just happened in Port St. Lucie. That right there, at least a large lowering, perhaps even a tornado. Look at that thing. Look at the motion on those, look at that motion. Look at that motion right there. This was almost definitely a water spout or a large tornado over the water. Oh my goodness. That motion is crazy though. I mean, this is like almost violent motion for a tornadic storm. The palm trees move too. Wow, that's crazy. All right. Crazy. All right. So if that's still on the ground, it's right here on the east side of Port St. Lucie. Again, moving towards White City, Florida. Sent a tweet, West... Okay. Now, if you guys see anything official, too, from, like, local sheriff's offices or anything like that, feel free to at me on Twitter on that stuff, too. Oh my god. I am retweeting a
new tornado warning.
We have a new tornado warning for Martin County, Florida. That's going to be on this storm that's going up A1A and US 1. That's going to be approaching Sailfish Point, east side of North Shore Rivers. You are in that warning. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Please seek shelter if you are in this warning. Alright, quick update. Hurricane Milton. The Eyewall has begun to move inland. So we are starting to see the beginning of the Eyewall moving inland. Again, we have several cameras that'll be capturing the storm surge and everything like that over the next several hours. We'll have Storm Chaser Connor Croft also alongside. Bottom right of your screen, you'll see him there. But he's going to be way more on the screen once this gets closer to landfall. He's going to be inside of the Eyewall. And we also have other storm chasers like Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin, and also we have Storm Intermedia. So several storm chasers. But again, this is going to be a busy next few hours. I do want to remind you, make sure the clock at the top left of your screen matches, or at least is within 30 seconds of your current time. Because some people sometimes get like 10 minutes behind in stream somehow. So just make sure you're at the exact time so you don't miss anything that's happening in real time. All right, so things are about to get really active over the next few hours. Obviously, the tornado threat's been very active, but the storm surge is going to really be ramping up. And we're also going to be, and you can already see the storm surge, by the way. The cameras are picking up on that already. But the wind is really going to start to ramp up here on the west coast of Florida. It is going to be a very busy next few hours. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. and like the stream, does help get this out to more people, and we will be again covering this in high detail here over the next several hours as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall, which again, landfall is expected to be earlier than we initially thought. It's supposed to be making landfall sometime in the next 3 to 4 hours. So landfall is very close in the west coast of Florida, and the eye is still offshore. If we measure the eye distance to landfall, it's only 50 miles right now away from landfall in the west coast of Florida. It is a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. It is still a very intense hurricane, and we are already seeing significant storm surge, and it's only going to continue to ramp up here over the next few hours. Let's jump through some of the cameras that we have here real quick, just so you have an idea of what we got right now. So this is in Port Charlotte, Florida. This is the Project Mesovort on Radar Omega. You can watch these if you're a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, and you can download it with the top link in the description below. I want to point this out to you. This wood stick here, earlier, if you were watching the stream, you could see the wood stick easily. The water was way back here. Now the storm surge is really ramping in here to Charlotte Harbor, and we are going to see life-threatening and catastrophic storm surge only ramp up from here. We are already seeing it in real time, but it's really going to be ramping up here over the next couple of hours. You can see the trees are already starting to get hit by the water as well. The water is going to be surging inland. This is going to be an area that is going to experience significant storm surge over the next couple of hours. So again, it's going to be very crazy. Englewood Beach, Florida. This is actually the first time we've seen this. The water has now officially gotten up to this outpost thing. I don't know what you call it, but that the water is actually this is the first time we've seen the water even get close to coming up here. The waves are getting much higher, and the water is also starting to rise. So we are expecting that we are going to see significant storm surge ramping up here into Englewood Beach, Florida. So we are starting to see that in real time. It's only going to continue to get higher and higher, and by probably about an hour from now, I would expect the water to actually be almost to that sandbar on the very far left side of your screen. So that's what we're going to be seeing here shortly in Englewood Beach, Florida. In Venice, Florida, we haven't really seen a whole lot here quite yet, but the storm surge is only about 30 minutes probably from really starting to move inland. There is still a guy here on the beach. I don't know who he is. I don't know why he's there. I wouldn't be there, but somebody's out there right now. Looks like taking photos, and yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but that's happening there right now, back over in Venice, Florida. Osprey, Florida, also, this is another camera. We got a sailboat in the middle. We'll be watching this camera closely. The further north we go, the less storm surge that we currently have happening, so the further north we go, we're not really going to see as much. This is back over in Siesta Key, Florida. Palm trees really swaying. The wind is picking up. Actually, some of the debris left over from Helene is actually falling into the roadway now because of the wind. So that's happening there. A true Florida man. Yeah, sure. I guess that's a Florida man. Here's another camera as well. This is back over on Anna Marie Island, Florida. And again, you can see the water's really starting to crash along the shore. And look at this, guys. That, I think, is a bench. I could be wrong, but I think we have a bench right there. Do we have a bench? Is the return of the bench happening? I think that's a bench. We got the Max Velocity engraved bench from Earl. Fan mailed it. There's a bench right there. We'll have a marker there for a bench, but here's the pier. Again, that pier is probably going to be flooded over here pretty soon, but that does look like a bench to me. Oh, there you go. There's the bench. I think that's a bench. The bench has returned. And then Mitchell Beach, Florida. Water's starting to crash along the rocks. Water's probably going to get up to that parking lot here pretty soon. Thank you guys again for sending me videos. Please add me on Twitter. Don't email me. What the heck? Oh my god. Pettis just posted this on Twitter. Is this the tornado from Fort Pierce? This right here? Which has happened in Fort Pierce, Florida? We didn't even see this perspective. This happened like 10 or 15 minutes ago. My goodness. I didn't realize that's how large it was. We saw the video and the whatnot, but that was at the beginning of it. That's like a 2 mile wide or 1 or 2 mile wide tornado that just happened. Now, again, there are no tornado warnings anymore, at least for that part of Florida where there was a large tornado near Vero Beach. We still have tornado warnings, though. We have one back over in White City, Florida. Still have a couplet near White City moving towards Fort Pierce, Florida. And then we also still have a tornado warning near Stuart, Florida. And that rotation is going to be moving offshore here pretty soon. aside from that, we are finally starting to see a little bit of a quieter period when it comes to this tornado threat. But man, that tornado that we had at the beginning of the stream was easily the largest tornado that I've ever seen in Florida. If that photo is real, which it is, yeah. And we are getting reports of major damage in Fort Pierce. There are photos being posted on Twitter. I'll retweet them on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Major damage in Fort Pierce, Florida. There are buildings completely destroyed in Fort Pierce. It's really bad in Fort Pierce, Florida right now. At MaxVelocityWX if you want to see the photos. I'll try to show some too, but structures have been majorly damaged. There's also major damage in Highlands County, Florida. This is from the Highlands County Sheriff's Office. One of the photos. Major damage to some mobile homes, possibly from a tornado earlier. It's not the same one that we're talking about right now. It's really bad, guys. I'm just major damage all over the place. And again, this was the tornado. That right there was the tornado on the F.dot camera. This was a huge tornado that happened in Fort Pierce. We were covering it, obviously, before, but we didn't see these, photos of this tornado. And the damage that I am seeing on Twitter and, even other platforms like Facebook, it's awful. They're gonna need some serious help. Like, if you guys see any photos of damage, you can at me on Twitter. I'll try to show some at some point. But like, we're talking EF3 plus damage that happened over there, just south of Palm Bay, right near Vero Beach, Florida. I know for sure the Y'all Squad will be out there helping. If you would like to contribute to the nonprofit to be able to basically help people recover from the tornado outbreak that was not as, expected as some people thought. You can donate. There is a link in the description. I'll also post it in the chat. We are partnered with the Y'all Squad. We're going to be raising money for the Y'all Squad for Hurricane Milton relief efforts, and the tornado itself, that from the damage that we are seeing, is just insane. Like, for a Florida tornado, we do not see strong tornadoes like that often. So I'll be posting a link in the chat. If you want to donate, there's also a link in the description. It is a non-profit 501c. I will probably, after this hurricane's over, I'll probably be helping out there in the field as well with the Y'all Squad. So I'll be out there probably giving you guys some updates too after this hurricane's all said and done. But yeah, from what we're seeing, it's really bad over there. This is probably, again, this is probably the craziest photo that we have. Is this right here. This just doesn't happen, like, ever in Florida. Like, we've had strong tornadoes, but a sizable tornado like this just never happens.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for Brevard County, Florida. This is back up near Cape Canaveral. And that's probably going to drop a tornado. We actually have a water spout for sure happening offshore. But approaching Cape Canaveral near Cocoa Beach, likely tornado. Moving to the west-northwest. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. And this is right now moving to the west-northwest. All right. By the way, thank you to... All right, we don't have a PDS tornado anymore. Let me take off that overlay. Sorry, we got sidetracked. Thank you to... I don't even know how to say your name. Devial for the $500 super chat. Please put some W's in the chat. All right, Devial. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I appreciate the generosity. You're way too kind. Thank you. Honestly, we're probably going to put that towards charity anyways. I mean, with what I just saw, that's... freaking crazy. We've never had a... I'm just trying to explain the, you know, significance of what we just saw there in Fort Pierce. Like, we've never... We've had tornadoes that have been big in Florida, but not... I've never seen something that large. And especially out of a hurricane. Like, that's just crazy. By the way, I did post a photo of the tornado on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you want to see it. All right, let's get to the hurricane a little bit more. Any chance this moves north? As of right now, the forecasted track is that this is going to turn and kind of crash here, probably into Bradenton or Sarasota. The latest cone of uncertainty from the National Hurricane Center currently has a landfall position between about Clearwater, Florida, and just south of Sarasota. We have seen this move more to the north than forecasted, so there has been a shift to the track a little bit, so now the potential for this making landfall farther north has become a little bit more possible. So it is possible that we see a landfall as far north still as St. Petersburg, and then as far south as something like Sarasota, Florida. So that's the current thinking as of right now. Will Miami be affected in any way? Other than just some tropical storm force wind gusts, I wouldn't expect much more over there. We could still see a low-end tornado risk. Like, the tornado risk is the one thing that still is, you know, in play. And honestly, right now, we probably at least have a water spout offshore right now, just east of North Shore, or North River shores. That's right now moving north-northwest. That'll be kind of tailing up the coast here. And then we still have strong rotation over Fort Pierce, again, in the Fort Pierce area. Before this moves into the ocean, we could get another tornado that drops near Fort Pierce, moving towards A1A. I'll have to watch that very closely. And we also got the Cape Canaveral potential tornado. Let me take off the cone of uncertainty here. Yeah, so that rotation's going to be moving into the south side of Cape Canaveral here pretty shortly. There is no PDS tornado warning anymore now. We have no PDS tornado warning. The bench fell? What? The bench fell? Oh no, the bench fell! The bench has fallen into the ocean. That's the bench. Let me just take off the camera so you can see it. That bench has fallen into the water. This is a really sad moment. Gotta salute to the bench. The bench is gonna fall into the water. I don't know when they put up this camera, but I think we were asking for a camera that had a bench in it, and I think this might be it. That bench is gonna be going into the water, though. This is a really sad day.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for St. Lucie and Indian River counties in Florida. If you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is going to be... Well, when it pops up, we'll go to it. Thank you, Pie, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Just waiting for the tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning. Man, this area just got hit by a tornado. It's going to include areas like Fort Pierce, St. Lucie Village, and back up through the east side of Vero Beach, going towards the south side of Indian River Shores. This area literally just got a huge tornado, so hopefully this does not happen. But if you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently moving to the north. Storm has had some rotation, and again, it could produce a tornado. It's kind of going right over Queens Cove right now and Fort Pierce Shores. Moving north. Hey, Robin, for the $25 donation. Let's check out Englewood Beach. Water's not getting too high yet, but it will be here soon. Shout out to Claudia, by the way, for the $50 Venmo and V. Please put some W's in the chat for Caitlin with the $250 Venmo. You guys are crazy. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you. W's in the chat for Caitlin. Let's go back to the bench cam. And that bench here on the far right side of your screen, that thing is starting to fall into the ocean. It's our first sign of any debris, like, going into the ocean on a live view like this. Thank you, Autumn, also for the $100 super chat. Or $100 Venmo. You guys are literally crazy. Right now, this is a Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. We do have a new National Hurricane Center update coming out, I think, in a minute. Yeah, alright, so we have a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Alright, so the latest update just came in. This is the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. Again, they're doing hourly updates, so this is the first of many hourly updates to come. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains expected tonight for parts of central and southwestern Florida. This is, again, the 6 p.m. positional update. Heavy rain continues across central Florida, across the central Florida peninsula, with hurricane-force wind gusts beginning to occur across the Florida Gulf Coast. And actually, we're starting to see that. Let me go to this screen so you guys can see it. Bottom right of your screen, the winds are picking up with Storm Chaser Connor Croft. A sustained wind of 58 miles per hour and a wind gust of 77 miles per hour was just measured at the Egmont Channel. And then a 66 mile per hour wind gust was measured at the St. Petersburg Albert Whitted Airport. Maximum sustained winds are still at 120 miles per hour, and pressure is at 948 millibars. So that's the latest positional update from the National Hurricane Center. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. This is Connor again, back
Freddy
over.
with an F.
He's basically entering into the Eyewall right now. Back over near Sarasota, Florida. So wind is starting to pick up here.
Bro does not know our names still.
Yeah, bro's not finding it. I figured, like, yeah, watch our streams to go to safety, dude.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of funny. Let's see, Icy, thank you for the super chat there, 420. Jan.
As a reminder,
a new tornado warning.
There's another tornado warning.
Aunt in the chat there, guys.
All right, let me go to that first.
We'll be safe.
We have a brand new tornado warning for St. Lucie County and Martin counties in Florida. That is going to be for Stewart, North River Shores, southeast side of Port St. Lucie. Port St. Lucie's been under a ton of tornado warnings. That's the rotation right there. It's moving towards US 1, eventually going towards Sailfish Point. And A1A will also be in the track of this. So if you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. All right. Thank you, Nancy and Carlos, for the 10 gifted members. Appreciate that. W's in the chat for them. Thank you, Ro, also for the super chat. We are beginning to see the Eyewall again approaching the south, or the western side, I should say, of Florida. Hey, Twitchy for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Over 150 tornado warnings have been issued in Florida today. Is that actually how many we've had? Does anybody have that number verified anywhere? If anybody can find the official number of tornado warnings that we've had today in Florida, at me on Twitter. Or put it in the chat, one of the two. If I get enough of the same number, I'll... We had 98. All right, so a lot of people are saying 98. So we've almost crossed 100 tornado warnings. Almost crossed 100 tornado warnings. I can't believe I'm saying that. Yeah, there are several fish-nados right now happening on the east coast of Florida. We got several. Wow, look at this, guys. We got several fish-nados. We got strong ones, too. We got a strong one east of Cape Canaveral. We got a huge one. We got 3 different big tornadoes just off the coast of Cape Canaveral. One of, like, these are, like, violent fish-nados, basically, that are happening off the coast of Florida. Imagine if those were over land. That's basically what we just saw in Fort Pierce, like, half an hour ago. There's power flashes happening on Connor Croft's feed. Storm Chaser Connor Croft. They're seeing power flashes now in Sarasota, Florida.
You guys.
Give it a, let me refresh it. Will it load is the question. The world may never know.
Let me
It's
make
not
sure I
loading.
have
Oh,
it
there
on
we
the
go.
maps. I don't even
There
know.
we just missed power flashes.
There's
They
the
are
bridge.
seeing power
That's the
flashes
bridge.
here.
So we're gonna have to turn. Wait, no, we gotta keep it.
In Bradenton,
It's
Florida.
not that bridge. That's the other bridge.
Oh,
Hey, Josh, appreciate the
Okay, so
generosity.
we can
Put some W's in the chat for
Ooh, we
Josh.
can take this road. That goes.
Ooh,
That might be a little
that's
fun.
scary.
We can try it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's try it.
As a reminder,
gotta
if you are
turn
new to
here
the
at,
channel,
like,
make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest on Hurricane Milton as it approaches landfall and makes
I'm not-
landfall.
Where did that power flash come from?
I didn't even
We are
Oh,
only
big guys.
Wow.
currently 1,300 subscribers from 550,000.
Okay.
Gotta get those hurricanes.
Just kind of crazy. We are almost gonna. We're about to hit 550k subscribers. We literally just hit 500k last night. That's insane. 90.5 is a flip semi truck. Oh, whoa! What is going on here? What the heck? What is going on? Come on, click the button. What is happening here? It's like a full-blown fire happening. I don't know why it's taking so long to load these streams.
Smoke zone here, so.
Yeah, okay, let's
We're
get out
getting
of
this. I don't want to smell
Let's
That's
get
that.
out of
from like
toxic
a-
smoke
Yeah, we're
zone.
probably getting.
Power flash or something that we just had. I don't know why it's frozen. But that right there is like a big fire that just happened from one of the power
I can hear
flashes.
it.
Or power lines that went
I
down.
can hear it, bro.
What do
Oh, I
we
can
do?
smell it.
What do we do about this? I mean, it's not gonna catch on fire. It's so wet, but
No, but like, guys, can we go up maybe where that guy is? We're in the smoke zone here, so.
yeah, okay, let's
We're
get out
getting
of
this. I don't want to smell
Let's get out of
that.
the toxic smoke
Yeah,
zone.
we're probably getting.
That's where the power
fancy or
flash.
something.
That's where the power flash came from.
Wow. Oh, it is freaking going crazy there.
They're gonna get a better view here in a second.
Yeah. Might just blow up right. We gotta watch them.
Yeah, I know. It's
Wait, why is it?
because it came down and
There's
just lit
fire
something
on that
fire.
power line.
Why is it doing that? I don't see any lines on the ground.
There is. There's a line. I saw
There's a
one.
line.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to the wind.
Wind is ripping.
Jeez. That's why you do not want to be under power poles, guys.
In Bradenton,
Stay away
Florida.
from the power.
Oh my gosh. That thing is smoking like crazy.
Yeah, you can still like smell it.
I know.
Holy cow, chat.
Somebody said pee on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great idea. We're not gonna get near it, guys, okay?
My lord.
Jeez. I'm gonna zoom in on it for a second. I'm gonna use it to also block my focusing a little better. Make sure that focus is just perfect. Wow.
Yeah,
From that area,
there's definitely high
nobody
voltage
here.
right there.
Everyone evacuated.
That's pretty dangerous. Thank you, Eric, for
I
the
mean,
super
there's
chat.
nobody's gonna come out in these conditions. They're endangering their lives by doing it.
Like,
So,
I feel
and
like
it's
we
Shout
not,
out
it's
to
not
Christopher
hurting
as well for the
anybody,
$30
yeah,
Venmo.
so
Appreciate it.
I feel like
it's not gonna spread.
I don't know what to do, you know?
Now it's like kind of going away.
Good. Hopefully it fizzled out.
What if it just blows up, bro? You might get a huge power flash. You never know.
The fire is starting to go.
It was a
Fire's
big one.
kind
It
of
was
starting to
big
go out a
power
little bit,
flash,
but it's
yeah.
still
It was
going.
big.
Definitely do not want to get out of the car. That's.
By the way, I
for
want to
sure.
go back to here. Look at this. This is a flipped semi truck on I-95. This is mile marker 90.5 northbound. So this flipped semi. I think this is I think we're looking. I think we're looking northbound, but I think this is southbound. I think that's going the southbound direction. And that was probably either from a tornado or just high winds in general earlier. That happened not too long ago. Oh, wow. The winds are picking up now in Englewood Beach, Florida. Here's that live shot on the Radar Omega Project Mesovorts. Again, if you want to download the Radar Omega app, you can watch these if you become a subscriber inside the app. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Visibility's dropping quite a bit. Water's starting to rise now, and the water's obviously getting high. Look at that water. That's the biggest water rise that we've seen so far. And right over the little walkway. Trees are really whipping right now. Wind's picking up here right along the coastline here in West Florida. Do I own Radar Omega? No, I do not own Radar Omega. If I owned a weather app, I'd be... I don't even know, dude. That'd be crazy. If you guys are just tuning in, and this is live right now with Hurricane Milton making landfall here very soon. With water starting to come over on the beach here, we're about to see some major storm surge. And as a reminder, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're now 24 subscribers from 550K. So make sure to subscribe. Hit that goal. Download your app, Max. I'm not making a weather app. I'm not going to lie. Take way too much work. All right, we're 2 subscribers from 550, and there you go. We've gained 150 subscribers in like 3 days, I think. It's insane. Water's really rising right now. Thank you, Roberta, for the $20 super chat. We've also, this is the first time ever, we've officially hit 120,000 people watching. That's like 2 football stadiums. We've never had that happen before. It's crazy. This is the Cape Port Charlotte camera. Oh, that's this water's getting higher now. The water's really crashing along that little fence pole. So this storm surge here in Port Charlotte is really ramping up. Charlotte Harbor is getting, again, the forecast is 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, and we've already at least gotten a couple feet. The water's getting really high really fast. Right along the coastline here. Also, the wind is starting to pick up. Back over where Connor Croft is.
Inner eye is
They
still,
are again in the they're beginning to get into the eye wall
eye
of Hurricane
extends like
Milton.
this.
So the wind is going to start picking up. That's back over near Bradenton and Sarasota, Florida.
This right here, I cannot draw that, but that right there is still part of the eye. There's just not precept there. It's a little misleading. But the eye.
And again, those are several different cameras that we have across the board right now at the bottom of your screen. Radar Omega Mesovorts, both in Anna Marie Island and Port Charlotte, Florida. Then you got Connor Croft on the bottom right of your screen. We're gonna go back, I think, to let's just check in on all these cameras. We haven't looked at all of them recently. This is Venice Beach. So Venice Beach, still not seeing anything getting over that that lifeguard tower there yet, but it's supposed to get higher here very soon in terms of the storm surge. Wind is picking up quite a bit now in Venice Beach, Florida. Osprey, Florida. The water's getting pretty close to being over the dock, it looks like. I'm guessing these docks don't go any higher. So I think the water, yeah, the water's starting to crash onto the dock now. So water's starting to surge into the bay here as well in Osprey, Florida. The Siesta Key, Florida. And with all the debris that you see in the middle of your screen, that's all from Hurricane Helene a couple of weeks ago. So just an FYI. So that's not like today. That's from literally 2 weeks ago. So a lot of that's just leftover debris. So that's what we have a view of there. Storm surge will eventually get up to that point. And here's Anna Marie Island. The bench is hanging on, guys. It's still there. We still have the bench. Let me take off the camera so you can see it. The bench is still there. It is moving around. It is not secure, but the bench is still hanging on. Hopefully it hangs in there. I don't know if it will, though. I don't think it will. The water's getting pretty high. You can't even see the end of the pier anymore. The visibility's dropping. The end of the pier is not visible anymore. Yes, guys, we have a bench. I know, it's crazy. We had a bench for Debbie, and the bench is back for Milton. W's in the chat for Batman with the $50 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Austin, Moni, and as well as Nancy and Jason for the Venmos, and Hank. Appreciate the generosity. That bench is not going to be hanging on for much longer. I'm going to be honest with you. There's no way. I think it's still moving. I think the bench is, like, still moving around. The bench is not going to be there for much longer. It's just slowly but surely gonna probably go into the water. Thank you, Cammy, for the super chat. I'll definitely put that towards it. Don't worry. Again, guys, if you want to donate to the non-profit 501c for the Y'all Squad, do not super chat or Venmo me. You can if you want. I'll just put it towards it. But please go to the link in the description. It's the y'allsquad.org/max-velocity-y'all-squad. The link's down below if you want to donate to that. To help for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. But again, if you do end up super chatting or donating, and you say that, then I'll just put it towards it. But you also get a tax deduction if you do donate, because it's a non-profit. Interestingly enough, you know, there's a lot of dry air eating into the east side of this eye. The northwest side is actually where the worst of the wind's going to be going into Tampa Bay. We are going to see some big-time wind going into Tampa over the next couple of hours. I think the worst of the wind will actually be back up here near Tampa, believe it or not. Because we have a lot of dry air just eating in now to the east side of this eye, which is interesting. It's an interesting trend. That doesn't change the storm surge forecast. It's still going to be significant, but it's interesting. Thank you, Jesse, for the $100 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Some W's in the chat for Jesse. Apparently, the sheriff's office and emergency management is watching my live stream. I don't know which one, but somebody said that. W's. Thank you, Jay, for the generous $100 super chat as well. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Huge shout. Let's put some W's in the chat for our first responders out there. Huge shout out to them. There are reports of power flashes in Sarasota, Florida, by the way. So we're getting a report now of power flashes in Sarasota, Florida. Oh, we actually just had a big power flash.
Ramp it up.
I think we just missed it. Another power flash here in Bradenton, Florida. Let me go back a few seconds.
You can see the gusts a little better.
Oh man, look at it down there.
Right there. Yeah, there you go. That was the power flash. In Bradenton, Florida. Winds are picking up.
Ramp it up.
Shout out to YZ for the 5 Gifted members. Back to live.
Lightning again.
I think
Behind
these
us.
lights are flickering up here.
Maybe it was just one of those lights
Look at
flickering.
these lights keep flickering.
Tornado
up
warning
there.
still ongoing, by the way, for Stewart,
Yeah,
Florida,
I'm
and
just gonna
Fort
go over there. Let's
Pierce,
go back over
but the
there.
rotation has
Oh, you
mostly
take this
moved
right here.
offshore.
Wait, what?
Just take this right here.
How?
With that said, we actually do have a tornado in progress, or we have had one near Sailfish Point. Or it has, I think it just dropped. We just had a tornado drop over Sailfish Point, Florida. This is just dropped. So if you're in Sailfish Point, I mean, they've already gotten hit, but if you know any friends or family there, make sure they're okay. There's literally just a tornado literally just dropped as it's probably about to exit into the ocean. If not, if it does continue to stay in progress, it'll go right up A1A. And then the tornado warning for Fort Pierce probably going to be canceled. Tornado warning for Cape Canaveral has been canceled. Still got 3 big fish-nados offshore, so still watching those closely. Thank you, Monique, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Monique. Alright, guys. We're getting closer to landfall. We are sitting about... The eye right now is about 42 miles away from making landfall in Florida. So that means we are currently 3 hours, maybe a little bit less, away from landfall in Florida. That means the most major impacts to the coastal regions are going to be felt between now and about 11 o'clock or so. So we are still... Again, for those that are just tuning in, this is still the beginning. We are not even close to the peak of this. And a lot of people might think we're in the peak, but we're not. Look at this.
Oh, they're coming over. Holy cow,
Big
dude.
surge coming over Bradenton, Florida. This is again a live storm chaser, Connor Croft.
Okay, wait.
Huge storm surge coming over the wall.
I think we can get it better there.
W's in the chat for Jeff. Appreciate
Getting my
that.
car,
Gotta be careful.
getting my car crapped in salt water.
Yeah, oh yeah, and that's not good.
It's not ideal.
I was gonna have to get a new one.
Yeah, really.
Or just write it off or whatever. Alright,
Thank
here's
you,
our
me,
spot.
for the $100 super chat. You guys are
Last
crazy. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that looks evil, bro.
A big
That
wave
just
right
looks
there.
evil right now.
I don't know if I missed this, but thank you,
Wow.
Autumn, for the $100
Wow.
Venmo.
It's so
W's in the chat for
This
Autumn.
is going nuts! Look at the wind on the freaking palms there. Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Tizzy,
Not get stuck, guys.
Tibisay,
Yeah.
Larry.
I'm gonna start
for the Venmos as
slightly
well.
preparing to
It's right along
go
the
outside
coastline here.
on the very
Bradenton,
inner
Florida.
island. We're about
Waves
to
are
reach
really
like
getting high now.
high.
Wind's starting to pick up as well.
Preparing to go outside.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my
I don't even know where I put my helmet.
Thank you, Ty, for the $50 super chat. Thank you, Ligma.
I need to get
Ligma
my...
is a crazy
'cause
name
the
for the
thing is,
$20
here,
super
we
chat.
don't have anything to really worry about because there's not
You also
gonna be
Janny
debris
for the
coming
super
from
chat.
this way.
It's most important to have those safety goggles.
The wind is really picking up. Getting into the
I need to
Eyewall
get
right
all
now.
the way back there to my my bag because it's got my goggles. I should have got those out earlier. Unless you want to, we can
How is
go around
Connor
the
getting
corner of the
gas? They
parking
have
lot
gas,
and
like,
get out of
canisters
the way. I think
with them.
We should just do that.
So they prepared ahead of
I don't know how
time.
It's gonna be right now.
What?
Like the wind might be blowing it through still.
Through the parking garage.
No problem, Daniel.
Good.
Appreciate the
Could
generosity.
be. Almost 20,000 people watching, guys. Just 500 short.
Thank you also, Jacob, for the
That's
$10
crazy.
Venmo.
Welcome.
Welcome in, everybody. We're gonna be getting out
Our
on
next
foot
National
here
Hurricane
shortly.
Center positional
On foot
update will be in
coverage
about
begins. Do not
30
wanna miss
minutes or
this.
so.
I'm gonna put my safety goggles.
Guys are ripping. Once you get out of there, I'm gonna have to run back and get
I thought I
mine.
brought the safety goggles.
In the back at the bottom right for now. And this is Hurricane Milton. Getting closer to landfall. Thank you, Clips, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Oh! This is interesting. Fun fact. I didn't notice. I didn't notice this. We have birds. These are birds all in the eye of Milton. Those are birds that are in the eye of Milton. That's kind of crazy. By the way, Matthew Capucci, who's a meteorologist, Yeah, if you guys didn't see this, this was earlier, not live, but this was earlier in Fort Pierce, Florida. This large tornado, perhaps even upwards of 2 miles wide. One of the largest tornadoes we've ever seen in Florida by the looks of it. The debris was lofted as high as 30,000 feet into the atmosphere. Matthew Capucci thinks that we could see this being in either EF3 or EF4 tornado, which would be very rare for Florida. So, yeah. Yeah, if you want to see that photo, retweet it, whatever. It's on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Don't forget, you can follow us on Facebook as well. We're posting photos, videos, and updates on there at MaxVelocityWX, and we are also on Discord. The link is in the description. Thank you, Michelle, and as well as Michael for the Venmo donations. By the way, EF4 tornadoes for Florida are very rare. They are not common at all. What's with the pre-rating? I'm not pre-rating, or just based off of what we've seen. I mean, this isn't like a, I mean, it's pre-rating, but like what we saw in terms of intensity out of this tornado matches up pretty much with that sort of intensity. Like it was at least an intense tornado. There's no way we have that large of a tornado with the damage that I've already seen on Twitter. That's not like an intense type tornado. So, thank you, Dusty, for the super chat. We actually have a lot of dry air, though, feeding into the east side of the eye, so that's pretty interesting. Looks like the eye is starting to move now towards Sarasota. So we are going to see a landfall, probably in Sarasota or, like, Englewood, Florida. I don't think this is going up to Tampa. We could see it wobble before landfall, but... Storm surge is now really crashing here in Port Charlotte. Water keeps crashing, keeps getting higher. The birds are weakening the hurricane. That's not what I mean. It's back over in Englewood Beach, Florida. Four different camera views right now of Hurricane Milton. I'm not vaping. It's a water bottle. Oh my goodness. I need another water bottle. I need to get a water bottle fund going. I need a water bottle that does not look like this. Here's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Top of your screen there, tornado threat is expected to continue into this evening. That includes areas like central and western Florida, like Orlando, and then back over near Lake Okeechobee, Port St. Lucie, still have a potential for an isolated tornado. Wind is picking up here in Bradenton, Florida. Again, this is Storm Chaser Connor Croft.
Whoa, look at that!
With Freddie McKinney. Wind is definitely starting to pick up. Palm trees are swaying.
Alright, so chat, I'm gonna have to switch phones. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have to...
Also, all tornado warnings have expired. The warning counter on the right is not updated. But it will update in like 5 minutes. Thank you, Aaron, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member.
Bang my helmet into the...
We need water bottle merch. I think we have a water bottle on shopmaxvelocity.net. I could be wrong, though.
This phone rolling with the location. We're gonna go
We have at least some... We have a tumbler, I think.
Oh, he's doing some stuff.
Buzz Lightyear bottle. Imagine.
Hang with me,
Bench.
guys.
We have to go back and look at the bench, don't we?
Take you out of this case.
The bench is taking a beating. Bottom right of your screen, that bench is still taking a beating right now. And these are the project mesovorts on Radar Omega. You can download them with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And if you become a subscriber inside the app, you'll have access to these cameras. There are, I think, 8 or 9 now across the west coast of Florida. So the bench is still hanging on by a thread as the storm surge increases in Anna Marie Island, Florida. Also, today's stream is also brought to you by ESP Storm Shelters. If you need a storm shelter after the madness that we've seen in Florida, you might want to consider one. You can get an above-ground storm shelter from espshelter.com. It's the second to top link in the description. They hold up against EF5 protection, so any tornado that we saw today, it would be holding up against that. Very easy and also cheap to install. You can go to espshelter.com, second to top link in the description. They have Mario also for the Venmo. All right, let's go back and just this camera view for now. Looks like Connor's about to go out into the wind. I'm rooting for the bench. I think we're all rooting for the bench right now. If the bench is still there, but that'd be kind of crazy. That's not the same bench as the last storm. No, it's a different bench. The bench isn't going anywhere? I don't know, man. I don't think it's going to be there. Thank you, Bucks, for the $10 super chat. Hey, I appreciate you watching and stay safe. Thank you, Megan, for becoming a member. Thank you, Cammy, for the $5 super chat for y'all's hard work. Appreciate it. I appreciate that. Thank you. We've had, I don't know how much we've been live this week, but we've at least been live 40 plus hours, I think. And we've only been live really for the last like 4 days, maybe 5 days. Has been a crazy week or so of streaming. Thank you, Richard, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Richard. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. It's the red button down below. Okay, I was about to go to Connor, but he lost signal. Oh, what's that app called? Zello. Oh, he's back. All right. I'm going to go back to Connor. He has a pretty interesting view of the wind right now. It's the wind in Bradenton, Florida. Right along the shore. This is again live in Bradenton, Florida. We are Drake. We are collaborating with the Y'all Squad. We should have an overlay, but I never got an overlay. We're supposed to get one.
Got a little bit of a break. Just got a little bit more calm. The water ended the stream.
You should go swimming. Just bad of an idea that
got a little bit calm.
It is such a bad idea. Alright, so here's the deal. This is what's happening right now with Hurricane... That's the wrong button. There we go. This is what's happening right now with Hurricane Milton. We no longer have any tornado warnings. We can change to purple. But we no longer have any tornado warnings. But what we do have is, again, Hurricane Milton approaching landfall. Wind is really picking up out of the southwest here. We're going to have a lot of storm surge pushing into Cape Coral. We're going to have it pushing into Port Charlotte, as well as Englewood, Grove City. The worst of the storm surge as this makes landfall will probably be hammering along areas like Englewood back through Venice and Sarasota. And we have 5 different cameras that will be capturing that, along with, again, storm chasers that are in the area. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. And we're also watching for the worst of the wind probably to be up in this area here. So the worst of the wind should be going through with this yellow area, should be going through St. Petersburg and as well as eventually through Tampa. So the worst of the wind currently is on the north and west side of this hurricane. There are also a lot of birds on, you can see them on the correlation coefficient. There are a ton of birds that are actually around and inside of the eye of Hurricane Milton. So that's pretty interesting. And power outages are also starting to ramp up. Let's go ahead and check out poweroutage.us for the latest power outage info. 285,000 are without power. Indian River County has basically nobody with power after that large tornado. That entire county is essentially without power. Most of these counties were because of the tornadoes. These counties are because of the power outages, because of the, you know, the wind from Milton. Just letting you know your stream went down again. Thank you, Kurt, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Kurt. Thank you also, Debbie, for the $100 super chat. I don't know if I said that already, but thank you. Appreciate the generosity. I don't know if that just happened or I missed it. Oh, that just happened. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Adriana, also for the $10 donation. Thank you, Alana, for the $20 super chat. You guys are way too kind. Appreciate the generosity. Shout out to Rachel also for the $45 donation. I didn't see that one. Thank you. Yeah, many of those birds, they're not gonna, unfortunately, get through this. Thank you, Debbie and Chris, also for the $25 Venmos. Oh my god, you guys are crazy. There were birds stuck in the eye. Hurricane hunters a few days ago, when this was like north of the Yucatan, they actually reported birds being inside of the eye of Milton. And there are now birds that stuck inside of both Milton and the eye, and also on the east side of Milton. Are they alive? Yes, they wouldn't. I mean, we wouldn't see them on the map if they weren't in there. All that blue that you're seeing, that is all birds. Looks like the surge is starting to ramp up here right along the beach in Englewood, Florida. Water hasn't gotten really too high yet, but it is starting to get up there. It's taking a little bit of time, but it's getting over that walkway. We've seen water go over it a couple of times. The winds are picking up. Yeah, this area is expected to see between 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. And there's another big wave. We're not doing a 600k shirt. If we hit 600k subs, we're not doing a 600k shirt. We're only doing 500k, maybe 750, and then the next one will be 1 million. Thank you, Ann and David, for the generosity. This is a map from the National Weather Service. This is an important map I'm going to show you guys. This is a flood hazard outlook. It's experimental for Hurricane Milton. So they are currently expecting catastrophic flooding impacts anywhere in the purple. That includes Tampa Bay. That's near Lakeland, Florida. Goes all the way back through Charlotte Harbor. And then the considerable threat would be all the way back up through Jacksonville, all the way up and down the East Coast till about Fort Pierce, through Cape Canaveral, Daytona Beach, Orlando included in that. Their official points are already saying major flooding back over in like central Florida there. Lots of major flooding back over near Tampa as well already. So, and then limited flooding elsewhere. But it's an experimental tool, but they are expecting catastrophic flooding tonight, especially in the Tampa area where there is a lot of rain falling. W's in the chat for Shannon with the $100 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Guys, we don't have closed captions, and again, I've told this before, but the reason why we do not have closed captions is because if we have it on, the delay on the stream is like 20 or 30 seconds longer. So it would basically not be a live stream, it would just be a stream, if you know what I mean. So, and that can be a difference between telling you that, hey, there's a tornado on the ground right now, or 30 seconds later you hear about it. So that's why we do not have closed captions.
Over there is crazy, bro.
Here's Connor Croft right along the Bradenton River, and water's coming over. It's crashing along. This is the river, I'm going to try to get the river name. This is the Manatee River, for reference. This is the Manatee River. Yeah, this is live. Hey, Pennsylvania, the $50 super chat, appreciate that. Do Scarlet as well.
A little bit of a break.
With the super chat.
Calm down a little bit.
Need Jim for becoming a member.
Extreme wind warning!
Max, we need merch from this one. The only merch that we're doing is 500k merch. We really need to get a bench shirt, though. We really do. The moment we get a bench shirt, that's the moment that everybody's gonna be happy. We are currently at a Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. Our next update from the National Hurricane Center is in 20 minutes.
Wow. Really hasn't got up there.
No.
Thank you, Lavender, for the super chat. The All Squad is looking for volunteers. If you go to their Twitter page, they have information on it. It's at the All Squad on Twitter. They do have information on that.
My stream edited itself. It took me like a minute to get it
We
back
are,
up.
again, we are collaborating with the All Squad. We'd like to make a non-profit 501c3 donation. That's tax deductible. There is a link in the description to donate to the All Squad. I'll also post the link in the chat if you're interested. For Hurricane Milton relief efforts. Again, I'm not promoting this. This is not an advertisement. This is simply because I think that we are going to need to help the people in Florida after this disaster takes place. We've already seen a disaster with the tornado outbreak that we had today. And, you know, we're going to even see worse impacts from the storm surge that's already begun, and it's going to continue to get worse over the next several hours. And the wind damage is going to increase. Like, there's a lot of things that are going to ramp up here. W's in the chat for Susan, and as well as Central PA with the super chats. $100 super chat from Central PA. W's in the chat. And Richard. And W's for Debbie, Chris, David, and Brandon with the Venmos. And Jennifer and Jeffrey. And Jamie. Is the bench still there? I haven't looked. The bench keeps turning. The bench just keeps on turning. It's like turning more that way now. It was originally more straight. It's kind of more horizontal with the rocks. Now it's almost going perpendicular. Thank you, Pamela, for the $25 donation. The bench hasn't moved, the camera has? That is not true. That bench is definitely moving. That bench is literally, I think, that might even be in the sand. Like, that bench is moving. The camera, I mean, the camera might be moving. That bench was more straight, like, 2 hours ago. It was looking into the ocean. It's, like, crooked now. Somebody said it's chained. I don't know if that's true, but somebody did say it's changed. So if that's true, this is Anna Marie Island. We have the camera up on here, right? Oh, we do. Okay, we can just keep it there. Yeah, the bench is right there. All right, never mind. Yeah, we can just keep it there. Let me quickly fix this, though, just because... There we go. I didn't realize it was actually on the screen. Sounds good, Devlin. Will do. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate it. Brandon, Florida, and the winds are picking up as of 6:40 p.m. The wind is definitely going to start increasing. Again, the wind's going to really start increasing for Central Florida, and that's a big wave. Look at that. That's the largest surge that we've seen here. That was the largest surge so far. It's going to keep getting higher in Englewood, Florida. But, yeah, the wind is going to start to really pick up in, like, Central Florida by, like, 9 to 10 o'clock. Do you consider Beryl or Milton to be worse for tornadoes? Beryl was worse because it was multi-day, in my opinion. If we just consider the day of landfall, this one could be a close worst, depending on the intensity of that tornado in Fort Pierce. All right, we have breaking news. We now officially have an extreme wind warning that has been issued. This is a rare warning. Doesn't get issued very often, only for hurricanes that are producing significant wind over Category 3 intensity, but they have issued a high wind or extreme wind warning. That includes areas in Palm Harbor, Dunedin, Clearwater, Largo, Pinellas Park, St. Petersburg, Tierra Verde, Rubiana, Piney Point, Bradenton, Bay Shores Gardens, Duet, Keysville, Riverview, Tampa, Sun City Center, Brandon, Temple Terrace, Knights, and Plant City. If you are in this warning, you need to be away from windows and move into an interior room of your home or building, because Category 3 plus winds are expected in this area over the next few hours. Population of over 2.5 million is included in this. Oh, look at the choppy waters right now. Right in Bradenton, Florida. That extreme wind warning, by the way, goes until 9:30. Wow. Wind is really getting strong. I don't think he realized these changes to camera view. Go back to him in a second. you just realize that it's the backwards way. Thank you, Adams, for the $10 donation. Thank you, James, also for the $50 Venmo. W's in the chat for James. And also Steve for the $25 Venmo. Thank you, Pennsylvania Farm Table Company. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of wondering when they're going to get out of here, to be honest. This is right in the Manatee River in Bradenton, Florida. The waves are crashing along the wall, and they're going over. They're starting to go over, at least. The water's only gonna it's going to keep getting higher. It's a Category 3 hurricane. When you click on the thumbnail, it also says that. Just letting you guys know. It also says Cat 3.
Water doesn't come up. We'll have to get on the top floor of that parking garage.
We will in the future probably have something on the screen that actually says the intensity and when it's going to make landfall and stuff, but didn't really think of it this time around. The eye of Hurricane Milton is currently 32 miles or so away from making landfall in Florida. That means we're about 2 hours away. Now, for the record, that does not mean we are 2 hours away from impacts being done. The impacts are just getting started. Again, the worst of the impacts from Hurricane Milton are starting now, and they're going to go all the way probably through about 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, perhaps even later. So please keep that in mind. All right, I know a lot of people are kind of like, oh, this is not much so far, but like, again, the storm surge is just getting started. Like, here's Port Charlotte right now. Again, the beach was back here. Like, the water was way back here earlier. This pole is like almost all underwater now in Port Charlotte. We are seeing significant storm surge here. And it just continues to get higher. This storm surge just continues to get even worse in Port Charlotte. The water's not supposed to be up to those trees by any means. Like, the water should not be this high. Look how dirty that water is, too. A lot of sand and other stuff being swirled around here in the Charlotte Harbor. This is some of the highest storm surge that we've seen thus far, though, in Charlotte Harbor. And again, this area is forecasted to see 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. I'm not sure what they're at right now. I don't know if there's an exact number somewhere, but they're probably... they're definitely not at the 8 to 12 foot mark, I don't think, yet. This is just the start of it. You go a little bit further to the west in Englewood Beach. Again, the water hasn't gotten too high here yet, but it is starting to get up there. The water over here is actually much higher. It's a little bit further out to the, I don't know. What do you guys call this in Florida? Is this like an outpost? I don't know what this is called. A shed? A building? Whatever this is. The water looks like has gone up to it on the other side. It's just not over here yet. So the water's starting to surge. Looks like there's water right there, too. W's in the chat for Christopher with the $50 super chat. A pavilion? Okay. A gazebo? Gizmo? Gizmo? Gizmo. Gazebo? Is that a gazebo? That is a house. That is not a house. Bench update? Got a bench update in. Let's see what it's looking like. Still there. Bench is in the same spot I think as before. It honestly looks like it's kind of getting buried in the sand. I mean, if it's chained, as somebody said in the chat earlier, I don't know if it's accurate, but somebody did say that. If it is chained, then that would be kind of impressive. I'm not going to lie. Thank you, Robin, for the super chat. The bench is still there. You can actually see the end of the pier now. Is anybody still at that beach?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I was about to say, if anybody's at this beach, that'd be crazy. Water's starting to get up to that lifeguard tower, it looks like. So the water's getting up to the tower there. This is back over in Venice, Florida. We do have a new tornado warning that has been issued near Titusville, Florida. And that rotation currently just east of Titusville. Moving to the north-northwest. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. And brand new tornado warning for areas just east of Titusville, Florida. Yeah, seek shelter if you are in the pink polygon, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Amy, for the $25 super chat. Thank you, Walker Roofing, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Corey, as well. We do have a cam just outside of Tampa Bay. I think there are cameras actually in Tampa Bay. Let me check. Because I think we do have some, at least, live shots on the Tampa Bay cameras of Tampa Bay. I don't think Tampa Bay is that bad yet. Because, again, the eye is still south. And as long as it stays south, it shouldn't be that bad. Did the fish make it out? Honestly, there's probably fish in this water right now. Like, in the Charlotte Harbor here. There are probably fish. I wish I had another camera set up for the bottom right on this scene. Thank you, Eric, for the $10 super chat. The water's now getting up to the top of this pole. The water's starting to get to the top of that stick. I don't know how tall, I don't know how high that stick goes, but it's probably about 2 to 3 feet, maybe even a little bit higher. Definitely getting up there. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. 133 tornado warnings for the month in Florida. That's an all-time record for Florida. We've had that many. That's actually crazy. It's only been we're only 9 days into the month. That tornado warning, by the way, for Brevard County includes 64 people, so it's a very rural area. Florida has set a new record for most tornado warnings issued within a month with 134 warnings and counting. It's only the 9th day of the month. That's what I'm seeing on Twitter. We're only 9 days into this month. If we get another hurricane, we're going to even get more than that. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Hey, stay safe in St. Petersburg. Thank you also, Steven, for the generosity. Thank you, Jake, for the Venmo. The bench is drowning? It actually is starting to drown, isn't it? The bench is drowning, guys. It's going under. It's literally, it's getting close to drowning. The water's getting too high here in Anna Marie Island, Florida. There's no tornado warning in Volusia County right now. We only have one in Brevard County. My family on cruise from Tampa. How bad be? I don't know what you're trying to ask me. I don't know how there would even be a cruise right now out of Tampa. Alright, this parents with the $50 super chat just said that bench at AMI, which is Anna Marie Island, is a piece of steel. Just an FYI, they used to tie boats to it. So you're saying that this bench is going to stay here, but it might go underwater for a little bit. Is that what the conclusion is? The bench will actually not go into the water? The bench keeps moving around. I mean, it's been moving. It's not a bench? That's a bench. What else could that be? It's literally, like, it's a bench. Have Connor save the bench. I don't think he's going to go over and save the bench here. I don't think that's worth risking his life. Looks like for the time being, we don't really have a whole lot of rotation other than that one Titusville storm, so a lot of the tornadic activity has been offshore here over the last few hours. Plenty of fishnados on the east coast of Florida. And then on the flip side of things, the eye of Hurricane Milton is getting closer and closer to landfall. It's about 30 miles from landfall as of right now. Looks like Sanibel Island, Florida is starting to get some flooding. Let me see if do we have cameras in Sanibel Island? The storm surge is starting to come over in Sanibel Island. Full cam this again. This is the Sanibel Toll Plaza. This is live in Sanibel Toll Plaza. Very windy. Camera is shaking like crazy. Look at the trees. They're all bending. All that water surging up also onto the coastline here. I think some of the surge has begun to move inland as well. These are the Sanibel city. They're the city cams here. Oh wow, yeah. This is a road. Storm surge has now gotten onto the road. There's a house right there. Look how high the water's gotten. This is all storm surge. So storm surge in Sanibel Island, Florida has now gone inland. We are starting to see water go inland there. I remember when Hurricane Ian made landfall, looking at these cameras across Sanibel Island. Sanibel Island had a ton of storm surge when Ian happened. And this storm surge is getting really up there. Look at these waves crashing in Charlotte Harbor. They are getting higher and higher as we speak. The water's getting even higher. Like, this is really getting high now. It's getting crazy. Thank you, Allie, for the generosity. My dad's house is on Anna Marie Island. 3 feet of sand in the bottom of level of from Helene. Rough week. That's definitely rough. Thank you, Kevin, as well, for the generosity. Currently eating cheese curds, thinking how much of an amazing human you are, or selflessly saving lives on a consistent basis. Appreciate that. Thank you, Graham, also for the generosity. And Ronald. W's in the chat for both Ronald and Graham. I don't know who Charlie the Tuna is. No clue. No clue who that is. This is moments ago back over on Bella Vista, Florida, near St. Petersburg. The wind is very strong there. And this is just moments ago. Very strong wind there. How do I super chat? It's the money symbol. You can also donate with Venmo and the PayPal link, which is in the description. What is that car doing? Yes, that's a car. I have no clue. There are a lot of cars parked on that bridge. Big power flashes on Venice 2 camera. There's a Venice 2 camera? Oh, we have 2 cameras in Venice? Bro, I had no clue. There's another camera here in Venice. This is a storm surge moving inland right now. This is, again, the Radar Omega Mesovorts. If you want to check these out, you can become a subscriber on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. And again, this is a live shot here in Venice, Florida. I didn't realize we had this. My apologies. I had no clue. Thank you for whoever pointed that out. There apparently have been power flashes here, so we might see some in the distance. Is that a new bench? Oh yeah, there's another bench. Dude, we got benches everywhere. We got another bench. We got 2. 3. We got 4. We got 5. I think we got 6 benches on this we got 5 benches on this camera. But yeah, water's not supposed to be this high. Let's get some W benches in the chat. They're all here. Somebody just said it's a benchmark. This guy's trying to make jokes about benches. Hurricane Milton. It's getting very close to landfall here in Florida. And very close to landfall. We're about an hour and a half out from landfall. Thank you, Krager, for the super chat. Yeah, floating bench meter? Actually, that's a good idea. We should. We really should do a lot more with the bench stuff. You get a full-blown bench meter going. Alright, let me make sure I'm not missing any other cameras. I don't know if there are any others that I might have missed. Yeah, I think that was the only one that I did not know about. Alright. I say, like, that kind of caught me off guard. This is in Englewood Beach, Florida. Are benches real? They are. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon as well so you're notified with the latest updates. Also, make sure to like the stream. Does help get this out to more people. Again, this is Hurricane Milton in Florida. If you're just tuning in, it is going to be making landfall in approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours. The eye of Hurricane Milton still about 25 miles away from making landfall. Again, storm surge is still ramping up here, especially for Englewood and back through Port Charlotte. The winds and the rain are really ramping up, especially on the northern side of the Eyewall, mainly from St. Petersburg back through Tampa and Lakeland, Florida. We are going to see really significant storm surge, or significant flooding, I think, in areas like St. Petersburg, Tampa, Lakeland, Spring Hill, as heavy rain continues to fall in those areas. Looks like the worst of the wind as of right now is on the northern side of this eye, so that's going to all be moving into Tampa. It's going to be basically beelining across Interstate 4 through Lakeland and probably going through Orlando as we go into the next several hours. So wind impacts expected to remain very prevalent here throughout the rest of this evening. So continue to stay very vigilant as Hurricane Milton again is approaching landfall here in Florida. And right now, this is live back over in Siesta Key, Florida. Siesta Key not looking too shabby so far. Wind is picking up, but conditions are deteriorating. And back over to the bench. The bench is still there. Bottom right of your screen. Bench is still there in Anne Marie Island, Florida. It's pop, not soda. I don't drink soda. I haven't had a soda in 70 days. The water continue. Whoa, look at this. Big wave. Big wave coming in. Englewood Beach, Florida. Water is starting to really surge in now. Power in Lakeland is going out. That's a new report from Lakeland, Florida. Power is going out. And power is going to continue to go out. It's expected to be widespread. Huge shout out to Roger with the $70 Venmo and Madison with the $50 Venmo. As well as Brady and Andy with the Venmos. Appreciate that. Whoa. That.
Yes.
What is that?
I got KFC earlier today.
Yeah.
I can't even tell what that is. Some debris in the roadway here in Bradenton, Florida.
Isn't everything just
Is that the KFC sign?
Yeah, what are the odds
The
that
KFC
Colonel just
sign is
flies at
down.
us?
KFC sign has gone down. No more Popeye, or
Man.
Popeye, I was about to say
That's one way
Popeye's
to get
chicken.
taken out is by the
Look at
Colonel.
that. Chat, look
Where
how
is
fast
KFC
these clouds are
anyways?
moving.
Just ripping.
Look at those clouds
One
moving.
gust and that thing's gone.
Where is the KFC? Would have thought the Colonel will be down here in the middle of the road.
Just got ripped off that sign right there.
That's where it came from.
Just gonna hit a big gust.
Well,
zoom this out for a second so I can look at chat without that thing shaking around so much. Yep, rip.
Hey, Chris. Put some notes in the chat for Chris. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you for the $100 super chat.
Yeah.
7 hours of commercial-free storm coverage.
So far has not wanted to go.
Literally what this is.
Yep. Colonel just got blown off and now it's sitting there.
Just needed to move.
JJ, there is no tornado warning in Volusia County.
Better watch out. I never
Or
know.
no tornado warnings in any of Florida, actually, right now.
What's it doing? It's just hopping right there.
You're just tuning in. This is the KFC sign. It's down in Bradenton, Florida.
Like what?
I can't do that KFC.
Hey, Delphi for the super chat.
Dude, me neither.
Like,
Appreciate that. Thank you. How do you join the channel? It's the join button down below.
Yeah, look.
Or the
We'll come
third
back
to
and
top
check
link in
on
the
Colonel a
description.
little bit later. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You gotta be joking.
Right, it literally just moved as he looked away.
You gotta be kidding.
The sign is literally moving across the road.
Like, come on, we were watching
It's
that.
crazy. Ooh, let's go to Brandon Kopic.
Yeah, like we wanted
Watch this closely. Look at the right side of your screen. Big power flash right there. Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar Omega. You can watch him on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Brandon Kopic currently also in Brandon, Florida. He is approaching the Eyewall. But there are power flashes.
Power flash, multiple power flashes, and
He's got Corey Gherkin making his way out there as well.
perfect position.
Let's go back to Port Charlotte, where the worst of the storm surge has been. That pole that we have there, that stick, whatever you want to call it, the water keeps on getting higher. This storm surge is very high in Port Charlotte. This is, again, you can't really tell how far it goes inland, but that's very significant. This area easily floods, so. It is a Category 3 hurricane. You have a donation charity link. Yes. We are going to pin... I'll pin it in the chat. Alright, pin the link in the chat if you guys want to donate. If you want to donate to the Y'all Squad through the Max Velocity campaign, it is the top link in the description, or it's the top link in the chat. There's also a link in the description. You have to go down a little ways, though. And we've already raised, you guys are awesome. We've already raised $7,500 for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. W's in the chat. Huge shout out to anybody that's donated. And it is a non-profit 501c. Max Velocity, again, collaborating with the Y'all Squad to raise money for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. If you would like to donate, it is the pinned link in the chat. I'd much rather you guys donate to that than donate to me. So if you want to donate to that, it is the pinned link in the chat. Huge shout out to Madison, Katie with the $50 Venmos. Thank you, Stuart, Alex, Ania, Andy, Brady, Roger for the Venmos. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chris, for the $20 super chat. Chris, the category doesn't matter. I've talked about this. like the intensity that we are already seeing with storm surge, this was expected regardless of the category. So, in my opinion, no. I mean, the category, again, it's a number at this point. It's not really that big of a deal. It's still 120 mile per hour winds. Like 130 versus 120 is the difference between a Cat 3 and a Cat 4. In my opinion, that's not that big of a difference. It's a difference, but it's not a major difference. So I again, unless this made landfall as like a 105 Cat 2, I don't think there's any major difference. This is still a very intense hurricane, and we've been seeing that in real time. This hurricane in real time has been an intense, hurricane. We've already seen a lot of storm surge. Again, we haven't even reached the peak really, but we've already seen a lot of storm surge, and it looks like Englewood is also starting to see that storm surge now. Englewood Beach is also starting to ramp up with storm surge. Thank you, Stephanie, for the 5 gifted members. W's in the chat for Stephanie. Our new National Hurricane Center update is out. The latest update is that this is still a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. The pressure is also up to 952 millibars.
I feel like it's
look at the wind here.
Windy in one spot.
Literally
Back over in Bradenton, Florida.
Coming off the water. It's crazy.
It's weird because like
Wind in Bradenton, Florida. We're really picking up now.
I don't even know. I guess, yeah, the trees over there.
Maybe. Maybe it's a little more onshore there or something.
Could be.
It's just working its way down, but like just down there, it's going.
It's ripping. Fort Myers is underwater again. That's sad. That's
I
so
actually
sad.
really hate to see that. I mean,
That's just so sad.
I mean, obviously we hate hurricanes just doing anything to people, but when it hits the same spot,
Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate the,
I mean, they're already like
super chat.
healing
Thank you.
from the impacts of Ian. They probably still haven't fixed everything, so it just sucks. Freaking Florida, man, cannot catch a break.
Who's screaming?
I don't know. Somebody's screaming.
Somebody's
Wow.
screaming.
This is a 4-camera view of everything that's happening right now at these high-profile cameras. Bottom right of your screen, very high winds. Bottom left, bottom of your screen, storm surge. Middle of your screen, that's storm surge on Englewood Beach, Florida. Really ramping up right now. Again, we are closing on landfall, which, again, the peak of this is going to be closer to landfall and just after landfall with storm surge. Thank you, Donna, for the Venmo. Go back to the person screaming. What, this?
90K.
600
100?
away.
600 away from 90K.
So, chat, we got 10,000 people watching the stream right now. If you guys go over to Connor's stream, what do you need again?
I literally need 600 subs.
600 subs. I guarantee you.
This is both Freddie McKinney and Connor Croft, by the way. They're both in the same car.
so
For
like
one.
that. Oh yeah, don't worry.
People that
we're
are
gonna
saying
be
like go to
watching this
Freddie,
car
they're in
ASAP
the
as
same
soon as I
exact
get out
car,
of here
same
anyway.
exact POV.
Rust.
Yeah.
The rust is gonna go insane if you don't. Dude, where's Stormrunner?
I have no idea.
Hold up. I gotta find out where they're at. I think they're alright. And they should be, but
Yeah, I know. We're already.
what?
I know I'm already covered in salt.
Hey,
water,
Michael,
but-
appreciate
they're
it.
like all the way over the other side there.
Oh, they're on the bridge.
The other bridge.
Oh.
Jeez.
All right, we're getting close to where this Eyewall should start to ramp back up. Robert,
up,
welcome to the
Gina?
Bears Cage.
90K on the other. What stream are we on that is 90K? Probably Max.
Probably Max or
What's up, Max?
Breed.
Breed.
Breed has 90K. Woo, that's whipping.
Reed has 90K?
So probably.
Wow.
Hey, I got 9K. Reed has 90K. You know.
Reed does have 90K. Holy cow. Max has
Back to our
100.
4-cam view again. Here's another big wave. Here we go. Another big wave here in Englewood Beach, Florida. I can't believe this. We have 107,000 people watching. It's insane. That's a lot of people, you know? Thank you, Bob, for becoming a member. Where's the eye? It's about 25 miles to the west of Sarasota. If you're wondering about different storm chasers, by the way, the links to all the storm chasers that we have are in the description. Ooh, wind's picking up. Look at this.
For 100.
Big,
Dude, look at
big
this.
wind gust here.
Car's shaking.
Eye is approaching
Car's
Bradenton,
shaking
Florida. The
big
wind's
time.
really picking up now.
It's actually starting to go nuts.
We're starting to get a little bit close to that pure northern Eyewall.
It's got to be what it is.
It's gonna be.
W's in the
ripping
chat
big
for
time
Kate with
across
the
this
$50
place.
Venmo,
Looks like
and also
BL.
Linda with the Venmo, and Mark.
You got people just out driving around there.
Wow. Look at
I
that
did wear the
wind.
costume last night, yes, if you're wondering, yes.
Simon, thank you so much.
Bro, you just gained like freaking 600 subs in like
Dude,
a minute or something.
Dude,
That's
now
crazy.
I'm
bro.
definitely hitting 100K by the end of
The Eye of
year.
Milton
Look at
is
that.
still about 25, 27 miles offshore.
Yeah.
She's starting to cook.
It's
We
blowing
still got
out, the
over an
wind's
hour. We
blowing
got
out
probably
that
about half an hour and a
backwards.
half until landfall still.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Let's go. Appreciate it, everybody.
If this gets much stronger, we might have to get back out.
Dude, I mean, the wind is ripping, clearly. I mean,
Dude, this is nuts.
Wind is really picking up.
Look, we're gonna get right.
I
Dude,
know.
if that's what it is right now, it's gonna
I know,
get
this Eyewall's-
unbelievable.
I mean, it's
here
gonna,
soon.
yeah, eventually that water's gonna be coming right at us right here, too.
Do
you know?
not go anywhere, guys.
Pearls, thank you for the super chat. Zoom out, zoom out.
Zoom out.
They're talking to me.
Oh.
Your stream's already zoomed out,
Okay,
but
look at that
I was just zooming in to get that
Don't
water
forget,
better,
like
but-
the stream if
think
you're
that's a
enjoying
good
it,
zoom
and
level right
make sure to
there.
like the stream. Helps
I'm
get this
zoomed
out to more
out, my
people.
goodness.
And we are still over an hour away from landfall, and the wind's really starting to pick up now in Bradenton, Florida.
It
That's
might be,
crazy.
you know.
Make sure to
Guys are
subscribe to the channel as
incredible.
well if
The
you're
support on
new.
these streams is amazing. Love you guys. Dude, look at the freaking
Dude, it's so
Clouds
crazy
there?
right here. Yeah, we can see the clouds too.
what? That just looks
Look
scary,
at that
man.
cloud over there, chat.
That just looks just.
You can see the hole in the cloud. Gina, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, it's power flashes. The
Where?
power flashes across the bay.
Wait, really?
Yes, you can see them.
We are quickly approaching nighttime. What happened in Anna Marie Island? The heck? Is that the right camera? What happened in Anna Marie Island? Did the camera break? I don't know what's going on that camera. The bench, I can't even see the bench anymore. I have to switch it out for the Englewood Beach camera. Give me 1 second. I think we're gonna have to swap it out. The Englewood Beach camera we're gonna have to get. 'Cause I think Anna Marie Island, I think that camera just went out or something. Give me 1 second. We're gonna go back to Connor again.
It's easy.
Backing up
So I
right
can
in there.
switch out that camera.
It was turning.
I don't know. I
something.
don't know
was
what
like,
happened to that
back.
camera.
was like,
I don't know.
I
if-
mean, there's a chance he doesn't see.
I don't know. I don't really know.
Don't know. We got another chaser here. I don't know who he is, but what's up?
Thanks for the super chat, guys. Put you on a half screen for a second to show you a little bit bigger where we are. See that Eyewall, that red
Hey, Tanya, for becoming a
out
member.
in the ocean, that's heading right for us. Oh, my bad, guys. I'm gonna turn off the wipers altogether. don't
Dakota,
even
I
need them,
know.
really.
It's crazy.
Maybe
My
like
bad.
one wipe or something.
Yeah, my bad, my bad, my bad. We almost got 10K likes in the stream. Oh my gosh.
Holy cow.
Almost got 10K likes.
Okay, back to this. Now we got 3 cameras up. The other one seems to have gone down. Ooh, just had a big power flash on Connor's stream.
When that happened, so
Really?
it must have been like.
We're going
triggered by
back
that.
like 10 seconds.
I heard
this.
that weird
Yeah,
noise.
Power
I was
flash moments
like,
ago.
what?
Did you hear? Like, what was that?
Yeah, what was that?
It was that thing.
that was weird, bro.
Dude, that tripped me out. But there was a huge power flash when that happened. So
Really?
it must have been like.
Wind is
triggered by
really
that.
surging now here
That
in
was
Bradenton,
trippy.
Florida. This is the worst of the wind that we've seen thus far.
Oh! Whoa! We're
Going back live. This is probably about 100 mile per hour winds right now in Bradenton, Florida.
We're about to get
Yep.
into that northern Eyewall chat.
We're still not in the most intense.
Shout out to
part of
Bonnie
this.
for becoming a VIP Velocity member.
Sharky, thanks for becoming a member. Bailey, thanks for becoming a member there. Can't get to you all, but thank you. Oh! Car's just buffeting, bro. This is nuts. That guy driving through it.
Driving through it like an animal, like a pure Chad.
Oh my.
Whoa!
Roll the window real quick.
No.
Alright, you might have to get the... Yeah, I didn't know.
Now the wipers
Now
gotta
the
go,
wipers
guys.
are
Sorry.
good.
The wipers gotta go now, guys.
I'm gonna leave this. Oh.
Oh!
I'm gonna leave this on for 2 seconds. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Holy cow.
Oh my gosh.
Those waves might start coming over. Bailey, thank you for the super chat. Endgame, thank you for the super chat. Lawrence, thank you for the super chat.
Wow, it's ripping!
We're approaching 100 here. This is big time wind, extreme wind warning here. This is why.
Oh!
This is insane,
That's
dude.
getting crazy.
Crazy, crazy wind here. We told you the other side of the Eyewall was more intense.
Yeah. We're not even in it yet, really. We're not even in the backside. We're in like we're in the northeast Eyewall. We're not
Huge
even
shout out
there
to
yet.
James, Russ,
Gina,
and
thank you for that
Bradley,
super
also with the
chat.
Venmo donations.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome in. We're in Bradenton. Things are starting to ramp up. We're getting towards that back Eyewall.
Look at the velocities there.
Oh my
Holy
gosh.
cow, let me pull that back up. Holy cow, guys, look at the velocities in that Eyewall right there. That is insane.
Look at
That's
this.
what we're about to get into. Look at it on Connors.
Look at that. See how we're
Oh.
getting into those big time
Yeah.
velocities on the backside. Oh man.
This is gonna get nuts. This is gonna
That's
go
what we're looking
insane,
for
bro.
right there, guys.
Yep. All right, starting to feel it though. That car like drove up.
All right. Milton again is within hours of landfall here in Florida. The eye is only about 25 miles offshore. It is quickly approaching a landfall, more than likely in Sarasota or Longboat Key, Florida. And there are several cameras going to be right near this eye. The wind is crazy. We're just going to go back to Connor. Look at the wind. It's crazy.
Hey!
Are you watching the stream?
Give it a second to load here. Maybe it'll load.
What are they doing? They're watching the stream?
Maybe it won't. There we go.
Are you watching the stream?
Wind is still very crazy here.
There's no way.
Pull up
There's
there.
no way.
Let me go back to these cameras, though. We got some cameras. Also, this is the Osprey. If you guys remember, this is the Osprey Florida camera. Water's actually going over the dock now. You can see it here, too. Water's now going over the dock. It is in night vision mode. So it's a lot darker, but you can see the water is now going over the dock there. In Osprey, Florida. Back over in Venice, Florida. The water has now gone over the lifeguard tower. Is now moving inland further. So storm surge continues to ramp up. Port Charlotte, Florida has the absolute worst storm surge that we've seen thus far. You can no longer see that pole. The pole is now not there. You can't even see it anymore. Instead, all the water now surging into the beach. Trees are being hit very hard as well. This is leaking inland as well. So we are seeing significant storm surge right now here in Port Charlotte, Florida, which again is basically like Tampa Bay, where water is hard to get let out of there. So that water is just going to kind of stick up in there. This is over in Englewood Beach. The storm surge really ramping up now. We are starting to see the water really get over now this little walkway. So that water is pushing more inland, continuing to become a bigger problem here. Venice, Florida. We got a few others as well. We got Siesta Key, Florida. Nothing yet, but we're going to continue to keep a close eye there. And then back up in Anna Marie Island, it is just pouring. You can't even see anything right now. The rain is very heavy right now, heading in the direction of St. Petersburg, Tampa, and Clearwater, Florida. So again, we are starting to get a little bit closer right now to the peak of the really bad weather conditions that we're seeing in terms of storm surge, hurricane force winds, and flooding rainfall. We also have a camera. I forgot. We have a couple others. We have the Osprey one. We have the other one in Venice, Florida, though, and this is right in a little bit further inland, but you can see all the water here. All that water is not supposed to be there, so we're starting to see water move more to the inland areas now as storm surge continues to increase. The water is getting higher, so we are starting to see more and more impacts being felt here across Florida. And bottom of your screen are several of those cameras right now that are all picking up on storm surge. Got Englewood Beach, Florida, and Port Charlotte, Florida. Let's go back to Englewood Beach, Florida, and we'll full screen that one. Landfall has not happened yet. We are still over an hour from landfall. Thank you, Taylor, for the Venmo. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat, and also Rebecca for the super chat. And this water just keeps getting higher and higher in Englewood Beach, Florida. At some point, I think soon, we're going to see this water actually, like, come more inland. Like, we've seen big waves going over this little mound. I think it's really going to start to raise in height here really soon. Here it comes. Another big wave. Look at that. Crashing right against the walkway. Another big wave. Apparently Connor's picked somebody up. I don't know what exactly happened. Connor and Freddy picked somebody up. I don't know what happened there. Somebody just said, I lost my pool cage screen in East Bradenton in the chat. There might be flying trampolines out there too. Don't forget about the flying trampolines. And we have a gone forever risk for flying trampolines today in Florida. So you can expect your trampoline to be in another zip code tomorrow if you didn't hatch it down. Wind is really starting to pick up now near Englewood, Florida, back through Sarasota. Again, this is like the dry side of the hurricane almost. We don't really have any rain really in this part of the hurricane. Mostly, again, birds that are stuck inside of the eye. But aside from that, again, it's just a lot of dry air here on the eastern side of the eye of Hurricane Milton. And the worst of the storm surge right now in Port Charlotte, Florida. It is nighttime. The water is actually getting closer to the camera level right now in Port Charlotte, Florida. It's starting to really get up there. It is nighttime, so again, it's going to be darker, obviously, on these cameras, but... Englewood Beach... Okay, so we're starting to see the water now come over in Englewood Beach, Florida. We still got some big waves coming in. All the westerly winds are pushing this water inland. So somebody just said, or somebody super chatted and said, wrote out Isabel, a weakening Cat 1 that had been a Cat 5 at one point. Crazy surge. Milton is punching above his weight class just like forecasted. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, people underestimate the surge even with a weakening hurricane. It happened with Katrina. Happened with... It didn't really happen with Ian. Ian stayed intense, but it's happened with several hurricanes. And that's why it was forecasted to be a significant surge event, even with the wind decreasing upon landfall. Like, you can see the surge is just really significant right now. The wind's picking up also on the bridge here where Connor's at.
You got a card?
Running over some branches, it looks like.
Just YouTube.
We're pure YouTube.
Well, you're on YouTube, but
Yeah.
you gotta have a name. You gotta have a,
So, Fred...
Side of the Eyewall.
You have to spell that out.
It's getting crazy. Thank you, Rachel, for the $10 Venmo. Did I miss a bench update? We haven't really had a bench update. The camera went into night vision mode and we can't see it anymore. So we cannot see the bench, unfortunately. Somebody just said in chat, power is out in Hudson, which is Pasco County. Our next National Hurricane Center positional update will be at 8 o'clock, which is in a little under 30 minutes from now. As a reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. And we do live coverage like this all the time. Like the stream, it does help get this out to more people as well. And if you'd like to support Hurricane Milton relief efforts, you can click the pinned link in the chat. We are closing in on $10,000 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. We're gonna definitely need it with how many impacts have already been felt here in Florida with tornadoes and now the storm surge, hurricane force winds that are increasing as well. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate you tuning in. We're gonna get an update on the power outages. We now have 362,000 people without power in the state of Florida. A lot of those still remain in eastern Florida where there were several tornadoes, but we are starting to see power outages increasing where the landfall is expected. And again, this is according to poweroutage.us. 362,000 are without power now in Florida. It's going to keep going up. We're probably going to be over 1 million in a few hours. And also, wind is picking up again.
Water comes over that wall.
In Bradenton, Florida, right in the Eyewall.
We're talking 18-foot swells at the beach, which I'm 17 miles away.
Okay.
But still, man, if it goes 10 feet here, even 8 feet, we're in trouble. You'll see my building when you get there.
Right.
It's about 6 feet high, 5 feet high. But still, even if it goes up...
Wow, we are getting big surge now in
7.
Englewood Beach, Florida. Look at that water coming in now. It's almost all flooding over the boardwalk now. So this storm surge all pushing in now. It's really pushing in. It's hard to see with the rain going right against the camera because the rain's coming out of the south because of the wind, or southeast, or no, southwest. But again, all that water pushing right over the boardwalk right now. Water's really getting high. And then back over in Venice, Florida. That water should be getting up here pretty soon. I think Venice, Florida is going to look similar to what we're seeing in Englewood here soon. Just missed this. Power flash.
Yeah, when you go...
Moments ago.
Ah, there it
With
is.
the atrium, let me out.
In Bradenton, Florida.
Keep going past the atrium, because you can't turn there. You gotta go
Oh, oh!
past.
There it is.
Like all
Big
this
blue
shit.
flash.
You guys are like 2 little kids. Yeah, when you go past the atrium.
Anna.
And I'm from Nebraska.
I'm from Chicago, man.
Hey! Nice. Yeah,
Shout out to Andrew with the $30
Also from the
Venmo.
Mid-
you know where
Midwest.
Valparaiso, Indiana is?
Appreciate that.
Gary, kind of by Gary.
I don't know, man, but I gotta give you this.
No, no.
They also Andre, Jessica,
Okay,
Brett,
man, okay.
Austin,
Okay.
Hey, I
and Rachel
appreciate
with
it,
the
man.
Venmos.
Believe me.
Venmo donations.
I'm just glad you're here.
Man, the rain is actually, they got rain and also probably the salt water blowing. Whoa, big wave right there. Yeah, this water is going in now. If this was happening an hour ago, you'd be able to see it more clearly, but that water is just smacking up against the boardwalk now. This is the first legitimate time that we've actually seen it flooding over. Here it comes again. Another big one. It looks like a blizzard. Imagine if the cameras had audio, we would all not have earbuds after, or earbuds. Yeah, we won't have earbuds tomorrow. Wouldn't be able to hear after tomorrow if that was the case. Somebody asked in the chat, can small shrimp get sucked up into the eye? I don't even know what that, I don't know. It's a weird question. Can we see Port Charlotte? Yeah, this is Port Charlotte. It's on the bottom right of your screen too. This is live in Port Charlotte. Storm surge still very high here in Port Charlotte. Man, you can't see anything now. Look at that. Jeez. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that. W's in the chat for Doug. Thank you, Sarah, for the super chat as well. Do you think bingo is canceled? I would assume so much, honestly. If bingo's not canceled, I'm concerned. Huge shout out to Michael with the $50 donation, with the donation link. Thank you for the awesome coverage. We're here in Colorado. Our daughter and grandbabies are in a bathtub in Melbourne. Thank you for the donation. Thank you also, Mark, for the $10 donation from Pennsylvania. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We are posting lots of photos and videos on there. Also, make sure to follow us on Facebook, same handle at MaxVelocityWX. Links are in the description. You can also join our Discord server and join our community. The link is down below. We do have a new update from the Weather Prediction Center. Major to catastrophic flooding is expected anywhere in this purple outlined area. They are expecting at least 5 to 8 inches of rain in this area, perhaps even more. So anywhere in the purple, that entire area, you need to make sure that you are ready for the flooding potential. If you're in a low-lying area, you shouldn't be there. Catastrophic flooding is major, at least major, but if not catastrophic flooding expected in that entire area. Wind gusts are up to 90 miles per hour now, near Bradenton, Florida, by the way.
That guy, the bro did not care about.
W's in the chat for John with the $50 super chat. Appreciate it. Also, Billy Bob for the Venmo. We see the Helene debris camera. Not sure anything's happening there yet. This is the debris camera on the top of your screen. Nothing's really happened there yet. Just windy and raining. This camera is by far one of the crazier ones that we have. Both Port Charlotte and Englewood Beach. Again, these are the Project Mesovorts on Radar Omega. All the water surging here onto the boardwalk. Keeps on surging. If you are new to the channel, by the way, make sure to subscribe. Hey, Patriot for the super chat. Wow, this water is the camera. I don't know how high the camera's propped up, but I mean, this boardwalk, that's the boardwalk right there. It's hard to see. That's the boardwalk. All the water just keeps hitting it. It's almost gonna go like the water's almost gonna just be flooding over it here soon. These cameras are holding in really well. Shout out to Radar Omega for keeping these cameras intact in good spots. Storm surge continues in Port Charlotte as well. That'll continue to be at the bottom right of your screen on whenever we're on this scene. But again, Hurricane Milton is closing in on landfall. We are still about 20 miles from landfall, so we still have a little over an hour, I would say, until landfall, which means the catastrophic impacts for areas like Englewood are still not even at the peak. Like, what we're seeing in Englewood is still not the peak of the storm surge. So, and also, here's Venice. Look at this. Water's coming up in Venice. Venice, Florida. We're starting to see the water now surging. It's actually going down this walkway now. I know it's hard to see, but it's now going down the walkway. So we are starting to see that water surge here in Venice, Florida, right on the beach. Now going down the sandy walkway there. Thank you, Troy and Mello. Appreciate it. Thank you, Nicholas, for becoming a member. Oh, just had a power flash right there. You guys see that? I just clicked onto it. Just had a power flash right here in the background. It just happened. Apparently there have been several power flashes on that camera. Hey, Robert, also for the $20 donation on PayPal. Hey, John, appreciate that. Wow, these waves are crashing. Look at that. They're like whipping in here. They're going really fast. They're going like car speed. That wave, I think, just bounced water into the camera. Surge is crazy. Look at the wind
look at the
in Bradenton, Florida.
Waves.
Waves are sloshing over.
Slosh over.
Bradenton, Florida's seeing probably around 100 mile per hour winds right now. This is live.
Yeah,
They
trees.
down?
Oh
yeah,
the
down.
power pole's down.
These
See that-
trees
see
are
that
knocked
light?
over.
That is really
Trees are knocked
strong
over and
winds.
the lights down.
I think I see a wild storm.
This could be a wild storm under media. Absolutely destroying the rental. Wow. Just pounding the rental in seawater.
Yep, that's them.
Yep.
W rental. Another branch or tree or something down
Look
there.
at all those
too.
locations.
Very windy in
I've seen everything
Bradenton, Florida.
Utah, Wyoming, UK,
All over.
London.
Yeah, look at this. The storm surge just keeps crashing onto the boardwalk. Another big one. That one wasn't as big as the last one. Hey, Nancy, for becoming a member. Somebody just said in the chat, I'm from South Venice, Florida. Anyone want to hop on Fortnite right now? I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think now is the time to hop on Fortnite.
All year long we've been doing this.
Thank you, Chris, for the
Oh, yeah,
super
that
chat.
northern back Eyewall's headed
It's
right
gonna
for
get
us.
even more intense.
We officially
bro.
have hit 20,000 people watching. Oh my gosh, that's a record by like
Wow.
5K. Welcome in, everyone.
What's that?
That sounds like something hit the vehicle.
Yeah, I think some debris just hit the car.
Not sure what kind of debris, but CR, thanks for the super chat, man.
Still going. Oregon, Canada.
Power's
Alright,
out in
guys,
safety
this is what
harbor,
we're
what somebody just said in the
If you
chat.
think the wind is crazy now,
Yeah, and Hurricane Milton approaching landfall. Very heavy rain is currently falling across much of Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, and then back through areas near Lakeland. Flooding is very likely, could be even major to catastrophic across the Tampa Bay area over the next several hours. And apparently St. Augustine area is starting to see some storm surge, which they're, by the way, back over here on the East Coast. So storm surge is starting to begin to be more of a problem here on the East Coast of Florida. Not an area that we have any cameras, but 3 to 5 feet of storm surge will be possible, mostly overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Go back to the wind.
coming up.
Maybe we
Oh, I'm sorry, we got plenty.
almost wanna get out of the car.
We got plenty
Look
of
at big
elevation.
power flashes out my window.
There's so many power flashes.
Just
not even
chaos
funny.
here, guys.
There's a flash flood warning now in effect for
Still
Polk and
power here,
Sumter
though.
counties until
That just
10:45 p.m. tonight, by the way. That's the latest information. Basically all of Tampa and St.
Come
Petersburg
on, guys!
area.
Almost a 10K likes. Almost to 10K likes.
If you guys are
Run
just
up those
tuning,
likes on my stream,
guys are
guys,
just
and
tuning-
Connor's stream.
if you guys are just tuning in, we're in Bradenton, Florida. Just took an old, just took Unk. We're gonna call him Unk.
Call him on.
Huge power flash up there. We just took Unk back to his house.
Uncle James.
He left his car in
Thank you,
top of the
Indy.
parking
Appreciate it.
garage. Smart man. We just took him back.
Actually, here's the money right here. He just dropped this. He's like, it's just like here, and I'm like, dude, I don't need it, but
Unk said he's giving us lunch money.
yeah. He's like, oh, you can buy something, although you can't buy anything.
Mike,
with it, so.
that's the third huge power
Maybe we
flash
should
over
just
there.
look that way.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
Just point that way. Well, we can't really see much this way.
St. Petersburg will
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
see flooding, but not related to the storm surge. There might be a little
We
bit of
gotta
storm
go
surge
back
flooding,
here.
but it'll be mostly rain
We go
flooding.
find it?
Yeah. Well, if that
Wait,
water starts actually coming over, I don't want to.
Don't want to get too far
Yeah.
away from the
Yeah.
freaking.
Yeah, this is in Bradenton, Florida. 100 plus
there's so
mile
many
per hour
people.
winds right now.
No.
So many people out here.
He is wrong.
Just chasers everywhere. Wow.
This back eyewall is coming in.
Hey, Eric,
Taking
for
a
the
little
super
bit of a
chat.
break right now. It looks like.
Cactus.
Back to the 3 cam view. This is still a category 3, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. So it is still a intense Cat 3 hurricane. There's currently aircraft recon inside of the hurricane, and they're measuring flight level wind speeds at 120 miles per hour. They're actually measuring higher wind speeds. Oh, you guys can't see it. This is moments ago. They're actually measuring flight level wind speeds at almost 120 knots, which would be that would be almost Cat 4 level winds. We just missed this.
Gosh. All right, power's
Go
out
back
here.
a second.
The hospital generator's keeping these lights on. How
Big
you
power
doing?
flash
Awfully
moments
great.
ago.
So
Appreciate
many
it.
Watch
super
this.
chats and Venmos and PayPals. Can't get to all of them, but appreciate all of them.
You guys donating helps us. You know, keeps us out here doing what we like to do.
Give it a second.
Chasing these storms, warning people, helping people.
Yes, sir. Guys are the only reason we're able to do this.
Oh!
There you go. Big power flash.
Right there, right there.
Oh wait, sparks.
Yeah,
That's what a power flash looks like.
Sparks, huge.
Because like, all the stuff's gonna be behind us. Could even pull in the little parking lot there, or
Who's down here?
I don't know. I think that's maybe
Storm Runner?
I think Storm Runner's down there.
Are they hit by the? What are they doing over
I
here?
don't know. Let's make sure they're okay,
I can't even see.
dude.
I can't see.
Man, this
is
wind's
getting
just crazy.
incredible.
There goes power
flash
again.
somewhere. Just turned out the lights for a
Power's
second
coming
again.
back on. Did they
Oh!
tree hit?
Huge gust. Huge gust. Huge gust.
Oh my
Careful here,
goodness.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful here. We're like,
What in the
Oh my
world's
God.
happening? You can't even
Get
see
out of
anymore.
back
We're
out.
getting out of here.
Wait, I think they're good, right?
Yeah, they're good.
I'm
I'm
gonna text them.
backing
Oh
up
my
out of
God.
I'm
this.
gonna text them.
Oh, tree coming down at me.
All right, let's
Trees
get out of the
that,
tree zone.
That tree just came down.
That tree almost just took us
That
out.
tree just came down.
Dude!
Took me out. Watch out! Hang
That's
on!
the side window.
Hang on!
That wind got really strong really fast.
Hang on!
Let's get out. Oh, that tree almost just fell too.
Dude, these trees are coming down on this road.
These are wind gusts at least over 100 miles
Gotta
per
get out of
hour.
there.
Just back up.
Gotta get away from the
Back
poles and the
up.
trees. Big power flash over there.
That was insane.
That's intense.
Oh, I'm
That
gonna
that
call
road,
them
it's just
real
that
quick.
road right
Them
there.
up there. That
I'm
they
pretty
Backed
sure
up and
that's
it's like
them.
it's like I mean it's not calm, but it's calmer.
Make sure they're all right.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy up
That
there.
road's sketchy.
That tree almost came down right on top
Google,
of us.
bro. I don't need you.
Hey Lori, put some W's in the chat
That
for
tree
Lori. Appreciate
literally
the
almost
generosity.
came down on us. Oh
Trying
my
to call-
god.
Dude, that tree almost took us
Dude,
out, bro.
that was scary up there, bro. That was
Note
crazy.
to self: do not be around trees.
Oh my gosh, that was insane up there. It's still insane.
That was
up there.
crazy.
Look at that up there.
I'm trying to get a hold of
Hey Leah, appreciate
Yeah,
that.
you-
W's in
you
the
get
chat
up
for
there?
Leah.
Is that you guys up there?
Are you up in front of us?
Yeah. Whose phone is this?
Wait.
Is this your phone?
Is
my
Stormer
brother.
Media inside of this?
No, this is.
Wait.
No, that's my
Oh,
phone.
that's Freddy's phone.
This is my phone.
Hang your dad, dude.
I don't know exactly where they are.
That's what I call it when you call.
What? Wait,
I have to go. I might have to go to Stormer Media here.
What is Freddy's dad calling?
I don't know
Okay,
why they're
that's
not up on
crazy.
my
No,
screen.
this is my
That was-
phone.
That was crazy up there.
We just were checking in on you because, like,
see
we
ya.
were trying to come up to you, and then, like, literally trees started falling next to us. So we were like, "Are they good?" We're coming up to you right now.
Coming up. Coming back.
I don't know if I would. I mean, we're in one spot where
This is Stormer Media. Look at this.
I would. I mean, we're in one
one spot where we
right
can
inside of the
enough
most
where
intense winds currently happening in Bradenton, Florida.
these winds are really starting to
Hey, Tanya for the $20 PayPal.
we're good.
Yeah, Connor's in his own car. Thank you, Cap and Ray, for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Cap and Ray. Thank you, Diana, Anna, Kim, Super, Gail,
Landfall's gonna be just to our
and
south.
Phil all for the Venmos.
All right, I appreciate it. You guys good? All right, that's good. Good work, guys.
It's going crazy again.
We're a production company.
Oh,
Tree is
work
down
with
right
you
in front of them, by the
Okay.
way.
Oh, you rock.
thanks.
Okay, thanks, bro.
Thank you, Kenneth. W's in the chat for Kenneth.
What is happening?
Wait, who just ran up to you guys? What?
There are people riding it out in
He said don't
Bradenton,
put it- or
Florida.
did he say not put it on
Don't put it
screen?
on. We just.
What it
just
looks like
did.
right now in Bradenton.
Well,
Everybody
he
heard
just-
it.
yeah.
We just don't show the car.
Yeah, yeah.
Just don't show the
Surging
car.
100 plus
heck?
mile per hour
Some
wind
company, Huge
gusts.
power
Oh!
flash behind us. I'm gonna let you go. I don't wanna. But yeah, we're good. We're good.
Landfall's gonna be very soon, guys. Very soon.
All right, I'll talk to you later, bro.
Garrett said landfall's gonna be to our south, by the way. I don't know if that changes.
Yeah, well, that's perfect
That's
because
perfect for
that's gonna
us.
put us right in that northern eyewall.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Dude,
What's happening?
Dude, what's happening on this stream? It just keeps getting more insane,
Wow, big wind, big water. Look at up there.
dude.
Man, look at the wind.
Oh my gosh.
Now we're
it's
getting hit
ripping.
by.
Just keeps getting stronger.
Okay. Oh, here we
For
go.
reference,
Yeah.
they're
we're
up in
about to
here
go.
on,
We're
the,
about
on
to
your
get-
screen.
Guys,
This is
we're
the
almost
eye.
to it
They're in
right
the
here.
eye wall.
This is the most intense stuff, right there.
Honestly, the wind might not even be at its peak yet. The worst of
Not
the wind's on
even
the
in it
north
yet.
side
Look
of this
what's
hurricane.
happening here. This is not even
They're
the
not
most
really
intense
in that
part,
right now.
The eye wall.
I'm at 95K.
You're 95K. You're hitting 100K tonight.
I
bro.
actually might hit
You're
100K.
hitting
tonight.
100K tonight, bro. Up to 180.
Oh my gosh, big gust! Rocking the car.
Oh, coming back.
Rocking the car.
Starting to go crazy here again.
Rocking the car. Oh, big
By the
time.
way, they
Whoa!
man, right to the right of them, there is a the Manatee
Start
River is
shaking.
there in Bradenton, so all that
It's a pretty
water that's
strong
going over, a
hurricane.
lot of that's
More
from
than
the
I thought it
ocean.
was gonna be
Well, it's
like.
because we're right on the water.
Yeah, it is, but I guess true.
Yeah.
Something behind us too now.
Guys, we also have a Discord. Mateo is plugging the Discord in the chat. We'd be happy to have you in our Discord. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Just a consistent like 80
This is
mile an hour
crazy.
wind here. My phone is like tweaking out right now.
This guy's trying to get by.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know what's
Oh wait, did we ever?
Huh?
We never cleared out this back so I could get my phone charging again.
Oh, shoot. We can pop back in. And thank you for the super chat.
I gotta pop back in and get my phone charging.
You want to just go into the garage? Here, let me just unbuckle here. I'm gonna try
See if you can.
I'm gonna try to see if I can work it.
Yeah, just whatever's on this cord. It's my bag. It's my bag. I'm pretty sure.
There's so many.
Thank you, Mari. Appreciate that.
MacBook is.
Oh my gosh.
Your bag is. Ugh. There's so much.
Oh my
crap
gosh.
in
Well,
here.
whatever you did,
Did it work?
whatever you did worked.
Okay, bet.
So,
All right, phone's charging.
oh, it's not charging.
Phone is not charging.
Got-
Might have gotten bumped loose.
It got unplugged from my battery, I think. Yeah, I got unplugged from the battery.
Oh shoot.
Now it's charging. We're good.
Hey, there we
The
go.
stream's alive. Wow, big win.
It's just getting
It's
stronger.
just getting crazier, man.
It just keeps getting stronger. Hold on, mods. Okay.
We'll have to be in the northern Eyewall, and then we're gonna be in the back Eyewall for another, geez, long time.
Oh my gosh. So how many people do we have watching between both of us right now? I got 16K,
I got
you got
27.
27K. What's the math on that? We're approaching like
50 or
we're
something. I don't know.
50K?
This is good. We're getting
Approaching 50,000 people.
we hope we're helping getting the word out too
That's
about what's
insane.
happening here. You know,
By the way, guys, share the stream. If you have
Landfall-
people that
landfall's in about an hour.
big
Whoa.
power flash next to us, you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it. Power just went. It might have gone down for sure now.
If you have anybody in the path of the storm, share the stream
All right.
with them too. To just let them
I
know
did.
that this
Add
is a real
something.
deal situation too.
Well, guys, the only reason we're out here this close is because we got a parking garage, so we know we got a safe place literally 100 feet from us.
Literally right there.
Like we got a safe place.
Only reason we're here. Otherwise, we'd just be playing with fire.
Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very. I mean, you could.
back over to Storm Runner Media, also in Bradenton, Florida. And wind is still very strong here as the eye of Hurricane Milton is approaching landfall.
We're on the lake front. Our number, how do I put it? We're on, like...
This isn't the Gulf of Mexico directly next to us.
Yeah,
So we may have a little bit of protection, but we also have we have multiple easy escape routes.
Thank you, Royal, for the super chat. Purple banner on top is reporting Hurricane Helene info and the Florida Big Bend. What?
It's not here yet.
What's that even mean?
That, or I mean, this. I think this would be. That, or it still has to rise in there, which means it's going to come up.
Yeah.
Robert, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you.
Right behind us.
Who?
Oh.
How does the squad donation or y'all squad donations meter work? So if you donate with the pin link in the chat or in the description, that number will go up automatically. So again, it's for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. That's what I now have that below me, by the way. That'll be there for probably the rest of the stream.
Knock, knock.
So if you want to donate, it's a non-profit. It'll be able to help Hurricane Milton relief efforts. There's a link in the description.
Wow.
It's going crazy again. Back to Connor too.
Come down at some point.
Probably.
But why are they still
Winds
sitting
continues to
there?
stay very strong here in Bradenton, Florida. Thank you, Sherry, for the
Man.
super chat.
They are crazy. Okay. Make sure my spotter location's updating here.
My scroller says Big Bend.
We're not
Oh,
going back
that's
to the
not good.
bridge.
No.
Guys.
The only reason we crossed the bridge again the other time was because to get that guy back to his apartment. Here we go. Big
Literally
gust.
only reason we did it.
Up here by,
It's fixed.
Whoa.
Wow.
Look at that wind.
We're getting close to
There's
Eyewall.
Yeah.
basically no visibility out here right now in Bradenton. The eye of Hurricane Milton, within about 10 to 15 miles of landfall in Florida. All right, latest update from the National Hurricane Center has just come in on Hurricane Milton. So we have a new update on Hurricane Milton from the National Hurricane Center. Milton is close to making landfall along the coast and west coast of Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains occurring across portions of central and southwestern Florida. So the latest update is that this is still a Category 3 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are currently at 120 miles per hour. And in addition to that, the pressure is at 954 millibars. So this is still a Category 3 hurricane. Again, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. Pressures at 954 millibars. It will be making landfall probably within the next hour, would be my guess. It is moving east-northeast at about 15 miles per hour. So if we count for that and where the position of the eye is currently located, this is within about, I would say, 50 minutes or so of making landfall, to be honest. Like, it is really close to making landfall here in Florida. With that being said, let's go full cam to Englewood Beach, Florida. This is one of the Radar Omega mesovorts. Storm surge again continues to really hammer the coastline here in Englewood Beach. You can see the boardwalk on the bottom left of your screen. I'll outline it for you a little bit. That is where storm surge continues to pound the side there of the boardwalk. Big waves continue. They're really racing in there too. And then storm surge back over in Port Charlotte remains, it's still very significant. Look at the water, it just keeps racing in as well here in Port Charlotte. Water has likely gone inland by about a mile or two at this point. The pole is no longer visible. This water has gone up several feet. You can see the water just keeps racing in there. Again, it's hard to see it because it's nighttime, but all that water is essentially just pushing inland right now. Huge waves. Port Charlotte continues to see really big waves here. See them all. They're very frequent too. They're every like 2 to 3 seconds. Apparently, Fort Myers has suspended emergency services due to the storm surge, by the way. That's what I'm seeing in the chat. Shout out to Faith with the $50 Venmo, and Bree and Lewis and Diana with this very generous Venmo donations. And thank you, Dimitri, for the $50 donation through PayPal. Appreciate that. Stay safe in Jacksonville. See if there's anything else crazy happening here along the coast. You got Venice, Florida. The water's been starting to come up. We'll see if it comes up further. It's hard to see. Can't really see anything there right now either. Back over in Osprey, Florida. The water, there's a dock right here. The water keeps going over the dock in Osprey, Florida. Starting to see water come over the dock. Siesta Key, Florida. Can't really see much there right now. Looks like the water's coming up there as well. And then back over in Anna Marie Island. It's impossible to see anything other than rain right now. And then Mitchell Beach is also kind of in the same boat. Can't really see much right now there. But yeah, and big storm surge for both Port Charlotte. Man, the waves are huge here. Port Charlotte's been seeing huge waves coming in. Big storm surge. And high tide's in a few hours, so this water's just going to keep going up. Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate that. Thank you, Stephanie, for the 5 gifted members. We have just crossed $10,000 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. W's in the chat. Thank you, Mitty. Appreciate that. Landfall is expected to be in the next 60 minutes or so. It's an earlier than expected landfall. Kind of expected it to be after midnight. That's what it kind of looked like last night. This is live in Bradenton, where the Eyewall is. The peak of the wind is currently happening in Bradenton. 100 plus mile per hour wind gusts actively happening here. Right next to the Manatee River, which is why there's tons of water coming over as well.
I don't even know how long we're gonna be in this. I mean, we're gonna be in this thing for hours.
We're gonna be in this thing all night, dude.
Thank you, Matt.
We're not gonna be able to do anything other than just ride the sucker out right here.
We are 3 members away from 100 new members on the channel today.
Get a house.
Sheesh.
It's unbelievable. Zad, thank you for the gift of membership. Still got this extreme wind warning in effect here, guys.
Pete asks, hey, would you guys have intercepted Milton at peak 180?
Looks like the landfall of Hurricane Milton will be making landfall in Manatee and Sarasota counties. The winds are really blowing out of Tampa Bay, so that's kind of holding the storm surge back for those in the Tampa Bay area. But storm surge has continued to remain a big issue. Again, pounding the coastline. Again, bottom of your screen is a storm surge. Both Englewood Beach and as well as Port Charlotte. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Every one of you subscribes right now. We might be able to hit 600,000 subscribers tonight. I think it's possible. Like 39,000 away, I think, or something like that. Thank you, Neil, for becoming a member. Power outages are increasing in Florida. We are now over 500,000 without power in Florida. So this is the latest on power outages. Now over 500,000 without power in Florida. Really increasing now on the west coast of Florida. Main counties are Hernando County, which is 33% without power, and Manatee County, which is currently a little over 50,000 without power. Sarasota, Hillsborough, and Pinellas counties, all a little over 100,000 combined. Power outages are continuing to increase. The worst of the winds that we are expecting out of Milton is really here, by the way. So, you know, I know we've been showing like Connor and Storm Media in the same area. They are about to probably be in the peak of the wind. They have not, I don't feel like they've actually hit it, because the worst of the wind is going to be in this area, I think, on the northern side of the Eyewall. So I do think the wind's going to really start to ramp up. The good news for Tampa Bay is that the wind is coming out more of the northeast, so that should actually push a lot of the water back out into the ocean. So we'll kind of see if that happens, but I think that's probably what's going to end up happening. Here's Englewood Beach. Still got water racing up here inland. Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate that. Thank you, Christopher, for the generosity. We just had a windy gust of 50 miles per hour. You didn't put a location, but I do appreciate the report. Thank you, Melissa, for the $50 Venmo, and Evan with the $25 Venmo. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, there's already 500,000 without power in Florida, and we've yet to see landfall. So that number is only going to keep climbing. Here's Port Charlotte. Wow, this water, I can't, you can't really tell, but it just looks higher than like earlier. The waves are way more frequent here coming in. Take a quick screenshot of this. And Hurricane Milton, within about 10 miles of landfall. Means we're probably under an hour away from landfall. Just posted that on Twitter. If you want to go check it out, retweet it, share it, like it, whatever. On Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Same thing on Facebook. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. Appreciate that, Dana. Thank you. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this coverage. If you are, make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you, George, for becoming a member. Dwight from The Office has a YouTube channel. That's cool. I do not look like Dwight.
Give it a super chat there, Carl.
Alright, let me go look at that real quick.
You be with the
The
people
Storm Media, they're still
live here.
in Bradenton, Florida, right along the bay. Still big waves crashing up in Manatee River near Bradenton, Florida. Look at that big wave. Taking big shots from those waves. Thank you, Vanessa, for the $10 PayPal donation.
Okay, do I need to do something else?
Guys, I don't look like Dwight or Buzz Lightyear. I look like neither.
What else to do, really?
I do not look like Buzz Lightyear.
I don't know, do you guys want us to stay here or drive around? What do you guys think in chat?
I only want to drive around a little bit. Like I said, gas is limited and it's declining still. We're at a quarter of a tank right now. I have backup fuel. I just don't want to get out and put it in right now. What does the rain feel against your skin? Like little pebbles.
No problem, Nicole. Appreciate the generosity.
Drive around a bit. Seaton, thank you for gifting 10 memberships.
Wow, this one's crazy. Still going
Yes,
crazy in
thank you,
Bradenton.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate the generosity.
All these trees are down here. I need to turn my exposure.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate that. Thank you, JG, as well for the super chat. So I just said, hey, Buzz, how's it going? Guys, I'm not Buzz. We're not going to call me Buzz either.
It's weird that I did that.
Nobody's
to
going to call me
now.
Buzz Lightyear. Please.
So wasn't it charging before?
Yeah.
And now it's doing it to your phone?
Yeah.
Huge shout out to Christian with the $115 Venmo. W's in the trap for Christian. As well as Tommy, Francis, Heather, Ann, Crystal, Mark, Isabella. Thank you guys all for the Venmo donations. You guys are way too kind. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mark, too. The donations are crazy, guys. I appreciate the generosity. You guys are crazy. Put in the most simplistic terms. Hey, Paul. A landfall's about to make. We're about to have landfall. We're like the eye of the hurricane's like 8 miles away from landfall. We're getting awfully close to landfall right now in Florida. Again, catastrophic rainfall falling right now across areas like Tampa, Lakeland, Four Corners. We're going to see the potential for significant flooding again tonight across much of central and western Florida. So be prepared. Power outages will probably still be widespread again across much of central Florida. It's going to come in segments. Again, West Coast is where it's starting. Central and eastern Florida will be happening overnight tonight. So, and have flashlights ready to go. Don't forget about that. Have flashlights, phones charged up. Take the proper precautions if you've not already. Hopefully you have at this point, but if you've not, it's a good time to do so. Again, we are likely to see widespread power outages tonight across a large chunk of Florida. Buzz Lightyear is crazy. That is crazy. Stop saying Buzz Lightyear, guys. I'm not Buzz or Dwight. Thank you, Adventures, to the super chat. Thank you, Robin, with the $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Robin. Thank you, Terry, as well. Looks like the eye of Hurricane Milton is about to make landfall. Very close. It's gonna be making landfall probably in Sarasota, Florida. This actually, let's go full cam to this. This is in Siesta Key, Florida. At the bottom of your screen, it looks like the water is now on the road. I can't tell what in the world is floating, but there's stuff floating down this road in Siesta Key, Florida. It looks like we've actually gotten storm surge here. And then Osprey, Florida, the water continues to go over the deck there. And then Venice, Florida. This is along the beach. Hard to see anything, but we've been seeing some minor storm surge there thus far. Should ramp up in a little bit. Here's Englewood Beach, Florida, where the storm surge and the wind has been very strong here over the last few hours. Here comes another big wave. There it goes. More big storm surge. And back over in Port Charlotte, Florida. Huge surge. Port Charlotte's been the worst for storm surge from what we've seen thus far. W's in the chat for Christopher with the $200 super chat. One of Verda Beach has a steady 30-mile-per-hour winds. It's not too shabby. You WDC also for the super chat. No, I'm not saying it. Not saying that phrase. Thank you, Trisha, Kelly, Robert, Brian for the Venmo donations. There's roof damage in oh wow, look at this, guys. This is Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Big damage being spotted. This is in Sarasota, Florida. Looks like big structural damage. What is that? Is that a hotel? Or is that a bank? It looks like a bank. Heavy damage to this bank in Sarasota, Florida. Bank of America. Gotcha. W's in the chat for Steel with the $300 super chat. Bidding war starts at $2.99, bruh. Appreciate the generosity. W's in the chat for Steel. In case there are any TikTokers that are stealing my YouTube feed, we are on max velocity on YouTube, just letting you know, if you're watching on TikTok right now. TikTokers will be taken down.
Is this technically Sarasota?
Hey, John for the super chat.
Let me check. I think it's technically Bradenton according to the map.
Getting very close to landfall. Thank you, CG for the super chat. By the way, we are about 50,000 views on this stream from hitting 2 million views. That is insane. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Wild. This is just moments ago. Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Looking at a Bank of America that has heavy damage right now. Just happened in Sarasota, Florida. Landfall will probably be in the next 15 to 20 minutes is my guess, but we'll see. Brandon trying to get some money from the bank right now? Is he looking for some money? Imagine. Hey, Stephanie for the super chat. There's a... Thank you, Victoria, for the $50 Venmo. Katie or Kate, as well as Liz and Denia for the Venmos. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Megan, as well. Shivania. Yeah, I'd expect landfall probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I mean, the eye again is like right here. It's barely offshore of Sarasota right now. Kind of looked like Brandon was going to go to that bank, I'm not going to lie. Right through like the drive-thru or whatever it is. Hey, Beth. Appreciate the generosity. Looks more like Peter Griffin, but on a diet. Dude, there's no shot. Do not look like Peter Griffin. It's a Category 3 hurricane right now. Maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. Thank you, Thomas. I don't know, Thomas, honestly. They probably start to see wind picking up and then they fly, like the birds probably think like the eye is the safe place to go and then they just get stuck in it. I'm guessing that's like that's how they do it.
Flag.
You know what?
If it is,
Wind's picking up again in Bradenton, Florida. Hey, you
Gotta
pause
save
and play resort for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat.
I'll go get it. I'll go get the flag real
Fred's
quick.
going to get the flag, guys.
Has not made official landfall yet. No, it's
Wow.
not on land yet.
Wow.
It will be probably very soon though.
Oh my gosh.
Freddy's going to save it, guys.
Here's the wind. Saving the American flag. I think that's what that is.
Yeah.
W.
Oh my god. Is it oh my god.
While that happens, the wind continues to
Freddy
stay
can't even
strong in
stand.
Bradenton, Florida.
Here we go. We're getting into it, guys. We're getting into it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's strong. That is rocking the car.
They're now on the northern side of the Eyewall. This is where the
Wasn't the
strongest the
American
wind should be for
Wasn't
Hurricane
an
Milton.
actual flag, no.
Wasn't an actual flag?
It was like a, I think it was like a city, like,
Do we have a trash bag?
like welcome to the city or something like that.
Oh. Wasn't an actual. It wasn't an
No.
actual flag, guys.
Did it for America.
I need a freaking trash bag.
I just don't have one. I mean, we had the.
Thank you, Kenneth, for the 5
Yeah,
gifted
just empty one of
members.
those bags with food in it. Just dump the snacks in there.
What's this?
Oh,
Right here.
yeah.
Hey, the helmet bag's gonna come useful.
Helmet bag. Where's the 10
Thank you,
feet
Cody.
of
Appreciate
water?
that. Thank you, Tammy, for
Down
the super
south.
chat
We're
as
not in
well.
the surge zone.
Not going for the surge.
Intentionally. Man, I want those Oreos.
Thank you, Jennifer, Victoria, Jesus, and as well as Lillian for the super chats. Or the
Oh, dude,
Venmos,
it's
excuse me.
pretty
Find the Oreos.
No.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's intense now, guys. We're about to go back out in it. I'm gonna chug this core power and then drink some water. I need some protein, guys.
I'm gonna take a Starbucks real quick.
As a reminder, there is a high wind or extreme wind warning in effect for this entire orange box. You need to be staying away from windows if you're anywhere near Tampa or St. Petersburg. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall, the worst of the wind, again, is going to be really around the Eyewall, which is basically this entire area here. Almost looks like an Among Us character. All right, that entire area, we're looking at very high winds expected in that entire spot, that entire area. Port Charlotte, storm surge continues to stay very high. Again, this is a live camera on the Radar Omega app. If you are a subscriber inside the app, you can check these cameras out. To download it, it's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Again, right now, storm surge continues to stay very rampant here across the west coast of Florida. This is in, again, Port Charlotte. Waves are very high. They're moving inland. We're probably seeing inland flooding. This doesn't show that, but it shows it right along the beach. Water is very high as of right now. And then in Englewood Beach, we are also still seeing storm surge. You can see the waves coming up here. This is right along the beach. Boardwalk is right here. Water continues to stay very high, probably moving inland as well. You can see it right there. Hits the boardwalk once again. Significant storm surges continuing. And we are getting reports that Hurricane Milton is in the process of making landfall. It has not yet officially made landfall, though. And here's Venice. Venice is just windy, really, right now. Over in Osprey, Florida, the water... Actually, there's a wood... What is this? There's like a wood plank here now. That wasn't there before. The water's been going over onto the dock here. We actually have like a wood plank now. On the dock. I don't know how that got there. That was not there before, unless I'm going crazy. Then Siesta Key, Florida. Look at this. The storm surge is really getting up there now. Look at the water. You actually got a mattress floating down the river, or the road here. This is a road. This is a little bit more inland on Siesta Key, and then you got this like mattress or something floating down the waterway here. And something else right there. This was a road. The storm surge in Siesta Key has obviously gotten up there now. You got stuff actively floating down the road. This is a road. Yes, this was a road, like not even an hour ago this was not even flooded. Are those fish? I don't think they are fish, no. I don't know what that is. I can't tell. It looks like a mattress floating down the river. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the donation on PayPal. Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. This is, again, just a river. And there, all this debris right here, by the way, is from Hurricane Helene's storm surge like 2 weeks ago. So just an FYI, it's not supposed to be there. But, yeah, that's gonna kind of just go down this roadway. Don't have any update on the bench. Again, the camera's in night vision mode, and it's really raining hard, so you can't see it. Every single camera, or not every single camera, but several cameras at the bottom of your screen, picking up all the crazy action here in Florida. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. If every one of you subscribes right now, there is a chance by the end of this stream we get to 600,000 subscribers. Make sure to subscribe down below. There are also Kelly, Jennifer, Joanne, and Lillian for the Venmo donations. Bradenton wind gusts have been up near 100 miles per hour. Observation-wise, I think the wind speeds were like at 60 to 70, but I don't trust them. A lot of those stations are also a little bit further inland. Like, if you're right along the beach and you observe a wind speed, it's usually way higher. That's what we're looking for the peak wind speed. Thank you, Stephanie, for another 5 gifted members. Back to the crazy wind here in Bradenton, Florida. The wind continues to stay very strong here near the Eyewall
plan is to not be
Hurricane Milton in Bradenton,
That's
Florida.
The plan. Then we also got a parking garage just in case. My phone's like locking up or something. Just acting weird right now.
Apparently Brandon Kopic is like 20 subscribers away from 200K. Make sure to go subscribe to him. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted members.
Plug it.
Whoa!
there.
Big power
where was
flash. Somewhere over here.
Okay, let's go find it. Drive to Tampa.
Brandon just hit 200,000 subscribers. Big W's.
Tampa St. Peterburg's getting
Thank you, Rebecca, for the super chat.
Drive to Tampa, grow some balls, please.
Really?
Yeah, that's what somebody said in the chat, bro.
Okay, buddy.
Do I report on weather every day? I report when weather's significant.
Scarier.
We're live for significant weather events. This being one of them.
I have faith in the parking garage.
I wonder where Stormrunner went.
Let me pull up their location real quick. Well, they're all the way. Oh my gosh, they're all the way out.
They went to the beach.
Hurricane Milton is probably minutes away from making landfall in Florida. If not, it's seconds away from landfall. I think we have an update from the National Hurricane Center. I'm trying to pull it up. All right, breaking news. Hurricane Milton has officially made landfall in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour, pressure 954 millibars, has made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida, in Sarasota County along the west coast of Florida. So it has officially made landfall in Florida. That does not mean the impacts are done. They are still going, and they're still, I mean, honestly, they're still getting worse, especially with the storm surge. And the wind continues to stay very strong. Look at this.
Whoa.
Look at the wind in Bradenton, Florida, still very high.
Whoa, we're losing visibility.
A
Spray.
sustained wind of
Salt
78
water.
miles per hour was
spray.
measured in
Nice little
Venice.
salt bath.
97 mile per hour wind gusts
sea
measured
salt
there.
spray, and
100
just
mile
walk
per hour
out
wind
the
gusts
back.
measured
Get
in Egmont Channel as well.
Whoa!
Man, this one's even crazier than before.
Make sure you
you,
guys
Mary.
stay buckled
W's
up
in the chat
out
for Mary.
there.
Yeah.
Stay buckled up. It's not over yet.
By the way,
Temperature
to the
currently
right, you can't
76
see it, but to the right, all that water coming over, that is the Manatee River in near Bradenton.
Is
Just an
Benjamin
FYI,
Franklin
that is a
flying
river.
his kite out there?
That's why all the water's coming over.
I'm pretty sure he passed away a
Steel
long
for the
time ago.
Carlo,
$50
thanks for
super
the
chat.
Or
Also,
thanks for the
Tink for the super
Cash
chat.
App.
Don't forget, if you want to donate
Storm
to
Runner?
Hurricane Milton relief efforts, it is the link that's pinned in the chat. There's also a link in the description.
Sorry.
Maybe it's the Uber.
Yeah, it's probably the Uber coming along.
And I guess everybody's a chaser that's out.
At this point, yeah.
Running around, unless
Storm surge and everything happening right now. It's crazy out there. Hey, we got 130,000 people watching right now, all right? I want you guys all to do me a quick favor. It'd be really funny if we hit 600,000 subscribers today. So if you're new to the channel, subscribe. We need 34,000 of you to subscribe. It's a lot of people, but it's possible. There's definitely 34,000 of you watching that aren't subscribed. It's very possible. Yes, again, if you're just tuning in, it is official that Hurricane Milton has made landfall in Florida, in Siesta Key, as of like 2 minutes ago. Just happened.
that inner eye wall again.
Wind just keeps surging here. You see it happen again.
Bro, why would you
Very
super
windy here in
chat just to
Bradenton,
say
Florida.
that?
What's somebody's super chat?
It's just some brain dead stuff, bro. Just like.
How is it possible
Why
that there
would
are
you
zero
even
tornado
super
warnings?
chat
Because
that?
there are zero tornado warnings. There are no storms
Wow,
rotating.
It's coming a little bit. Wind's
Or at
starting
least
to change
nothing
directions a little bit.
significant in
It's
terms of
gonna come out
rotation
of
as
the
of
north.
right now.
Once we get in
That's
this back
true.
eyewall, it's gonna come out of the north.
He's going around trees up there. All of a sudden, this is going to be more.
Thank you,
angled,
Ryan
like-
and Tracy and Joanna for the Venmo donations.
You call this a storm?
Storm surge still going crazy. Look at Englewood Beach. Englewood Beach is still getting higher water. Let me go full cam to it. The water's still getting higher in Englewood Beach. We need to make a Buzz Lightyear. I have to put on the Buzz Lightyear suit if we hit 600K tonight. Be crazy. We're up to 569,000. Nice. So we need 30,000 more people to subscribe tonight to get to 600K and maybe, I guess, wearing a Buzz Lightyear suit again. I guess we'll do it if we hit 600K tonight. And this Englewood Beach, Florida, storm surge still ramping up here. Look at this. Wind's still going crazy.
That parking garage.
This wind is crazy. I mean, Bradenton, Florida's been dealing with this wind for like 2 or 3 hours now, it feels
Yeah,
like.
guys, I'm 2,000
At least the peak wind that we've been seeing.
away from 100K.
I was 2K away from 100K. That's incredible.
Still very high wind speeds.
We got stream
Wow.
sniped in the eye.
Brandon Kopic just drove by a downed tree in the road as well. Back to Connor. Wind is... This wind might be peaking now.
Window down, chat.
Like, as landfalls happen, the wind looks really bad right now. Like, it looks worse than before.
It's really starting to
And the
rip.
storm surge also is
some
continuing
of
to
those-
increase
give
in
me some of
Englewood,
those metal
Florida. So I think we're
vortices
still seeing... I don't even know if we're at the peak of the
It
wind
might
or
get
storm
scary
surge.
here a couple times.
Still going up.
We have nothing obstructing the
Thanks
wind.
to the chat for
That is
healing
just
for the
water
$100
to
super
our
chat.
right.
Appreciate that.
Wow.
She is really starting to rip. Some of the fastest
my
winds
gosh.
I've been in.
Right off the water,
Personally.
man. That's what happens with these
Yeah,
hurricanes.
that's what happens. You don't have much friction.
Nope.
Not much friction to stop that wind there.
Kendall, thank you for the 50 bomb. I only saw it
Hey.
once. How many times do you see Twister? Wow!
I just turned down the volume a little bit. That's better.
Hunt, thank you for the $20 super chat there. This is a historic moment. Hashtag Mog like Ohio.
I've seen faster winds.
Brandon Kopic's driving through a lot of the, at least some of the minor damage here in Bradenton, Florida. And Brandon Kopic is on Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description. He's also on YouTube.
Generated. You got me.
By the way, guys, the
Thank
stream
you, Grimes, for the $50 super
is
chat.
not real. What you're watching
Appreciate
right
that.
now is fake.
AI
This is AI
generated.
generated. If you look at me
Put the
right
sub
now,
counter
I am
up.
AI.
I don't know where I put it. Dude, my
What is
overlays
this?
are so messy right now. We gotta fix it.
Guy does.
Is it
All right, we're going back to Brandon Kopic. More damage. Look at this.
Thing, bro.
That's Stormrunner Media. That's Connor. Where's Brandon? Brandon Kopic has a ton of trees down there. I think we might have just missed it. Oh, maybe not. There's gonna be more trees coming up. There's another one. Tons of trees down here in Bradenton, Florida.
That was Freddie and Connor.
Gosh dang it, dude. Okay, NWS.
Yeah, I just passed
somebody in
Connor. That
chat
was
said
Connor's
declared
car.
Landfall at Siesta Key. Is that true, guys? Did it make landfall? Chat.
This wind
Did
is
it make
crazy still.
landfall?
It is still going crazy. The north side of the eye, I already told you, I thought the wind would be worst up there, and it really
I'm big
is.
enough to get my dad
Like
money.
yellow. This is where Connor is.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Wind is surging right now in
goal right
Bradenton,
there.
Florida. It's probably getting really high now near St. Petersburg as well.
Fake guy. Fake one. Oh man. All of Nebraska's AI. That's true.
We officially hit 30K watching.
That's actually insane.
We're back in the back Eyewall.
Multiple fatalities are being
That's
reported in the
across the bridge
Spanish
to the
Lake
north.
community of Fort Pierce due to the
Like
tornado
north.
outbreak earlier
Yeah,
today.
across that bridge again. Man, it's
Or if we went west too,
It's
we'd
ripping.
probably get into it as well.
It's ripping right here, yeah.
Maybe go on the bridge.
Or at least, there's no specific number, but there are multiple
Check on
fatalities being
James.
Thank you
reported.
so much for the super chat, John.
Now you're starting to lose your voice.
Yeah, I know.
It did make landfall. That is confirmed. Siesta Key, Category 3 hurricane. What is it? Milton made landfall
There it
just
is.
moments ago.
There it is.
We are in the north side of the Eyewall, right?
And Hurricane Milton producing a lot of rainfall, penetrating rainfall across St. Petersburg, Tampa, and Lakeland. Major to catastrophic flooding going to continue for the next several hours, and it's really still ramping up for many of those areas. The tornado threat for the time being low, not really anything looking imminent, but we'll be watching for a low tornado risk on the east coast of Florida this evening into the overnight hours. Tons of rain still falling also along I-4, anywhere between Tampa and Daytona Beach. There's a ton of rain falling right now. Englewood Beach, Florida still looks crazy. This is a live view on the Radar Omega Mesovort. Storm surge continues to really penetrate inland. You can see the water, it's really rising. This is the highest we've seen the water thus far. It keeps getting higher. It's almost over that boardwalk, I don't know, bar or whatever you call it. So the water keeps getting higher and higher. Becoming more and more frequent when it comes to the amount of water that's going inland as well. Here goes another big wave. And back over in Port Charlotte. Look at the water in Port Charlotte. This is also, again, there was a beach here, and this is where the beach would be. But all the water, again, is just surging over. It's surging inland. This is way higher than it should be, at least by 5 or 6 feet. This is, again, pretty much catastrophic storm surge as forecasted. In this area where we were forecasting 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, right in that ballpark right now. The water continues to go up, big waves. It's almost up to the camera. I think this camera's on a tree. There was a post here that you can barely see. That's a good measurement point. I'm not sure how high that post is, but it's, you know, not super tall. And then further up to the north in Venice, Florida, we've had some storm surge here. It's hard to see, though, but there is storm surge happening there. And then in Osprey, Florida, it's also beginning to get a little bit harder to see, but the dock right here, water's coming over it. And there was a wood plank here moments ago. That wood plank is no longer there. So that has disappeared. And then Siesta Key, Florida, we had a live cam here. It looks like it went down. Hopefully that one comes back, because that one had a good view of some of the storm surge there that was more inland. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But yeah, again, the Port Charlotte storm surge has been no doubt catastrophic. Obviously, you can't really see the land impacts from right here, but the waves are getting pretty close, honestly, to actually hitting this camera. This camera might not be here for much longer. I'm not sure. This camera might be sacrificed because of how high the water is going to get. Sarasota is completely silent right now. No wind whatsoever, not even a breeze. That is because you, my friend, are in the Eyewall. Sorry, not in the Eyewall. Eyewall would be where the worst winds are. The Eye. You're inside the eye of the hurricane. Technically. There's not much of an eye, but you're kind of in the eye. The eye is not really as defined as, normally a major hurricane would be, but you are inside of that. Thank you, Neil, for the super chat. I miss the bench. I do too. I miss seeing the bench. Shout out Lauren and Paul for the Venmo donations. Appreciate it. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. If 28,000 of you subscribe tonight, we'll wear a Buzz Lightyear costume at the end of the stream. Or whenever it happens. Definitely recommend subscribing. Alright, let's go back to Connor. Again, they are in the Eyewall in Bradenton, Florida.
Did you say that?
No, I didn't say
Wind
that.
is still very strong here. Wind gusts have been as high as 100 miles per hour.
Man.
Are we good? Do we need a wellness check?
I'm going to stay on them for 60 seconds. I'll be back in a moment. Going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be RB.
We can always use a little wellness check, I think. Hey, John Holiday. Thank you for the $100 Cash App there, man. For you and Connor. Thanks, brother.
W, man. Appreciate you.
Fred's dead?
Fred is dead.
Uh-oh.
That's news to me.
Well, that's better.
All right,
the funeral
let's
ready.
drive around a little bit. Still not quite to that second.
Maybe we could just go find it.
Yeah, I'm about to go.
I'm just starting to get like a little.
There's no
impatient
surge.
here.
There's no surge here.
There's no surge.
The winds are going the opposite direction for surge. We're good from surge here.
Let's just go. You go north, or what do you think? North or west?
We
probably go over the bridge right now.
Honestly, I'd say we just go over the bridge.
Yeah. Let's try the bridge. People are saying that the RAV4's too light anyway, so let's go over the bridge and see what happens.
There's cop.
There's cop.
BC.
All right, we're back.
Oh, that's where he went. Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was about to drive over there.
there's that.
Is this a Cat 4? No, it hasn't been a Cat 4 in hours. It's a Cat 3. It's a Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. Actually, look at Connor Croft. We're going to go back to him. He's driving through some of the damage now.
We're going over the bridge. We're gonna find this
branches
eyewall.
And stuff down. We'll probably see some more significant damage. If you remember from earlier, Brandon Kopic had a view of...
yeah, let's head up.
All the surges to the south.
Brandon Kopic had a view of the Bank of America that was damaged heavily.
So we'll go back up to James.
We're gonna go back to James' place.
Make sure he's all right. Maybe he'd probably let us in. Maybe
he probably would. He
back
probably
to
let us in and give
Brandon.
us some drinks. Clearly, yeah.
Brandon's actually on the beach, it looks like now. Or not on the beach, but on like the river. So Brandon Kopic again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. It's not too shabby right now in Bradenton. I think the eye might be moving over Bradenton, Florida right now. I think it might be moving right over Bradenton, Florida. Storm Runner Media still driving through some of the wind and the rain. Or Gherkin's driving through a lot of the wind.
Extra weight in this car will hold it down and prevent it from,
Connor.
from toppling over the bridge.
Almost driving straight into the wind now.
Ryan Hall is looking for storm chasers. They can have me. So like, what? Uh-oh. Starting to get a little sick out here.
Adrenaline cough.
Apparently somebody's streaming my TikTok, or
Here
streaming
we go,
my
over the
YouTube
bridge.
stream on TikTok again.
Alright.
This is the only stream. It's on max velocity on YouTube. If you're streaming on TikTok, I will get you banned.
Looks pretty dark on the other side, over in Palmetto here.
So look max velocity up on YouTube. Thank you, Joey, and as well as 327 for the Venmo donations. Look at all the rain falling right now in Tampa and St. Petersburg. We have very heavy rainfall falling all across the bay. Flooding is going to be a major issue, I think, in St. Petersburg and Tampa tonight, especially for low-lying areas. We got a ton of rain falling right now. Very heavy rainfall, all moving across the Tampa Bay area. Moving to the northeast towards Brandon. I do think tonight we're going to be talking about catastrophic impacts when it comes to flooding. I don't know how much rain we've seen so far in Tampa and St. Petersburg, but it is going to it's going to pile up really quickly. All right, we now officially have some details in terms of fatalities. According to WX fatalities on Twitter, 5 have a total of 6 fatalities so far from Hurricane Milton, 2 of which, at least 2 in St. Lucie County, at least 2 in Collier County, and at least 1 in Marion County, Florida. All of those, I think, from the tornado. And then we also had 1 in Mexico from the hurricane. Real quickly, Connor Croft just officially hit 100,000 subscribers.
12 hours later, bro hit 100K.
W for Connor.
Wow. Appreciate it, everybody. Everybody tuning in.
One of the
Glad you
biggest
joined the stream and
storm chaser grinders that I know out there.
Both hit
Big W for
100K.
Connor.
That's
Well,
insane.
welcome new subscribers.
I don't know if he realized, but he just hit it.
Unreal.
Can't thank you guys enough. Glad you're enjoying the coverage.
W's in the chat for Connor, guys. W's in the chat. W's for you guys.
Yeah, it's not done.
W's for you guys.
We're still out here. We're gonna hit 2. We're gonna hit 2 of my goals tonight. The 2 goals I said at the beginning of the year: hit 100K subs, have a 1 million view stream or video, and we're probably gonna get both.
Big W.
Pat and Jeff, thank you so much for the super chat.
Let's freaking go, guys.
Glad you guys are enjoying.
I don't know if he realized. There are no tornado warnings at the moment. Again, the right side of your screen is accurate. There are no tornado warnings. What are they driving? Toyota RAV4, I think. Michael says the eye is over Sarasota. My neighbor is there now and says it is eerily calm and quiet after 70-mile-per-hour winds a couple minutes ago. Yeah, it's gonna be like that. Oh, we got the Siesta Key camera back up. All right, let's go back to Siesta Key. Oop, wrong screen. This is Siesta Key, Florida. Again, this right here was a road at one point. It has turned into basically a road river. Water is literally just flowing down this roadway right now. We have a lot of debris on the right side, and some of it's been picked up already. Looks like we have still some little bits and pieces of debris floating down this roadway. And Siesta Key. And again, Siesta Key is very calm right now. You can see it's not really windy at all. The trees are not moving. This is where the eye made landfall. But there's still water flowing down. And after the eye goes more inland, we're probably going to see even more storm surge here. So it's probably actually going to even get worse. Thank you, Teresa, for the $10 Venmo. Thank you also, Evan, for the $25 Venmo. Thank you, John, for the $50 Venmo. And Susie for the almost $60 Venmo. W's in the chat. And this back over in Port Charlotte, Florida. Oh, big power flash. Do you guys see that? I think that was a power flash back in the background. Port Charlotte. This is a storm surge continues here in Port Charlotte. Big waves coming inland. Oh, Brandon Kopic has a PDS bench and water. What? Let me go to Brandon. Brandon just said he has a PDS bench and water. We got a bench in the water! Guys, look at that in the water. There's a bench in the water.
Let me see. I gotta check my donations here real quick while we got a second.
Not the bench. It's in the water. See the thing floating?
Jessica, Todd, Stuart,
No!
Barb, Lori, Janice,
How'd that get there?
Paula, thank you all so incredibly much for your guys' PayPal donations.
Dude. Thing's literally floating out there. Brandon needs to go save it. He has to get his, like, fishing rod out or something.
Oh yeah, we've definitely got the water.
This is so unfortunate.
And if you guys don't know, right here on the left-hand side of the screen,
Brandon's got to go get that bench. I don't know what he's going to do to get it. We got to get a fishing rod out to get that bench out of there.
And there's another bench in the water over there. The little blue thing, that's a bench. In the water. Bench in the water.
It's a really sad day.
Bob, thank you for your super chat.
I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's moving. Like, it's just kind of been sitting there. It almost looks like it's coming closer to land. Maybe he can save it. Also, I can confirm that we do have rain falling in Bradenton, Florida. You're welcome. All right, look at this. This is in Englewood, Florida. Again, storm surge continues here. Water's been getting higher and higher. Another big wave hitting the boardwalk. Thank you, Robbie, Melissa, and Samantha for the Venmo donations. Thank you, Drumstick, for the super chat. $20 for that bench. There ain't no shot we're paying $20 for a bench. It's actually moving. You see this? It's actually moving on the right. It keeps moving. It's actually moving. It looks like it's getting closer to land. Also, hurricane force winds are increasing yet again. Again, Connor Croft back over in Palmetto, Florida. Back into the Eyewall. Winds are strong yet again.
Oh, here we go. Look at the wind, though. We're getting in it.
Oh,
we're getting in it. I can't see now. Wow, yeah.
We're going straight on into the wind now. Yeah, we can just take this maybe 41. It's kind of scary close to this big, but
yeah, I mean, we'll see if there's surge.
But it should be all flowing the other way.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leslie, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Leslie. Thank you, Brittany, for the donation on PayPal. So many benches. There are benches everywhere. There are benches literally everywhere. Looks like Brandon's going back into some higher winds, too.
Without those street lights.
This is Brandon Kopic again. Brandon Kopic on both Radar, Omega, and on YouTube. He's right along Manatee River in Bradenton right now.
Is on the road. So it's definitely getting closer.
Seems like the wind is going to start picking up here again really soon.
I'm gonna flip around.
Picking up now, but it's going to probably pick up further.
Cheryl, thank you so much for yours as well. And Nikki, thank you so much for your super chat. I'm gonna flip around here. Yeah, the water is on the road up here. We got a lot of salt water splashing in.
There's a big one. Another big wave.
I think that. to 182K subs. You guys are incredible. Let's freaking go, guys. Just absurd. Almost to 183 subs.
We need a bench emoji? Oh yeah, we should have one actually. I didn't think of it.
34K in
Somebody
here.
remind me after the stream to get a bench emoji. We should have that. Is Anna Maria still above water? Let's check in. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. This is Mitchell Beach. Mitchell Beach still looks fine. Just a lot of rain. That's west of St. Petersburg. Anna Marie. Anna Marie's probably going to get some big storm surge here, but this is what it looks like right now in Anna Marie. Looks like it's snowing. Got a blizzard here in Anna Marie. But yeah, I can't really see anything there. It's too difficult to tell. Your Siesta Key, Florida. Again, this is now a roadway that has now turned into a river. Osprey, Florida. I don't even know what's going on here. We got like... Are those fish? What is that? Or is that just leaves? Those must just be leaves. Or like some like debris. It's a Category 3 hurricane. Mermaids? Yeah, those are not mermaids. There was a dock here before. I don't know where it went. Can't really see anything there anymore. Birds? Those are birds? Frogs? Fishnado. That's not a fishnado. No shot, those are birds. Gators. There's no way those are gators. Dude, we're not... Dude, we're pretty zoomed in. I don't think those are... There has to be like something though, right? I cannot tell what those are. There's no way those are birds. It's back over in Venice, Florida. I don't remember what Venice, Florida looked like anymore, but it is very rainy and windy there now. Here's Englewood Beach, Florida. Again, storm surge has been pretty much the same here for the last like 30 minutes. Here's another big wave though coming in. A couple of them. Whoa, whoa, that was a big splash. All right, that I think was the biggest wave that we had so far. And now the water's calm again. It seems like the waves are really big, just not really penetrating inland. We are now up to 800,000 people without power in Florida, so the number just keeps increasing. 800,000 people without power in Florida now. Here's the latest power outage map in Florida. 800,000 people are without power. Mostly in western Florida and also back over in parts of eastern Florida where the tornado outbreak happened. But Hernando County, 30,000 without power. Hardy County, 3,000. Manatee County, 66,000. Hillsborough County, now around 130,000 without power. Pinellas County, 200,000 without power. Lee, Charlotte, and Sarasota counties all have tons of power outages. Glades, Highlands, Okeechobee County, Martin, St. Lucie Indian River, and as well as Marion and Levy and Citrus counties all have a lot of power outages. So, again, these numbers are only going to keep climbing tonight. We're going to continue to see this really increase as we go inland as well, with widespread power outages, again, expected as we've forecasted here for the last several days now across much of central and southern Florida. And though you might be with power right now, it's not guaranteed for the rest of the night. Again, we're probably going to have power outages in other places. The worst of the wind, as I mentioned before, is mostly around the Eyewall. So once that as that continues to move to the east, the winds are going to continue to increase, and we're going to see power outages in other areas like Orlando, Deltona, Daytona Beach, Cape Canaveral, Palm Bay, and perhaps even as far south as like Port St. Lucie and West Palm Beach. So those areas could also see some power outages tonight. So make sure that you are prepared for that. Power outages are definitely going to be a big problem, I think, across Florida. especially over the next several hours. Thank you, Jasper, for the super chat. Somebody just said in chat, my power just died in Fort Myers. Thank you, John, Becky, Will, Nick, Samantha, Melissa, all for the Venmos. When do you think this storm will exit Florida? I think it'll exit Florida around like 9 or 10 a.m. tomorrow. It is going to take a fat minute for this thing to get all the way across the coast. The hurricane's actually slowing down right now. So as it slows down, it's going to continue to produce more rainfall. So it's going to continue to be a big problem. This is live. This is Connor. He's getting pummeled with wind right now. Look at the wind. It's still very high.
Okay, we'll catch you in a bit, bro.
Again, guys, it's hard for you guys to see how strong.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate the
really
super chat.
Because there's no light. I mean, it's whipping at a tropical storm force, sustained hurricane gusts, which, I mean, that's usually what a Category 3 looks like once it gets way on land like that. On the water, you get the sustained hurricane winds, but once it gets on land, it gets hard for that to happen. We'll see if it gets any stronger as we head north.
Yeah. It only goes so fast anyway out here.
How long ago was landfall? About 30 minutes ago. Blondie, I currently have 2 power banks, so the power banks will keep us online if we do end up losing power. Which I have pretty good. Like, I have pretty good hopes that power banks will be enough.
Loose is out here.
It's also back over to Brandon Kopic. So we got Storm Hunter Media and Corey Gherkin.
Can't go there if there's no service. All right, I'm back for a second.
Apparently Brandon just had a big power flash. We'll go back to Brandon. Thank you, Amy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Terrace, also for the super chat. Show us some Tampa cameras. Let me look. If we got anything rocking on Tampa right now. A lot of the cameras have already gone down in Tampa, the bridges.
I haven't had that one plugged in for a while. Had the other one plugged in.
People keep insisting there's another hurricane behind this one. Is that true? No. I mean, there could be, but like not like realistically. Like realistically, what's going to be behind this one is hopefully nicer weather for a few days. No, I mean, like if you look at like long-term computer models, I'll show you like the GFS real quick. So behind this hurricane, the GFS model continues to insist a CAG storm forming, which would be a Central American gyre storm forming. It does show something going into the Gulf of Mexico. This would be basically next week, but this remains pretty uncertain. Like, there's not really any way to, you know, forecast this quite yet, but it is a possibility. So, yeah. Again, I highly recommend just staying tuned to this channel. If something's actually going to happen, we'll let you know. So make sure to subscribe down below. I feel like we did a pretty good job with forecasting this. We didn't, like, overhype it or anything like that, I feel like. I think we kind of laid out all the possible scenarios. We obviously did a ton of live streams leading up to this. If you are new to the channel, if you haven't been here before, you know, we did a ton of, you know, streams well before this even made landfall, you know. Did a lot of work prepping, hopefully helping you guys out, and hopefully giving you guys some peace of mind when it came to things, and hopefully you're able to prep for the right stuff. We talked a lot yesterday about the tornado outbreak, because that wasn't something we really knew would happen until today. I didn't expect it to be as bad as it was, but it was pretty bad. So yeah, the tornado threat was awful today. I was not anticipating as bad of a tornado threat as we had today. It was crazy. Did you see the camera get sucked into the tornado? No, I did not. So if you guys didn't hear about this, many of you may have just been tuning in, or might have been here for a while, I don't know. But we posted this photo on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. This right here was the tornado that happened earlier in Fort Pierce, Florida. It was a huge wedge tornado. And we went live like probably 15 minutes before this happened. But this tornado, more than likely, at least an EF3 tornado, impacted Fort Pierce and Vero Beach, Florida, and was very damaging. And we've had a lot of damage in that area. I'm pretty sure there's at least been 2 fatalities from tornadoes. I'm not sure if this is the one that did that, but there were several tornadoes in the area, but this is one of them. Just a monster of a tornado, and you could compare this to the size of the Moore, Oklahoma tornado. This is just a massive tornado. So, again, they'll do official surveys tomorrow and probably the following day, and we'll have more information about it. But, yeah, that was a serious tornado that happened earlier. Not something that I anticipated, and I don't think many people anticipated something like that today in Florida. I definitely didn't, I can tell you that. Thank you, Tyler, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Thank you, Ambam, for the $15 PayPal donation. Thank you, Brittany, as well, for the donation. Can you shout out Hayden and Vicky? How's it going? Can you let us know if you come by any volunteer opportunities for relief afterwards? Yes, I will. If you follow me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, that'll be the best place to follow up for that information, because I will retweet some stuff on that. So, if you want to hear about volunteer opportunities, I'll try to retweet some stuff on Twitter. Back over in Englewood Beach, Florida. Storm surge continues, and I don't know where the beach went. The rain and... Oh, there's a storm surge. The visibility is very low here. Looking for info in Volusia County, Danotone Beach. We live in the LPGA area. Still not going to really see much until overnight tonight. Rain's really the biggest concern right now, but overnight tonight to tomorrow morning, we could have some wind gusts up that direction near 100 miles per hour. So, storm surge continues here in Englewood Beach, Florida. Another big crashing wave against the boardwalk. Keeps on penetrating here across the coastline. I'm here for 600,000. I don't know if we're going to hit that. I thought it was possible, but maybe not. We need another 26,000 people to subscribe to the channel right now to hit 600K. This is by far the strongest hurricane this season. Extremely powerful and strong winds. Yeah, I've got to agree. I know a lot of people were kind of... I've seen... I mean, everybody has their opinion, right? People can say this is overhyped, underhyped, whatever. There were a lot of people, even in this stream like today, that were like, this is an overhyped storm. And they were saying that 5 hours before landfall. I'm like, brother, like, the impacts don't come necessarily before landfall. A lot of the time, the worst impacts for hurricanes are actually after landfall or during landfall. So, I mean, the storm surge, like, we still got really strong winds right now coming out of the, northwest. That's going to continue to penetrate storm surge into Sarasota and Englewood. And even areas like Tampa Bay. Like, Tampa Bay is going to see some storm surge here after landfall, which is bad news because, high tide is then. So, there's opinions for everything, but I have to be honest with you. I think that this hurricane was really well forecasted by everybody. I think this has been a really solid forecasted, hurricane. Thank you, Trauma, for the 5 gifted. And again, we're not even over still. Again, we're seeing catastrophic flooding that's going to ramp up here over the next few hours in, central and western Florida. And then also we're going to be seeing hurricane force wind gusts that are going to continue across almost all of Florida. Like, hurricane force winds are going to continue for a large chunk of central Florida tonight. Speaking of hurricane force winds, Connor is currently driving through hurricane force winds.
Maybe just get up. How far is Tampa? It's actually kind of far, isn't it? Yeah. It's actually pretty far. We should get up here. We're kind of in a weird thing, but we should get service up here, man.
We're in kind of like a weird unpopulated area.
Yeah, just right here. Doesn't explain why mine works better than yours, but...
Wow, big gust!
Whoa!
Big gust!
Hey, Mary, from coming a member.
Is it a headwind right now, or is it kind of to the left? It's kind of coming to the left.
Ahead a little bit to the left. Wow.
It's actually kind of hard.
This is ripping.
Sounds like Connor is going to be heading up towards Tampa.
I hope you've got good tires.
You're going to intercept the Eyewall here in the Tampa Bay area.
I'll blow some cold air up front. My phone might be overheating. That's why I might not be charging well.
I actually agree with that. I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm pretty warmed up.
It's going to get pretty cold in the car.
It is still a Category 3 hurricane as of right now. Should have a new National Hurricane Center position update.
Better not be buffering.
Oh yeah, we just had one. So this was a update that just came in from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Milton a few minutes ago. Hurricane Milton is still a Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 115 miles per hour, and the pressure is now up to 956 millibars. So it is continuing to decrease in intensity, but as we mentioned yesterday and today, this is undergoing an extratropical transition, which means that the intensity of Hurricane Milton will actually continue to stay pretty intense all the way through central and eastern Florida. So we do anticipate this to still at least be a Category 1 hurricane all the way through Florida. So let's keep that in mind. Again, we're still ways away from over from this hurricane. Again, we're going to be dealing with this all overnight tonight as well. Thank you, Grandpa, for the $20 super chat. Am I safe in Indiana? Yes, you are. The waves can't receive in Port Charlotte. That's what it looks like live in Port Charlotte right now. Yeah, the water is not going to recede in Port Charlotte anytime soon. This water is going to be here probably for the next, I'd say, 6 to 12 hours. Maybe even longer than that. I appreciate that, Tyler. 6 family members subscribing to our channel. It's kind of wild. W's. The Y'all Squad donations will update at the bottom here soon, but we just crossed $14,000 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. Again, if you'd like to contribute, it is the top. It's the pinned link in the chat. There's also a link in the description. And some insane footage today. It's been an insane day. And we just crossed 575,000 subscribers. We are now 25,000 away from 600,000. If 25,000 of you hit the red button right now and subscribe, we will hit 600K. And I will wear a Buzz Lightyear costume. I know it sounds weird, but it'll be pretty lit. The storm surge is still going crazy here in Englewood Beach, Florida. I know it's hard to see, but the boardwalk keeps getting hammered by these waves. The storm surge, the worst storm surge here in Englewood Beach, Florida is still yet to come. And again, this is on the Radar Omega Mesovort. If you want to check these out, you can become a subscriber on the Radar Omega app. They have a ton of them up right now. I think they have 9 up right now. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And also, if you need a storm shelter, after what we've just gone through with the tornadoes and, the hurricane, and you want to keep you and your family safe, you can get a storm shelter from espshelter.com. There's the second to top link in the description below. Above ground storm shelters. Highly recommend. Cheap to install. at espshelter.com, second to top link in the description. I appreciate both Radar Omega and ESP Shelters for sponsoring both yesterday's and today's streams. We'll be contributing most of what they're going to probably give us to charity. So, you know, we'll be making a pretty large donation to the Y'all Squad ourselves after this is all said and done, from Hurricane Milton. You know, again, this is... I know we make donations and, you know, obviously we do make money here, but I do want to obviously contribute a good amount of that here to Hurricane Milton relief efforts and be able to help those that have been heavily hit here by Hurricane Milton. And again, we're still seeing impacts. They're still to come. We're going to see more overnight tonight. And hopefully we can help a lot of people out there. We might even be volunteering this weekend if, depending on my situation. I don't know how I'll be after Hurricane Milton, but because I'm in Florida, but might even be volunteering with the Y'all Squad this weekend. You might see me out there. You never know. You might also have to, you might see me getting a haircut at some point. My hair's getting really long. Or maybe I'll just grow my hair. I'm not sure yet. My peak concurrent viewership, we hit 131,000 today. We've never done that. Our peak concurrent viewership before today, I think, was like 50,000. So, crazy stuff. I'm not getting a buzz cut, guys. Oh my god. I'm not doing Buzz Lightyear jokes. Hey, Kel's lit for the super chat. No tornado warnings. I mean, we don't have any. All the outer bands that were producing tornadoes are all offshore. And we don't have any outer bands forming inland because of dry air. So there won't be really. I think the tornado risk overnight tonight's gonna be low. I don't think it's 0, but I think it's low. Hey, Kinetic for the $20 super chat. Max, imagine if everyone watching donated $1 for the Y'all Squad donation. Yeah, I agree. Everybody should go donate. If you can, go donate $1 to the Y'all Squad. It's the pinned link in the chat. It's also in the description. It is a tax-deductible donation, by the way, because it's a non-profit. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the $25 Venmo. Thank you, Emily, for the $20 Venmo. Thank you, John, Becky, Marissa, Will, Elizabeth, Nick, all for the Venmos. Appreciate it. Thank you, Russell, for the super chat. Wow, St. Petersburg has reported 5 inches of rain in 1 hour. In addition to that, they've reported 9 inches of rain in the last 3 hours in St. Petersburg, Florida. That is more than that's more rare than a 1 in 1,000 year rain event. They had 5 thresholds for the 1,000 year rain event is 8.5 inches in 3 hours. So they had 9.04 inches of rain in St. Petersburg, Florida in the matter of 3 hours. Here's the 1 hour total rain precipitation. Let's go full screen of this. This is the 1 hour estimated storm rain precipitation. Many areas in the Tampa area getting upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour, anywhere in the yellow. And even in the green, we're seeing a widespread 1 to 2 inches of rain per hour. It's crazy. Absolutely wild. Look at the wind. It's still going crazy. This is still live inside of the Eyewall near St. Petersburg, Florida.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Wind is still very strong here with Hurricane Milton. I mean, again, it's still a Category 3 hurricane. Hasn't weakened yet.
Tampa?
Thank you, David, for the super chat.
$1 million question.
$1 million
as well as Occupy Mars. How will be affected on the Space Coast? Should be mostly a power outage threat over there.
We'll try. We'll try. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea, for the $10 PayPal donation.
There's no sharks,
as well as Mandy with the $10
No shark
donation.
Are you guys feeling wind resistance? Yes, very much.
We have just crossed $15,000 now raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts.
Aerodynamic, though. It just cuts through the wind.
It's very aerodynamic.
W's in the chat. Over $15,000 now raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. That number will adjust here soon. It's not updating, but it should be updating soon. Thank you, Garrett O'Lean, for the $50 super chats. Appreciate the generosity.
going south.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Aline. Thank you to anybody that's been watching all day today, by the way. I really do appreciate you guys being here. And hopefully you've been enjoying the coverage thus far. Again, we've been live today for over 10.5 hours now. We've been live for 10.5 hours total today.
Eyewall, which is on that north side there.
Oh, the minimum amount for the y'all squad is only $3. I thought, oh, yeah, at least, okay, sorry guys. My bad, I didn't realize the minimum was $1. Or $3, I mean.
Hang in there, guys.
It's gonna be a battle.
Whoa. I'm gonna try and get all the way to like late.
Alright, the number will update in a minute. Mr. Riley Dibble, I think, is controlling the number. Thank you, Cass, for the super chat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Low visibility.
See how far we can make it.
Big time low visibility.
What if we all donated $3? If every one of you donated $3 to the All Squad, we just got to $16,500 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts.
Yeah.
You guys are going crazy.
W mods.
Thank you, Oscar, for the $10 donation. We will probably make a post tomorrow, as long as I have power. We'll be making a post tomorrow on
wow, I can't see.
On how much we donate to the All Squad. Thank you, Venius, for the super chat. Also, Wayne's. What vehicle are they in? They're in a Toyota RAV4. Thank you, Rennie and Samantha, also for the super chats. And Vicky. Thank you, music as well. Where's the eye? It's a good question. Can't really see it, can you? The eye's not really visible. It's probably right about here, if I had to guess, just by looking at radar presentation. We can look at infrared imagery too and check it out. This is what it looks like on infrared. Again, it really has not had a clear-cut eye in like several hours. Do you and Ryan Hall work together? We work. Well, I mean, we're right now working together with the Y'all Squad. So, thank you, Ben, for the $10 donation. Thank you, Greg, for becoming a member. Yeah, I'd have to guess though. The eye's probably on the east side of Bradenton now. I mean, again, this hurricane's moving pretty fast. And honestly, like this hurricane might be offshore tomorrow at like 5 or 6 a.m. in Palm Bay or something. Because right now it's kind of on track to go kind of east northeast. Thank you, Jared, for the $10 donation, and Sapper for the super chat. And Daystar, appreciate it. So let's go full screen again to Charlotte Harbor. The water's still very high here. Pull on the right. Oh, wrong thing. Oopsie. We just hit $17,500 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. Nope, never mind. We just reached $18,800 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. You guys are crazy. There's another big wave. Do I have any rain totals yet? I know Tampa Bay's up there. So, I mean, St. Petersburg has measured like 9 inches of rain in 3 hours, so. Make that $19,300 now raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. Thank you, Isaiah, as well as Blue for the $10 donations, and thank you, Robster, for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Robster. And David for another $10 donation. Shout out to Megan, Ashley, Erica, Monica, Cameron, Lisa, Robert, Ashley, Ryan, Four Waters, Mark, Monica, Emily, Matt, all for the Venmo donations. Also Superstar. Again, if you want to donate to the Y'all Squad, it is the pinned link in the chat or the link in the description. Guys, this is not a vape, it is a water bottle. We now officially have a flash flood emergency that has been issued. That is for Manatee, So we have a flash flood emergency in Florida. This is for Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough counties in Florida. So this has now gone upgraded to a flash flood emergency. You need to get to higher ground immediately. That's Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough counties in Florida. And there it is. The dashed polygon that you see there, north of Bradenton, Brandon, Temple Terrace, Tampa, Largo, Clearwater, Dunedin, Palm Harbor, St. Petersburg, all included now in a flash flood emergency. This is a catastrophic situation. Doppler radar indicates that, wow, between 10 to 14 inches of rain have fallen in this area already. Flash flooding is already occurring. Again, this is a flash flood emergency. You need to seek higher ground now if you are in this area. This is a particularly dangerous situation. That is for Tampa, Temple Terrace, Brandon, Largo, Clearwater, Dunedin, and Palm Harbor in Florida. It's an extremely dangerous situation. We just tweeted out on Twitter if you want to get the word out. Again, it's at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. And flash flood emergency now in the dashed black and green area there for a very populated area. Heavy rain continues to really hammer this area. We're going to continue to see several inches of rain along with tons of wind. It is just turning into kind of like a disaster here for when it comes to rainfall. 10 to 15 inches of rain falling in a very short amount of time, and there's still rain coming. Like, there's still going to be several more inches of rain to come. So this is a 1 in 1,000 year rainfall event for St. Petersburg. They had over 9 inches of rain in 3 hours. The backside of this hurricane, though, is stronger. I'm telling you guys, like, the wind on the backside of this, like on the northwest side where, you know, Connor Croft is and whatnot, like, the wind is stronger in this area. Like, if you go to, let's go to Brandon Coppock. Look at Brandon Coppock's POV. Like, this is what we're talking about. The wind's actually stronger on the backside of this hurricane.
Of your home, but if there's water rising, you're
gonna see it pick up more here in a second. Thank you, cup of coffee. Appreciate the super chat. We are now over $22,000 raised for the All Squad. See where everybody else is at. Storm Intermedia's out there. Corey Gherkin's out there too. I'll have to refresh Corey. He is online. This is Storm Intermedia's POV. They're also going through some serious winds. Again, the northwest side of this Eyewall is where the worst of the wind is, and we are starting to see that in real time.
I mean, that's got Verizon and it's got...
Thank you, Toasted Waffle. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Paige.
The only thing it's missing is AT&T, and if you don't have good service on AT&T, I don't know how much of a difference it makes.
I'm going between like 2 and like...
Corey should be online. I don't know why it doesn't say that. There we go. Corey's getting pretty close to the worst of the flash flooding, so we're going to keep a close eye on Corey and the flash flood emergency. Brandon again going through some of the worst wind, and again, Brandon Coppock is live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Top link in the description below to download Radar Omega. Thank you, Judy, for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Judy. Shout out to Natalie, Annalise, Ryan, Rachel, Suzanne, Craig, Randy, and Grace, all for the Venmo donations. Hey, Ron and Annesley as all for the Venmo donations. And if you are just tuning in, we do have a flash flood emergency yet again for this area that's in the black and green dashed area. And this is a catastrophic situation, as there already has been 10 to 15 inches of rain that's fallen, and more is to come. We are expecting several more inches of rain here across this area, which is a very populated area. Over 2.5 million people included in this flash flood emergency. So please take this seriously. There is, again, significant flooding already happening. Thank you, Marcella, and as well as Ingrid for the super chats. We have reached on this channel today for Hurricane Milton coverage. We have reached over the actually, I'll just say over the last 48 hours because that's the only data I have. We've reached over 9.5 million people with these live streams and videos over the last 48 hours. That is crazy. And to this stream alone, that's been live for 4.5 hours, over 2.5 million people have watched this stream to some extent. That is crazy. Brandon Kopic's going through the Eyewall again. Very high winds right now.
I'll flip around. Oh no. Alright, yeah, I'll pull up over here. Yep, I will block it for you. Yep.
We're now under $1,000 away from crossing $25,000 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts, by the way.
Just makes me mad.
Which is crazy. We're now only $1,000 away from $25,000 raised for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. If you want to donate, pin link in the chat, link in the description. The Y'all Squad. Let's do it. Thank you, Muppet. Appreciate that. From Australia. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. My house is in Brandon. This is crazy. Stay safe. Yeah, I mean, whoa. Let's go to Brandon. Look at this wind. This is a better view of it. He's in like a wind tunnel. He's like in a wind tunnel right now. The worst of the wind is actually near Sun City and Gulf City, just east of St. Petersburg. He's in a wind tunnel right now.
So Caleb had a traffic cone yeeted at him, and then it went underneath his car, and it's dragging underneath his
a wind tunnel.
Underneath his vehicle right now.
Who donated $1,000? I didn't see that.
Go to the threat area real quick. Help him out.
This donation wall is huge. I gotta scroll down. Huge shout out to the Photon Empress for the $1,000 donation for the Y'all Squad. That is a big W. Empress has also gifted like I think 100 or 150 members in the last couple days. Thank you, William, for the $25 donation. Thank you, Andrew, for the donation. Appreciate that.
Hey, there's a rest area right here. Let's pull off here.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, flash flood emergency for Tampa, Brandon, St. Petersburg. 10 to 15 inches of rain have fallen. Again, Brandon Kopic and several other storm chasers on the Radar Omega app are all making their way into this flash flood emergency, as tons of rain is falling, very saturated grounds, and we are expecting major to catastrophic flooding here over the next several hours. We're about to hit $25,000 in donations for the All Squad. We're about to hit it. Thank you, Stone, for the 5 gifted members. Nobody's in the chat for Stone. Any thoughts for Ocala, Florida? I think Ocala is going to get just missed by the worst of it, but I still expect tropical storm force wind gusts, maybe even blow in hurricane force wind gusts tonight, and then heavy rain. But, like, it's a lot of nowcasting now, because we can forecast this a lot easier since it's now over land and it's not wobbling a ton, really. So, it's a little bit easier to forecast this. Huge W's in the chat, guys. We just hit $25,000 raised for the nonprofit Storm Relief Fund, the Y'all Squad. With 730 of you guys making donations. W's. Next goal now is $50,000. You might be able to hit it. Also, make sure to go like and retweet my tweet. On Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Pamela. Appreciate that. Thank you. What is a W? Just means win. It's like an abbreviation. It's like Sigma. I don't know what Sigma means, but it's a word. John, it's fine. How about you? I haven't had any issues yet. Huge shout out, by the way, to anybody that donated. It's gonna, again, help a lot of people that have been hit by Hurricane Milton, and people that are still yet to be hit by Hurricane Milton. Thank you, baby boy, and also Lou. How do you think Sanford will be? Sanford, Florida. It's somewhere over here. I think it'll be mostly hurricane force winds, and then that'll be probably not. I do think there'll at least be numerous power outages there, and then probably gonna see upwards of like 8 to 12 inches of rain at least, maybe even more than that. There's actually been flashes. I didn't even know that. Put the subscriber counter up. Dude, my screen's already too messy. My screen is so messy. I'm telling you, sometime either at the end of this year or next year, we're doing a full-blown revamp for, what is going on here? Are they setting up a camera in Brandon, Florida right now? Or did this camera fall down? Radar Omega, I think, set up a camera in Brandon, Florida. I think it fell down. Either that or they're setting it up as we speak. John, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't know, never mind. I have one light that's not plugged into the battery. I was about to say, I would have, like, literally no clue. Let's go back to Brandon. He's driving through the hurricane force winds, approaching Tampa, Florida, on the northwest side of the Eyewall, which has been the most intense part of this hurricane so far. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate the super chat. Somebody just commented on my tweet and said, I'm still watching. Where are those two boys at that were near the parking garage? That would be Connor and Freddie. They're driving as well. They're actually a little bit in front of Brandon, but Brandon Kopic has pretty good visual there on the winds being a little bit higher.
Wow, we're back in it.
I said turn your headlights off for 5
These winds are still, I would say, high-end Cat 2, low-end Cat 3 winds that we're experiencing right now. Like both Connor Croft and Brandon Kopic going through that.
Boom. Easy money.
Look at that.
Thank you, Steph, for the super chat.
Sebastian, thank you. Nope, you requested $1.
Yeah, the wind is definitely still really up there. Storm Runner Media is still out there as well. They're pummeling bumbling through the wind. And we also got Corey Gherkin, who's also on Radar Omega and on YouTube, who is in the process of loading. Good start. I don't know if he's gonna load. I'll come back to Brandon Kopic, I guess. Alright. It's still a Category 3 hurricane. We do have a new update, though, in 18 minutes in terms of its intensity. WJT, if that's true, W. $250 donation to the All Squad is a big W. Hey, Mello, for the $10 donation. What's the y'all thing? That is the nonprofit organization that we are currently working with that is raising money for Hurricane Milton relief efforts. And again, if you want to donate, it's the pinned link in the chat. It's also in the description. Thank you, Holly Chelly. Appreciate that. This storm is not the Rizzler. I don't even know what that means. Let's check in back on these storm surge cameras. We haven't looked at them full screen here in a few minutes. This is back over in Port Charlotte. The waves are still pretty high. Again, the winds coming from, you know, the Atlantic or the Gulf of Mexico are going to continue to keep this water high, I think, for the next several hours. Oh, another power flash right there. You probably saw that. Another power flash there in Port Charlotte. The water's actually hitting the camera now. The water, I think, is actually still getting higher in Port Charlotte. You'd think it would be getting lower. Seems like it's getting higher. Where's the bench? Somebody just said, where's the bench with a sad face? Ryan just shouted you out, did he? W Ryan. I think Ryan hit like almost 500,000 concurrent viewers or something today. It's crazy. Apparently Ryan's stream today had like 10 million views. I think I just saw that on... Andy Hill posted that on Twitter. That's crazy. 10 million views for a live stream is absurd. I mean, we've had almost 3 million and we've only been live for like 5 hours, but like... That's also absurd, almost having 3 million views. $465,000 was at its peak? That's crazy. That is crazy. We've gained like 78,000 subscribers today too. It's been a crazy day. Thank you, Voodoo, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. How's it going, Millers and Casey's and St. Augustine? Hope you guys stay safe. St. Augustine's gonna get some big surge tonight. Yeah, we're approaching 600,000 subscribers. Again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It's free to do. We are making a run at 600,000, I think. We're currently 21,000 away. Every one of you subscribes will hit it. It's possible. It is a possibility. How will Orlando be? I think Orlando's going to be dealing with flooding and hurricane force winds. That'll be the two biggest concerns there. We're going to start seeing some storm surge in Mitchell Beach here soon. And Marie Island is just absolutely drenched in rain. We can't see that bench from earlier. It's still too low visibility. Mike just said, gave a super chat and said Tampa is in a washing machine. I guess that's one way to describe it. Here's Osprey, Florida. Osprey, Florida is getting some pretty big surge now. The docks are now completely flooded over. Got some weird things floating over the water as well. There's a siesta key camera, and I can't click on it for some reason. I don't know why. Venice is just raining. Here's Englewood Beach. We haven't gone to Englewood Beach in a minute. What is going on in Englewood? It's very low visibility. Oh, that's better. Storm surge continues on the boardwalk here in Engle Beach, Florida. On the Radar Omega Mesovort. Again, if you want to check these out, you can download the app on iOS and Android. It's Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. If you become a subscriber inside the app, you'll have access to these cameras that we're looking at. Thank you, Rita, for the $20 super chat. How do I donate to the Y'all Squad? You can click the pinned link in the chat. There's also a link in the description. Thank you, Lauren, also for the super chat. Pinellas County winds will probably die down like after midnight. W's in the chat for J Mai for the $50 super chat. Also, thank you, Lindsay, Mike, Dimitri, Tim, Matt, Ida, Beth, Matt, all for the Venmo donations. What do I do when there isn't a storm to cover? Live life. That's really about it. I mean, I love doing this, don't get me wrong, but actually go golfing and stuff, maybe. I'm full-time college, by the way, and doing this at the same time. It's kind of crazy. Full-time doing this and college is a serious balance. Let's go back to Brandon Kopic. He's still driving through a immense eyewall right now south of Tampa. It's crazy.
New flash flood warning, including Lakeland and a bunch of areas up there. If I missed any PayPal donations or Venmo donations, thank you guys so much. Obviously and understandably, I really can't look at it right now. We were going up 75 right now. We're on I-75 northbound.
I've watched Max for 10 hours. W. We've been live now for about 11 hours total today. Dylan, I probably did. I might have missed a couple names. I'm kind of missing some Venmo, like, names. But if you did, I do appreciate it. I might have just missed you. Big shout out to Mary with the $50 Venmo. Thank you, Randy, for the super chat. Yeah, or the Venmo. I gotta say, guys, I have had, like, nothing to eat today. And I've actually been fine. Like, I had 5 munchkins when I woke up. Then we went live, like, 5 minutes after that. And then had, like, a few cashews from Buc-ee's. I had 10 chicken nuggets for dinner. That was it. 10 chicken nuggets and some ketchup. That was it. Put them in the air fryer. I've had nothing today. Like, it's been a... I don't feel that hungry, to be honest, but, like... It's been a chill day. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot to mention in this live stream, but just a quick heads up. I haven't said anything about this while Brandon Kopic gets his signal back. I just want to throw this out there for those that want to pick up a limited release 500,000 subscriber Max Velocity t-shirt. This is only going to be available until we run out. We're already over halfway done with the supply of these. So if you want to pick one up, make sure to pick it up. They are almost sold out. We are going to release a signed hat. We're going to probably sell like 100 to 200 of them. And that will be coming out in a week or two, so stay tuned on that. We'll be posting updates on that on social media, but that's not out yet. It will be signed by me, and it will be mailed to you by me. So if you want to get that, that'll be coming out later, but it's not out yet. So that's one thing that we'll be releasing for 500,000 subscribers. As promised, the shirt is not signed though. Only the hat will be. Because if I did the shirts, like, there's too many SKUs for shirts, so it would just take too much. It'd probably take too much, like, money to do. Connor's currently driving through the crazy hurricane force winds in the Eyewall. While that happens, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in just 1 moment.
Nolly gave it a super chat. What is happening, guys? Man, again.
Richard, thank you for the super
Jessica
chat.
Holt, thank you for
Garrett,
the the PayPal dollar.
Wesley, thank you for becoming a member.
James, thanks for the $3 on Cash App.
You a flip?
Blake McKinney. Who is Blake McKinney?
Blake
That is spelled
McKinney?
just like your last name. Thank you for the super chat.
Who are you, Blake? He's one of us. Okay.
Thanks, Tammy.
That was crazy.
Cooper, thank you for the Cash App.
Where are we even at, bro?
I don't even know.
It's like we're just we're in, dude. There's like no light, but it's like we're in like a lot of. I bet it's just powers out everywhere. Dude. I'm gonna put in freaking like Lakeland, I guess.
I was gonna take
Here.
yeah, I'll probably take Eyewall.
Once again, I guess stream-wise,
All right,
going
back.
for it. We're going for it.
Wow.
Anyway, Gush for the super chat. Yes, flooding will continue, Grush, past... So, the person is asking, can the flooding continue after the back of the Eyewall passes through Tampa and Sarasota? Yes, it can. Hey, Marianne for the super chat, and Jordan for the super chat. Back to free cam view. Yeah, we do have a flash flood emergency again for Clearwater, Tampa, St. Petersburg. All those areas at this point have seen 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. And we're going to continue to see a lot of rain here over the next several hours, especially across central and western Florida. As the eye of Hurricane Milton continues to move inland, it is still, again, a hurricane, and it will be at least a Category 2 hurricane on this next update. The National Hurricane Center will have a new update on Hurricane Milton in approximately 6 minutes. So stay tuned. We'll have another update for you to give you an update on pressure and wind speeds. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. How's it going, Mini Jack? Rodessa. Munchkins are donut holes, by the way, for those that are wondering. I call them Munchkins because that's what it's called, like in New England. That's where I grew up, so that's what they at least call it. I think at whatchamacallit, Dunkin' Donuts. Thank you, Naya, for the $50 super chat. Hey, no problem. Appreciate the generosity. Oh, I forgot to post the link in chat to the merch, but it's in the chat. It's also in the description. Venmo? There's a Venmo in the description. I haven't checked in like 5 minutes. Thank you, Alex, and as well as Brett. Thank you, Brent, for the $50 Venmo. W's in the chat for Brent, and Sawyer and Randy. Thank you guys for the Venmos. When will I retire? I don't know if I really ever want to retire, to be honest. At least I'm doing this. I love doing this. I always have. If I retire, the only thing I can imagine doing is golfing. I don't even have a wife, so kind of shocked. How old are you? I'm not even that old. That's why I'm wondering why somebody's asking when I'm going to retire. I'm young. As I get a voice crack. How it's proven. Over 1 million people are now without power from Hurricane Milton. So the power outages continue to increase. We have over now 1 million people. 1.3 million are now without power in Florida. 1.3 million without power in Florida. The red is where most of the power outages are, and they're pretty widespread in Sarasota, Manatee, Sarasota, Hardee, Pinellas counties, Pasco, Hillsborough, and Citrus counties. All those places getting a lot of power outages right now. Hurricane Milton is officially now downgraded to a Category 2 hurricane. So it is now officially back down to a Category 2 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 110 miles per hour. Has just been downgraded. The National Hurricane Center update has gone ahead and mentioned. I'll give you the latest details here. So the National Hurricane Center has said that the flash flood emergency is in effect for the Tampa Bay area as Milton continues to move inland. Wind gusts have been reported recently at 102 miles per hour at the Sarasota and Bradenton International Airport. By the way, here's a view of that wind right now. It is insane. It is very windy still, even in the Tampa Bay area. The northwest side of the eye is where a lot of the wind is currently residing. W's in the chat for Auberty for the $100 super chat. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. How do I donate via Venmo? There is a Venmo handle in the description. Thank you, Richard, for becoming a member. Connor Croft also going through this wind. It is very windy again in Tampa Bay. It is crazy. And they're also under a flash flood emergency. Go back to Brandon Kopic. Again, Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. A wind gust of 105 miles per hour was recently reported at the Egmont Channel, and 98 mile per hour wind gust at the middle of Tampa Bay. Sheesh. High winds. Thank you, Terry, for the super chat. Is this less intense than expected? I would say not really. I mean, like, maximum sustained wind-wise upon landfall, it was like 5 miles per hour less than forecasted, but like, no. I mean, it's intensity-wise from what we've seen thus far, it's kind of what we expected. Now, in terms of the scenarios, again, we went over scenarios about what could happen, right? We mentioned that if this makes landfall north of Tampa, it would be catastrophic for Tampa Bay. It would have been. We were really lucky it made landfall south of Tampa Bay, because Tampa would have been like hammered in storm surge. Now, it's not done yet. We are still going to see storm surge in Tampa once the winds do change more out of the west, but if this eye did make landfall north of Tampa, it would have been catastrophic for Tampa. We are really lucky that didn't happen. Now, the unfortunate part about that is that this entire coastline near Cape Coral, or the Charlotte Harbor, and then back through Englewood and Sarasota, those areas instead have seen the, catastrophic impacts essentially out of Milton that have been, pretty significant thus far. I mean, you can see it on the cameras on the bottom, but the storm surge has been pretty significant. The sand has been coming up onto the beach here further than it should be. The water has as well in Englewood Beach, Florida. This is an Englewood Beach, very windy still. Can't really see the storm surge really much right now. I'm not seeing any big waves, but we had a lot of that, moments ago. So it's been very significant there. And then Port Charlotte is the one area that we've just seen on and off, made like huge waves moving into the bay. And that has really hammered this area when it comes to storm surge. We're going to go back to Brandon. He has, again, a crazy view still. Look at Brandon Kopic. W's in the chat for Travis with the $100 super chat. Hey, Mark, Wallace, James, Alex, all for the Venmo donations. Disney will be mostly hurricane force winds. I think Disney actually is closed tomorrow. I think they officially announced that today. If anybody can verify, I think they did close. I think they closed tomorrow. I meant tomorrow. I think they closed for tomorrow. You guys want a little loop of Hurricane Milton over the last 30 hours? We're going to give it to you. I'm not looking to get on Outlook, excuse me. This is a little 30-hour loop of Hurricane Milton posted by James Pettis. We'll go back to the beginning. 30-hour loop in 30 seconds. So every second it is an hour. So there's your 30-hour loop. Crazy. Thank you, Astro, for the super chat. You're amazing at what you do. I've been watching you all day. And if we were in the, I don't know what that means, area, should we expect Category 1 or a tropical storm? I don't know what that means. Is that a place? Where's our benchmark? I don't know if we have a bench left. I think the only one, like, the bench that we had a view of, like, it's just, there's too much rain and wind. Oh. Wow. This is bad. The bench, so this here, Venice, Florida, right here, this is where the benches are, I'm pretty sure. There are benches that are supposed to be here. The water has actually come all the way in. This storm surge is really ripping in. We weren't paying attention to this. This is where we had several benches up and down with like the boat drop off, I'm pretty sure. I think that's what this is. And the benches, like, I can't even see them, but like they're probably underwater now. This storm surge has really gotten feisty in Venice. That's right here in Venice, Florida. In Venice Beach. We can't really see much in Venice Beach, but I'm guessing the storm surge is pretty high there as well. But yeah, this storm surge is really coming in. This is all going inland right now. Hey, Simone, appreciate the compliment. You need to get yourself some grub? I don't know what I'm even gonna eat. No clue what I would even eat. This is live in Venice, Florida on the Radar Omega Mesovort. If you're a subscriber inside the app, you have access to these cameras. Top link in the description below to download Radar Omega on iOS and Android. This is, again, storm surge that is, the water's supposed to not be here. There are benches and like a park here and you can't even see it anymore. It is gone. The storm surge has actually gotten pretty high here. Thank you, TV Dinner, for the $20 super chat for Max's Golf Fund. You deserve a day off. I appreciate that. Trust me, I will be getting a day off one of these next 2 days, I'm pretty sure. Most undoubtedly gonna get a day off one of these next 2 days. I actually might be seeing Freddie McKinney in Storm Intermediate tomorrow. What a bright, colorful room behind this person. Well, you know what's funny? I can make it not colorful. Can turn off the light if you want. That is an option. I love this light. It was like $100, I think, for the light. It's paid for itself. I love it. It's like the best thing ever. It has so many customizations and stuff. It's lit. There was a 10 p.m. update. It's back down to a Category 2 hurricane. That was the 10 p.m. update. Thank you, Audrey, for the super chat. I am. I'm going to college for meteorology. Thank you, Lorraine, or Lane, for this $20 super chat. I don't know how I can't say that name. Appreciate the generosity. Shout out to Walker, Allen, Dan, Kyle, Riley, another Walker, Venmo. Appreciate you guys. Ryan might be losing his voice, is he? Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I've almost lost my voice. Like, the last couple of days, I've gone to bed, like, my voice has just been horrible. Like, it's been bad. Not gonna lie. Like, it's not easy. Like, I've been live, I don't know how many hours now, but I've been live and making videos every day, pretty much 24/7 when I'm awake. It takes a toll on your voice. That's why I do a lot of streams. It's easy to, like, I would say it's easier to, like, prep. Like preparation. We're now 300 subscribers from 580,000. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. But yeah, it's hard. I don't know how many streams I had. No, my voice is fine right now. I'm just saying in general. Like, it's hard to maintain having a healthy voice throughout a duration of a hurricane stream. Thank you, John, for the $50 super chat. Any update on storm surges in Cape Coral? I don't know about Cape Coral. I mean, our furthest southern camera is the Port Charlotte camera. But I'm guessing their storm surge is probably a little bit less bad, or a little bit less bad as this one that we're seeing in Port Charlotte. Thank you, Molly, for the $20 super chat. Buy yourself a steak dinner. Appreciate that. I probably will, honestly. Probably gonna happen. Maybe if me, Freddy, and Storm and our media all meet up tomorrow, which we might all get, like, a steak dinner. Might just happen. Are you teaching a college class? Guys, I'm not that old. Like, how old do you guys think I am? I'm curious. A lot of you are new viewers. How old do you guys think I am? Probably no pizza delivery where you are? I don't think so. I don't think anybody wants to be out in this hurricane. 57? Somebody said 57 in the chat. I am actually... 2 people said 57. It's crazy. A lot of people in the 20s. Alright, that's good. At least you got... A lot of you guys are in the 20s. That'll be 21. Alright, 3 plus 4. That's 7, 12, 15, 20, 26, 27... We've had 33 hours of live coverage this week. Which has really been in the last, like, 4 days on Hurricane Milton. Or 3 days. It's been really the last 3 days on Hurricane Milton. Been over 33 hours of live coverage. We've had 2 videos a day other than today. Every single day. So, yeah, that's quite a bit of talking. Wow, this is back in the Eyewall. Look at this. Another video posted by James Pettis. I-75 and mile marker 221.9. Another post by James Pettis on Twitter. Wow, this is a crazy graphic, by the way. You guys gotta see this. Look at this. This is crazy. This is how many tornado warnings that we had today. Another graphic made by James Pettis on Twitter. 130 plus tornado warnings. That's more than we had with Hurricane Beryl upon landfall. W in the chat for Jack with the $100 super chat. Bottle of wine or martinis for your steak dinner? I don't drink wine. I'll probably get like a strawberry lemonade vodka. That sounds pretty good. Appreciate the super chat. That's a lot of tornado warnings. That's a lot. Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that. He also doesn't eat ramen noodles? Yeah, I don't eat ramen. I've never had ramen in my life. Oh, where's my document? Right here. Catastrophic still driving through high winds. I think Connor is too.
But chill.
Thank you, Tough, for the super chat. Siesta Key landfall location has one working 511 cam left, flooded completely. Oh, wait, what number is it, Tough? Can you at me or something? What number it is? What camera had what traffic cam is the only one working? Can somebody give me a number? Where was this again? I'm short-term memory, bro. This is Siesta Key. All right, Siesta Key. I think I see the camera. Is it SA Midnight Pass at Stickney Point? Is that what it is? I think we're gonna have a little look at flooding, maybe. Yeah, look at this, guys. This is in Siesta Key, Florida. Look at the storm surge. This is storm surge in Siesta Key on the 511 traffic cam, which is, I think, maybe gone down. No, it's still up. Just loading. That's all storm surge. It's like a flashing light, too. It's in Siesta Key, Florida. It is really flooding out there. Water's covering the roadway. That is a road. Swallowed water the wrong way. Thank you, John, for the super chat. 750k subs, you should eat ramen. No. No, thank you. I don't think that camera's working anymore. That camera's kind of in and out, but that's flooded there in Siesta Key. I'm surprised that camera's even up. It's crazy. Guys, I don't vape, I don't smoke. There's a new flash flood emergency that is for Hernando, Lake, Pinellas, Pasco, Sumter, Polk, and Hillsborough counties. So brand new flash flood emergency is now in effect for several different counties. I'm posting this on Twitter if you want to retweet it. At MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. Link in the description. Thank you, Angela, for becoming a member. Thank you, sub for the super chat. You're the most responsible 21-year-old I've known so far. I appreciate that. Thank you. Max can't handle his vape. I don't vape. I'd be the last person to vape, I'm not gonna lie. Can you change your light color? I like it purple. I like it purple with this, like, purple, like, the purple background on stream and then the purple background behind me kind of blends well. Like, I could make it, like, yellow. That'd be kind of ugly. The details on that flash flood emergency, 8 to 12 inches of rain has already fallen and more is to come. So that's a lot more rain. That's a little bit more rain than we expected. It's for Four Corners, Lakeland, Juanitica, Spring Hill. It's just east and north of Tampa. Thank you, Mister, for the 11 super chat. Do you have any Clearwater cameras? We had one, but I don't have one anymore. There's one right here in Mitchell Beach, which we're not really seeing much storm surge there right now. You click boom for the $10 or $20 super chat. This is not going to go towards Savannah. No, this is, again, this is going to go into the Atlantic Ocean like this. Like, there will be some ice, like, little bit of storm surge up in, like, that area, but there won't be much. Not going to be anything, like, major. think we're about to cross 580,000 subscribers. About to happen. Sheesh. We're 20,000 subscribers away now. From 600,000. Has a lot of damage happened. We've already seen at least some damage, especially to the coastal regions near like Bradenton. But again, tomorrow is the day where we're going to see a lot more of it. Like, it's overnight hours right now, so it's hard to see. This is a live view in Port Charlotte of the storm surge. And it continues to be a problem here. Lots of water coming inland. Thank you, Bouncer, for the 5 Get to Members. W's in the chat for Bouncer. Thank you, Marty, for the $20 Venmo. Appreciate that. Yeah, this water in like the Charlotte Harbor, that's not coming out anytime soon. It's gonna be up in this area for a while. Like, it's gonna be there probably at least for 6 to 12 hours would be my guess. Maybe even a bit longer. Storm surge is really starting to come into Venice, Florida. Look at this live shot in Venice, Florida. Storm surge is ripping into the town right now. This is again the Radar Omega Mesovort. Storm surge is really, really coming in right now. And now over 1.5 million people are without power in Florida. So that number keeps going up. But storm surge, again, this is Venice, Florida. This looked like a normal, like, park. And now the park's just not there. It's major storm surge in Venice, Florida. This might be one of the hardest hit areas that we've seen thus far when it comes to storm surge. Somebody just said in the chat, okay, power finally went out. So unfortunate. We need 600k merch. We're not doing 600k merch. 500k and then maybe 750k. 750k would be the next one if we do more merch for a milestone. But a million would be for sure. We'll definitely do something for a million. We're almost 60% of the way there to a million subs. I mean, we're at 580k right now. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Do a bench shirt at 1 mil. Oh man, bench shirt will be so funny. "19 confirmed tornadoes in Florida." I think there's been more than that. I think we've had more than 19 confirmed, to be honest. There have been a ton of tornado reports, but we're probably gonna have at least 24 tornadoes confirmed after this is all said and done, would be my guess. We had a ton of tornadoes today. It's been a really crazy day. "580,000 people come to hear you slurp." What? How high is the storm surge in Venice? I don't know the exact number, but it's high. No doubt about that. This is high storm surge. I mean, again, this water's coming in pretty fast too. It's going into the downtown area. I don't know if we have another traffic cam maybe in Venice, Florida, but yeah, this is pretty significant. Really coming into the town fast. Not a good thing. And this area was forecasted to see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. I think they were definitely going to get there. Problem is, all the wind is still coming from the Atlantic, or from the Gulf of Mexico, so it's just going to keep pushing water inland. Thank you, Artie, for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Artie. Bradenton camera in Florida is still hanging. I don't even know when that camera came up. I never saw it until now. Thank you, Beyond, for the $20 donation. Appreciate that. Where's Connor going? I don't know. Looks like he's going towards, like... Might be going towards Orlando or something. Make the background red. Oh, Englewood Beach camera went out. We gotta fix that. Gotta get a new camera. Where is the, we need to get the Venice 2 camera. I don't know if we have the Venice 2 camera, though. Where is the camera right here? Or did Englewood Beach just come back? No, it's out right now. We're gonna try to see if we can get Venice, Florida in on here. You plan to go to bed tonight? I would hope so. Okay, Venice, Florida is also not working. I don't know if any of the cameras... I think a lot of the cameras are going down. No, Venice, Florida's still going. I don't know about the Venice 2 camera. We'll have to see if we can refresh it. See if I can refresh it. Let's see if it works now. Nope, still doesn't. Try this. Huh. Alright, well, for the time being, while I try to fix that, we'll go to Connor. Connor's still driving through some very high winds. Again, a heavy rain as well near Lakeland, Florida. Driving through the Eyewall as it continues to move inland across western central Florida. Heaviest of the rain falling between Orlando, Tampa, and St. Petersburg, Florida.
Let's take it right here.
Whatever the next one is, yep.
Oh gosh, I'm going right over. Oh my god.
Watch out for the sign. Knowing your luck, that's exactly when the sign comes down.
Thank you also, Alania, for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate that.
Guys, I don't mean I'm gonna pee in the gas.
Show us the eye. There isn't really an eye to the hurricane anymore.
Building for cover.
It's just a... Hey, there is technically a center, obviously, and there's still kind of an eye, but there's not like an eye that's visible. Thank you, Aaron, for the 5 gifted members. W's in the chat for Aaron.
Where's this exit, bro? Did I miss it?
Nah, it's up here.
Tornado outlook overnight. I think it'll be a pretty low tornado risk. I don't expect that many tornadoes, to be honest. I think the tornado threat will probably stay on the lower side of things. Oh, Englewood just came back. Put Englewood back on the bottom. Temporary outage, but it's back. Or it might just be in and out, honestly. Yeah, I think tonight's tornado threat, I think it'll be low. I don't think it'll be 0, but I think it'll be low. Let's pull up the future radar, and I'll kind of show you guys what we're talking about for the tornado threat and the rest of tonight, honestly. Well, let's just break down the rest of tonight, honestly. We'll just kind of break down everything into little pieces. Those that are curious. So we'll begin first with the tornado threat and the timing of everything. So the tornado threat for the rest of the night, it will probably be pretty low. We'll have big fish nados offshore, though. Big fish nados over off the coast of Florida. As we go into the overnight hours, rain is going to stay heavy across the I-4 corridor. expecting flooding across a lot of those areas. Once we go into Thursday morning, this will start to move offshore. Rain will start to wind down. The wind will still be very strong, even in areas like Daytona Beach, Orlando, and Palm Bay, and even up near Jacksonville. And then as we go into the afternoon, things should start to quiet down a little bit more. Here's what it looks like for wind gusts. All right, so the wind speeds across Florida over the next several hours. I think this is a good graphic for it, in my opinion. So wind gusts over the next several hours. So this is about now or so. Oh, that's not now. This is about now. So again, notice the highest winds being near Sarasota, and also high winds will start to ramp up near Orlando, and 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie, West Palm Beach, all going to start to ramp up to hurricane force wind gusts as we get closer to the later half of the overnight hours, so around 2 to 3 a.m. And winds will also be strong near Daytona Beach, Tampa, and also through Jacksonville as the eye of this hurricane continues to cross across Florida. By 5 a.m., winds are really starting to ramp up, especially near Daytona Beach and also near Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie. And then as we go into the morning hours on Thursday, that wind will start to move offshore. We should be calming down, though, as we go later into the day Thursday. I think we're done with most of the impacts across Florida by about 12 o'clock tomorrow. So that's during the afternoon hours. There will still be wind across the coastline. There will still be storm surge, especially on the East Coast too. But the good news here is that I don't think we'll have to be live again tomorrow for this. I don't think there's going to be a need to, because I think things will be winding down. So for the rest of tonight, in terms of rainfall accumulation, we are expecting several more inches of rain. So this is kind of an estimate. You can see once it fully loads, areas right along and just north of the I-4 corridor are going to get the worst of the rain. So if you're anywhere along or just north of the I-4 corridor, that is where you can expect the greatest amount of rainfall out of Hurricane Milton. So that's a little forecast update for you for tonight, in case you were curious. Back to Venice, Florida, and check out the storm surge. It's still surging in here. Sounds like the wind is picking up again. Look at the wind.
Just turn around right here.
Still crazy wind here in...
Where are you?
This is in Seffner, Florida.
Oh, going
that way. Big power flash.
Still crazy wind here.
Coming, you know. Who cares? For all I know, we're on the right side of the road. Can't even see. Oh my goodness. Let's see.
Oh, there's no water right here.
There's no water. Let me get out
Gosh,
real quick.
dang it, bro. I thought it looked like water.
Where is there?
You gotta
Is this stream behind?
I'm gonna get out
Or am I
real
behind?
quick.
Wait, let me
Do it
fix
right
the
for the
stream. Oh,
cameras.
it's the right time.
An easier pee then.
It is what? Our flashes are going.
Hang on, guys. We got
I have
emergency.
no clue. I think I might have just missed it, though.
emergency
They're like in
donation.
really high wind right now. Brandon Kopic has a better view of this, though. He's still driving through high wind through the Eyewall. Brandon Kopic's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He's just north of Brandon, Florida. How ironic. Brandon Kopic near Brandon, Florida.
These winds are just absolutely insane right now.
I appreciate that, Andrew, by the way. I know, it's crazy. Appreciate it. Any news on Clearwater Beach? Not any news that I've heard about. I mean, most of the storm surge has been to the south there so far, but it's going to start ramping up over the next few hours as the eye moves further inland.
Water on the left side. We're just pushing it over now.
This is a little bit for reference, a video coming out of Daytona Beach, Florida. Video from the Reels forecast on Twitter. Winds are actually pretty strong over in this area as well in Florida. This is all the way over on the East Coast. So strong winds there. I think he has one more video too. It's another video as well. This is again on the other side of Florida. This isn't even where the hurricane is right now. Like the hurricane's still on west side of Florida. Pretty strong winds there. By the way, today's stream, we've only been live for 5.5 hours on this stream. We've officially just crossed 3 million total views on this stream. That is insane. Has never had we never had a million view stream up until this week. That's kind of crazy. Thank you, buddy, for the super chat. You don't look old enough to know who Buzz Lightyear is. Wow. Thank you, K, for the super chat.
You guys can definitely keep moving.
How long until the bad part reaches Orlando? Probably like 2 to 3 hours until the worst of the wind is there.
That's not quite ideal.
What do you think?
Stay here for like a couple minutes. Calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I did really.
It just calmed down. It literally just calmed down a lot.
Who's in the chat? Do you want some chicken stew, bro?
Dude, when we were under that bridge trying to pee,
It was like 100.
Like,
The biggest storm surge is going to be happening between now and like 6 a.m. A lot of the storm surge is already happening, but a lot of it will be happening, you know, overnight tonight as well. The east coast of Florida is going to see storm surge more than anything tomorrow morning into the afternoon.
Alright, let's get back on.
For the interstate floods.
Yeah, whatever. I can even find my way back.
Thank you, April, for becoming a member.
Operation Get to the place.
We're trying to get back towards Orlando. Lakeland,
Yep.
Orlando for the...
Back to Brandon Kopic. Live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. What is happening in Tampa? A lot of rain. It's a lot of rain. Tampa's already seen upwards of 10 to 15 inches of rain, which is why there's a flash flood emergency for those areas. The most tornado warnings ever issued in a single day. All right, this is interesting news. So this is the latest. For those that were wondering, today is the second most tornado warnings ever issued in one day. The second most tornado warnings issued in one day. We had 126 tornado warnings issued in Florida today. The most ever was April 27th, 2011 at 134 tornado warnings. So today almost had as many tornado warnings as April 27th, 2011. In United States history. Yes, that's in United States history. That is actually crazy to think about. When you think about that, this has been a historic day for many reasons, but the tornado threat was very historic. April 27th, 2011. Wow. I think it's by state, by the way. For the other top spots, by the way, so Alabama had the most tornado warnings ever issued in a single day on April 27th, 2011, 134. Today in Florida was 126. The third most was Tennessee on April 27th, 2011 with 124. And that holds 2 spots, which is also crazy. And then Mississippi was the 4th spot at 117 tornado warnings in a single day, which was in September 25th of 2005, and then May 25th of 2011 was Missouri at 104. So that's a lot. It was the second most of all time. Second most of all time. No problem, Aqua. Appreciate the generosity. Huge shout out, by the way, to anybody that has super chatted or become a member or donated in general. Again, I have not been able to read every single message, but I do appreciate all of you guys. And huge shout out to anybody that's donated to the Y'all Squad. Again, if you want to contribute to the nonprofit 501c3 or 3c, whatever it is, I don't know the number or whatever. But if you want to donate to the nonprofit, the Y'all Squad, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. It'll go directly towards helping those that are in need from Hurricane Milton. We've already raised today over $29,000, nearly $29,500, and we will, again, at the Max Velocity channel, we will be contributing as well, probably at some point tomorrow, as long as I have power to actually do so. We'll see if I have power tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, but yeah. 501c3, thank you. Again, if you want to donate to the All Squad, it is the pinned link in the chat. There's also a link in the description. There's power flashes on the Port Charlotte camera. Let's go full screen. You can barely see the water. It's so dark. There's actually like no light out here anymore. All the power has basically gone out here. There was a lot more light before in the distance. The Englewood Beach camera, I think, has gone out completely. The Venice one still is there, though. Got the Venice one with all the storm surge coming inland. Actually, I think you can kind of see the grass here a little bit. All the surge just coming in through it. How many people are without power in Florida? Let me look. We are at 1.65 million without power now in Florida. Hey, Travis, to the super chat. I mean, I'm slightly self-taught, but I'm also in college, so learning it in my 4th year of meteorology. My bachelor's degree. What was the biggest tornado today? Let me show you. Possibly the largest tornado I've ever seen in Florida. I've never seen a tornado this large. This was earlier on the Florida FDOT camera. Probably about at least a mile wide. Probably wider than that, though. Over in Fort Pierce, Florida. Approximately. This is mile marker 133 on I-95. This happened at the very beginning of this stream. It happened not even 6 hours ago. It happened at the very beginning of this stream. That's when this happened. Quite literally insane. Thank you, Bill, for the super chat. What's the track like for the exit of this hurricane? It'll probably do something like this. It'll just kind of go across the state. Like, kind of like that. It'll probably exit near, like, Cape Canaveral. That'd be my guess. That's an Oklahoma tornado? Yeah, I mean, I would agree. It looks like one. Literally looks like one of like a Moore tornado or something like that. There is video of it as well. We showed it on stream earlier, but I didn't post it on Twitter. I don't have anything back to that. Here's a time lapse of the storm surge from Radar Omega on their Project Mesovort in Venice, Florida. For those that are wondering, this is what it looks like and looked like. So you can see the storm surge flowing around. Water rising. It's from 8:40 until 10 o'clock, I think it says. This is 30 seconds long, so we're not done the video yet. Couple power flashes, too. You can kind of see those happening in between. You can see how high the water gets at the end. It's pretty high. Thank you, South, for the super chat. Thank you, Jared, also for the super chat. How much longer the extreme winds will last in Sarasota? I would give it like another hour and a half or so, and then it'll probably be winding down by then. Another hour and a half or so. Huge shout out to Michaela for the $100 PayPal donation. Put some W's in the chat for Michaela. Thank you, Bina, also for the $20 donation via PayPal, and also thank you, Grim, for the 1069. I don't know if you're still here, GM from Port St. John, Florida. Look where that is. I mean, you have to shelter in place right now, but like in a few hours, the winds are gonna definitely pick up. So. Am I tracking another system in the Gulf? Not right now. We might be next week, but nothing as of right now that I see for sure happening. Thank you, Beal, for the super chat. Appreciate it. The good news is that this tornado threat has definitely not been as bad this evening. We had a lot of tornado warnings this morning and during the afternoon. Brandon Kopic is still driving through sheets of rain right now. Again, Brandon Kopic, you can watch him on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can download Radar Omega on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Latest measurement in Daytona Beach is a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. For the record, Daytona Beach is nowhere near this eye. Just seeing a report, though, that up here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Just kind of crazy, to be honest, because, again, the eye is all the way down here. The wind field's huge on this hurricane. It's double the size as it was from what it was yesterday. This is Connor Cross POV as well. Both of them still driving through significant wind along I-4 near Lakeland, Florida.
Well, it's just crazy. Like the power, like the fact that that's.
Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat.
Freaking sky.
Isn't it a little bit crazy to be driving in this? I don't know, man. They're storm chasers. I mean, it would be for any. I mean, I would never drive through this, to be honest.
How much gas is left?
It's hard to drive in these conditions. Windy, it's raining, hydroplane's possible. I mean, there's a lot of things that could go wrong.
I think the storm is chasing you guys. It kind of is, to be honest.
We're just paralleling it at this point.
This is live. Not recorded.
Or simulated.
It is a Category 2 hurricane now. Maximum sustained winds at 110 miles per hour. Next National Hurricane Center update, which is actually the bigger update, will be out at 11, so that's in 10 minutes, or about 10 to 15 minutes. We should have that shortly.
Andrew, thank you for the Venmo there, too.
The Anna Marie camera looks crazy still. This is live in Anna Marie Island, Florida. Camera's still going crazy. We can't see the bench. We don't know if the bench is still there. I don't know if we'll be able to see it tonight.
I don't know if James even remembers what happened. This is a fight. Good job, Connor.
Oh.
Freaking job driving. Whoa. There was water somewhere.
I can't freaking see.
Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. Have I slept recently? I slept. Yes, I did sleep. I had probably about 7.5 hours of sleep last night. Thank you, Isaiah, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Rich, for the super chat as well. Thank you, Murdoch, for the super chat. What's wind speed look like in Sarasota? I think our last wind gust measurement was like 100 miles per hour. But it's probably going to start going down here over the next couple hours. Well, I don't think it'll increase. The Eyewall's now off to the northeast of you. Hey, call in for the super chat. We don't have Brad Arnold licensed. And we only have so many chasers that we can license for these streams. They cost money. But for future events, we'll definitely be adding more storm chasers. We already, I mean, we had one back in May. Like, for the longest time, we only had one storm chaser. Now we're up to, like, we have like a dozen. We only have 4 for this event. Because not nearly as many of our chasers chase this, but we'll definitely be adding more in the future. Thank you, 5 for the super chat. Any Florida man reports? Oh man, I don't know, man. It's gotta be some. Dude, I feel bad for Brandon, dude. He's driving through absolutely rough territory right now with this wind. You can barely see down the road. It's bad. How did it get so weak? You think this is weak?
Just to be able to get out of the rain.
I've now had 3 0 sugar Snapple teas today. Good times. I'll be back in 1 second.
I think Corey's trying to get out of the rain. That's good.
He shouldn't be driving. Yeah, but he wants to drive, man. Wants to get going. He wants to drive places. Is the Port Charlotte feed dead? No. It's still working. Pull it up real quick. This is Port Charlotte. It's still going. It's dark. It's hard to see stuff because it's dark and all the power's gone out. You can still see the waves occasionally, though. The waves aren't as high. The problem, though, is the water's just going to be stuck in this, the Charlotte Harbor for a while. Because the wind's not going to push it out. Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. A tree fell on my sister's car in Bartow. How bad is the wind in Bartow? I don't know where Bartow is. Sorry to hear that. Bartow, that area probably seeing around 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. Wind gusts are probably up near 110, 120 would be my guess. At least like a, you know, hair off the ground. Thank you, Letitia, also for the $20 super chat. Appreciate it. The winds are crazy at Disney right now. There are videos coming out of Disney of the winds at like the hotels and stuff. The wind is going crazy. Thank you, Dylan, for the super chat. Fort Myers is already kind of winding down. I mean, you're going to continue to see storm surge for sure. Storm surge is going to continue for the next several hours, but like in terms of like wind and stuff, that will start to die down. All right, we do have our new National Hurricane Center update on Hurricane Milton. And we also don't have the other camera in the middle of your screen. So let me fix that real quick. It's that. See if that works. All right, new update from the National Hurricane Center. In terms of Hurricane Milton, I'm just gonna go back to the screen. And also another update on power outages. We now have 1.7 million people without power now in Florida. So that's the latest update there. All right, latest National Hurricane Center update has just come out. Let's go and talk about it. Again, this is the big update. It has more information in general about stuff. So the latest update is that this hurricane is now down to a category, or it still is a category, or it is a category 2 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour. The pressure is up to now 960 millibars. All right, so that's the latest in terms of that. And then we're going to be talking about the new storm surge forecast, which has just come in. This is their latest storm surge forecast, which goes between now and all the way through tomorrow. So this is going to last basically for at least the next 24 hours. The West Coast will still be dealing with storm surge as well. Suwannee River through Anclote River is now down to 1 to 3 feet of expected maximum peak storm surge. Tampa Bay is between 3 to 5 feet. That's Anclote River back through Anna Maria Island. 9 to 13 feet of storm surge is expected anywhere from Anna Maria Island back through Boca Grande. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge expected in Charlotte Harbor near Bonita Beach and Boca Grande. And then Bonita Beach through Chokoloskee, expecting between 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. And then back over between that and Flamingo, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is expected. 1 to 3 feet of storm surge will be also expected over the next several hours in the Keys. 1 to 3 feet of storm surge is still to come back over on the east coast of Florida between Palm Beach, Martin County line, and Sebastian Inlet. And then anywhere between the Sebastian Inlet and all the way back through Altamaha Sound, we are still expecting 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. And then St. John's River, 2 to 4 feet is expected for storm surge. And then South Sante River back through the Altamaha Sound all the way back through South Carolina, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge is expected. This is the latest National Hurricane Center cone that has just been released for the 11 p.m. update. Again, it is a Category 2 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour. It will still be a hurricane all the way through Thursday night, and then it will become extra tropical as it eventually moves in the direction of Bermuda. So that's the latest in terms of that. The intensity is still expected to be relatively strong. It's still expected to be a Cat 1 hurricane all the way through the state of Florida tonight. At least. It is still a Cat 2, but it will still be probably at least there, or if not, it'll be Cat 1 or Cat 2 intensity all the way through the rest of tonight. Did I say Cat 3? I meant to say Cat 2 if I said Cat 3. This is the cone of uncertainty. It's not really that important anymore, but I'm just going to pull it up quickly. The cone of uncertainty will update in a second, but basically the eye could still go anywhere between about Deltona back through Palm Bay. So still makes a difference when it comes to like rainfall and where the worst of it will be, because it's going to be a narrow corridor. But we still think the worst of this rain will be falling in this area. So basically all up and down the I-4 corridor for the most significant rainfall accumulation. Brandon is stalled in water? What? Brandon's stream go down? Too?
Oh, well, we don't want to go through it. Yeah, he might have to walk to us for all I know. That's what I was thinking, like, maybe...
Brandon Kopic got stalled out in water, apparently.
It's really bad, he can just walk, because I don't want to leave Brandon in rising water or something. Okay, yeah. I'm just waiting. I don't know where this ADL...
He has no signal right now.
Like, literally 5 miles an hour. I can't see anything.
We're going to go super slow.
Connor Croft is approaching them. Apparently, they got stalled out in water near Lakeland.
If you got your hazards, maybe.
Yeah, there's nobody else on this highway.
Turn on your strobes.
Yeah, apparently Brandon Kopic did. I mean, Connor and Freddie are like 2.5 miles away from where Brandon is on I-4.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, I didn't want you to come, one, pass us, two, just drive into the water. You just never know, so. Yeah, so. Anyway, he's like right up ahead. Like, he's literally like a mile. Maybe a mile ahead of us.
Max a mile.
So.
They were RMG, appreciate that, thank you.
Anyway, just wanted to relay.
Well, they'll be catching up to this water in a second. We'll stay on them.
I guess I'll let you go, but
see what it actually looks like.
Are you doing good back there?
Are we what?
Are you doing good? Okay, good. Sounds good. We'll converse in a little bit. Alright, catch you later, bro. Gosh dang it, guys.
Alright, we're gonna try and get up here to Brandon.
Maybe we can pick them up.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what it looks like where Brandon is. Again, we don't have any signal with him. He's currently out. Connor is like 2 miles out from Brandon. Apparently, water stalled out Brandon Kopic in like north of Lakeland on I-4.
Take us on the left. Well, but the left side he's saying is just higher, right? Wow. I mean, like higher ground. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I mean, we're slowly creeping up on you. We're like a mile behind you, so we'll be there soon. And then if you're like stuck, like we can make a spot for you.
Brandon is less than a mile from my house, bro.
Hopefully that's the case. Just range out, you can fire that thing back up, but maybe we could just stop.
Thank you, Plexi, for the super chat. It's too hard to tell. I mean, there could be some overnight. We haven't seen anything crazy there yet, but
man, oh my God.
Man, this wind is still crazy in Lakeland, Florida. It's crazy how strong this wind still is here in Central Florida.
I mean, it's gonna take us a little bit to get there just because it's insane right now. So
Can't believe this.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Okay. Well, yeah, just let us know what you need and try to do whatever we can do to help you, man. Of course, man. Of course. So. Okay, see you in a bit. Yep. All right, bye. Poor Brandon.
Finally, some light up here. You just said, is the left lane not flooded?
So the left lane is not as flooded.
Go get
Not
Brandon.
as flooded.
Not as flooded.
I do not want to
Can't really
drive
get
into
Brandon.
flood water.
Brandon seems to think that like his car is like maybe not actually stalled, but maybe just needs to drain out. Like he thinks it might.
Yeah, we're gonna see what Brandon Kopic looks like in a minute.
Right.
But that's
Really
up
got
to you
stranded.
if you want to go up there or not. So.
How's
Okay,
Mickey?
so we have
Yeah,
an
how's
exit
Mickey Mouse doing? Thank you, Tough, for the super chat.
Might be our
I mean,
last
Lakeland
exit.
wind is rough, but not a ton of damage.
Yeah, 'cause
Ian kind of cleaned out the weaker trees,
So
etc.
we can try
Still a
to
lot of
go
wind to come, honestly.
if you want.
I'm gonna try and get to it.
Okay.
If I come across water,
I'm lucky thus far that I've yet to have a power flash.
I'm not going.
I'm gonna be honest.
Well, no, that's fair. No sense getting ourselves stuck too.
It's probably water under the bridge.
Yeah, maybe. Chad, we gotta go.
Brandon
check
shut
on
down his live
Brandon.
stream. That might be Brandon there on the right.
Make sure he's all right. I don't know, like.
Hopefully
I guess
Brandon's all right. Again, apparently Brandon
Eyewall,
Kopic's car got stranded here
some creek or river.
on I-4 near Lakeland if you're just tuning in.
Nah, it's gotta be just standing water.
What's up, everybody from Ryan Stream for tuning in?
Dang, this is relentless, Chad.
It's relentless. Only Stormrunner had the Forerunner.
I know, dude.
They can handle the water, no problem. Oh my gosh.
How's the storm surge in Port Charlotte? It looks like it's been around 8 to 12 feet as
freaking see
forecasted,
right now,
honestly.
dude.
It's still forecasted to be around 8 to 12 feet. There isn't a whole lot more water coming in right now. It's a bit more stagnant, but it's going to be there for probably several hours, if not even maybe a day.
Like, is there water on
So
the right
be
side
there
of the
for
road?
quite a while.
No.
Is there water anywhere?
That
No.
sign's torn up.
Huh?
No water here.
Yeah. We're coming up on it, quick.
We're going over like a bridge or something, I think, right here.
Where is it raining like that? This is right now in Lakeland, Florida.
Dude.
This is going towards
That's
Central
ridiculous.
Florida. It'll look like this in Orlando probably in like an hour or two. For reference, Connor is approaching Brandon Kopic about a mile out. Brandon Kopic again got his car
Almost there,
stranded if you're
guys.
just
Alright,
tuning
we're
in
coming up on
in
Copper's
water.
location now. I
Apparently
haven't seen any
I-4 is
water on the
definitely
road
seeing
yet,
some
but
flooding.
we're
Again,
on
there's a
the
flash flood
road.
emergency for a reason.
It's gonna
So
be down at the
When we get back down off this bridge, that's where the water's probably going to be. I'm going to try and get to him, but I mean, if it's going to stall
this
me
is not
out
a Cat
too,
3
then
at
there's
Hurricane
no
anymore.
point.
It's back down to a Cat 2.
Yep, 100%. I guess he was probably like a far right lane or whatever, but we'll see what it looks like when we get there.
I can't even see.
Just a quick little update. Again, we got flash flood emergencies ongoing still. This is, again, in a particularly dangerous situation near Four Corners, Lakeland, Spring Hill, Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Clearwater. Again, apparently Brandon got stranded here again on I-4 from, from the waters, basically going, flooding. So, it's definitely a threat. If he got his car stranded on an interstate, it's definitely possible for anybody, on any of these roadways. So again, turn around, don't drown, and if you are in any of this rain right now for whatever reason driving, which I don't recommend you drive, but if you are, be very cautious because it is going to be, the amount of rain that we are seeing falling is a lot. There's a lot of, you know, rain falling right now, so you want to make sure if you're anywhere here in central or western Florida that you're taking this seriously. And again, I don't recommend being on the roadways right now. I don't know why you would, especially if Brandon's getting his car stranded, you know. So back to Connor again. Connor's like a half mile away from seeing Brandon Kopic, so hopefully it's not too bad. This is very similar to Ian in my opinion when it comes to rain. Like Ian dumped more rain, but I think this is gonna be somewhat similar. Like
Hopefully we can get up
10 to 15 inches of widespread rain is still a big deal.
Just keep going.
Thank you, Liliana, for the super chat. And Flexi.
Yeah. Maybe.
What did that just say? The roof was just ripped off of the Tropicana field. It was. Isn't that in Tampa?
Here's where we have to be very careful, guys.
If you guys see any photos of that, at me on Twitter, @MaxVelocityWX.
I don't see any water. I don't understand where he stalled.
At St. Petersburg?
Literally,
It has to be him.
literally him.
I think he pulled over, maybe?
Here we go.
Because he said it was able to start, and then it stalled, and it started.
That might be him.
Water? Oh, it's on the right.
Yeah, it's on the right. So here we go.
Apparently there's standing water on the right.
It doesn't look super deep of ranch, that right there. I see him in the water.
So this is again on I-4 where there is standing water.
Could be true. It's...
How deep is it right now?
That looks kind of deep, I'm not gonna lie. That's Brandon's car though right there in the standing water.
It is...
There's still more rain to come, by the way. There's still heavy rain, like 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour falling. So that's Brandon Kopic's car. That is stranded in the water. And then again, Connor is here now.
Not sure where your intake is.
This is right on I-4, eastbound, north of Lakeland.
Right there, though, so
if you are on the roadways tonight, again, for whatever reason, which I don't see really anybody on them, but if you are on the roadway for whatever reason, you know, this right here is a reason why you shouldn't be traveling on the roadway.
Either, because it might get even deeper under the bridge.
Thank you, TBT, for the super chat. Any whales washed ashore? I have no clue.
Call him again.
Call him. Ask him how deep it is.
Ryan Raid? This is a Ryan Raid? Is he actually raiding me? No shot.
This kind of stuff.
No shot, Ryan is raiding me. I heard that Ryan's voice was dying. This chat, if it's an actual raid, this chat is gonna be so chaotic.
Hey, Brandon.
Thank you, Nate, for the super chat.
Okay.
Appreciate the coverage. Flood warning just went out, or just went out for Winter Garden. Still power. Luckily, just flickers so far. That's good. Yeah, hopefully, it's just flickers, but I don't feel confident that Central Florida is gonna get through this without, you know, more widespread power outages.
Okay, we should be good.
Ask him if it's shallower ahead of him. This water's not going down. It's
ankle deep in the left lane. Gotcha.
Because again, what I'm talking about here is that like the worst of the wind is still really in this area near Lakeland, near the Eyewall. That's now obviously kind of gone away, but the worst of the rain and also the worst of the wind is all kind of consolidated along I-4. So I think the power outages are going to get more widespread, even in like Winter Haven and whatnot. In Winter Gardens, like Orlando, for example, probably going to start to see more widespread power outages.
Alright, we're like right.
Oh my god.
Right on your tail now. So. Do you think you're going to...
Connor's actually driving up to Brandon. Brandon got stranded in the water here. His car got stranded.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Alina, for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Alina.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, you're getting pretty close to done in St. Petersburg, aside from the storm surge and the current flooding that's happening. Disney is closed until Friday. I'm guessing it's just closed tomorrow, though, right?
Yeah. We'll just wait for you. Just make sure you're all right. And then, yeah, maybe we'll wait underneath the bridge.
Thank you, Stud, also for the super chat.
I mean, this is what happens when you chase a hurricane. You know, a lot of water. So.
Thank you, heal for the super chat. Yeah, I heard.
Always a risk
Appreciate it.
It's a good thing it wasn't that bad. So.
W Ryan.
Okay.
We've raised $30,000 now for the Y'all Squad. We just hit 30,000. W's in the chat for that.
Right,
if you want to
good,
donate to the Y'all Squad, it is the link pinned in the
you,
chat.
just
It's
let us
also
know
in the
what
description
the
down below.
is, I guess.
If you'd like to support the Hurricane Milton relief efforts.
Okay, yeah.
We might be even out there
Just
this
check
weekend
out.
volunteering. I'm not sure yet. Again, it depends on my situation because I'm in Florida and I'm not sure what I'm going to be dealing with. In terms of impacts,
What's he want us to do?
I haven't looked outside today, so I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to lie. Just hoping our power stays on. That's all. That's about it.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see on the guardrail too. That's like an indicator. I mean, just park it over it.
Yeah, I mean, right here.
All right, we'll go back to live radar. Are the cameras all back up? All right, we got all the cameras back up. Do you know how to swim? I would hope so. I heard that apparently the Tropicana roof is gone at the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium, which is kind of crazy. It is actually gone. There's video on Twitter. I'll retweet it at MaxVelocityWX. If you want to check out the video at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter, there's actually video of the roof the roof ripped off at Tropicana Field from the hurricane force winds. By the way, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We are approaching 600,000 subscribers. We're getting closer. Every one of you subscribes, we might hit it tonight. Yes, Brandon Kopic is stuck. We'll go back to that in a minute. I'm not sure what they're exactly doing. Hey, Maximus for the super chat. Bottom left cam froze? I don't think it's frozen. I just don't think anything's really happening there. I can't tell. My light is so bright in this room. What happened to Connor? Nothing happened to Connor. Connor is on I-4 right now. He's trying to help out Brandon Kopic because Brandon Kopic's car got stalled in water.
Doesn't deserve it.
Due to the flooding. And that's on I-4 near Lakeland, Florida. It's recommended that you don't drive on the roadways tonight at all. Turn around, don't drown if you do.
For a little bit, guys.
Hey, Christina for the $10 super chat. How deep is it on I-4? I don't know. Didn't look that deep. I'm not sure how his car got stranded because Connor got through fine. Maybe just going too fast and it maybe kicked up weird or something.
For the super chat.
I'm not sure.
All right, guys.
Hey, Casey for the super chat.
Because focus on the situation, but we're gonna be sitting here for a little bit. We're gonna see if we're gonna have to pick up Brandon, and the good thing is we're not too far away from where we're.
Crane fell down in St. Petersburg is apparently what somebody just said in the chat.
Yeah, we're still sitting pretty good here.
I'm getting cold. I need to turn my AC. I'll be back in 1 second.
And Brandon is right behind us. So somehow he got his car all the way over there. So I guess it turned on and then it must have I don't even know.
I feel like I'm in the Arctic right now.
Of course, you gotta look out.
Stop keeping.
I had my AC set at like 73. I'm freezing. It's really cold.
I'm marking 33 signs. Pretty deep.
Here's an example of how bad the flooding is here. This is a flash flood emergency, guys.
Why would you turn off the AC and enjoy it before you lose it? Well, that was why I had it turn down colder than I usually do, but
there's the flooding right there.
I just can't. I can't. It's too cold. Too cold for my liking.
Pretty deep.
If you're just tuning in, wondering what's happening, again, we got Hurricane Milton. It is still a Category 2 hurricane. It is moving across Florida. Still an intense Category 2 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour. Wind gusts are still up to 125 miles per hour. And again, the worst of the wind is mostly on the north side of the eye and the northwest side. So really anywhere in this area is where the worst of the hurricane force winds are still ongoing. And that's going to continue to drift to the north and east over the next several hours. So again, if you're not really feeling those impacts yet, which almost all of Florida at this point is feeling the impact of wind, areas like Deltona, Palm Bay, Cape Canaveral, and Daytona Beach are still far away from seeing the peak wind speeds that they are going to be seeing. So just be prepared, have flashlights ready to go, have your generator ready to go if you got one, have your, your electronics charged up if you have an iPhone, if you have an iPod, an iPod Touch, iPod Shuffle, any of those things, have them charged up. They are sources of light and they'll help you in case you do lose power tonight or even tomorrow night. But again, we're still expecting widespread power outages across Florida tonight. Like the forecast that we have, and this is what James Pettis made for a graphic, like this particular area, I do expect widespread power outages, and we've already seen that on the West Coast. It's only now bound to happen now in the central and eastern parts of Florida with how high the winds are going to be. So have all your stuff ready to go in case there are power outages. The maximum sustained winds are still yet to come for those areas back over on the east coast of Florida. Power outages as of right now in Florida, we currently have over 1.8 million people without power in the state of Florida. A whopping 1.8 million people without power in Florida, and most of it, again, being on the east or on the western tier of Florida. Hardy County, basically the entire county without power. Manatee and Sarasota County, almost all of those without power. And you got Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, Highland, Charlotte, Lee, and DeSoto counties. Pretty much all those counties also without power as of right now. So a lot of places without power. And they got Collier County, Glades County, Martin County, Okeechobee, St. Lucie, Indian River, Osceola, Orange, Seminole, Volusia County, Lake County, and then Marion County and Levy County. All of those places at least have some sort of isolated, if not scattered, power outages. So power outages are starting to ramp up right now across a lot of Florida. But again, anywhere in the orange and red, that's where, greater than at least 60% are without power for the most part. Georgia still has power outages. I didn't realize that. Georgia still has power outages from Hurricane Helene. It happened 2 weeks ago now. You're supposed to keep your home set at 78 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer and 68 in the winter. 68 is freezing. Why would I ever want to be in 68 degree weather? Or 68 degree, not weather. I like 68 degree weather, but like 68 degrees in my home is way too cold. What do you guys have your AC set at? I'm wondering. Put it in the chat. Put your temperature for AC in the chat. You have your AC set at. Thank you, Officer, for the super chat. Is most of it past Tampa Bay? Most of it is pretty much past Tampa Bay, aside from the storm surge that's going to be left over. 65 is what I just saw in the chat. Dude, there's no way somebody has your house that's set at 65. 60 degrees is literally crazy. No shot we're doing 60 degrees. If you're doing 60 degrees, you might have to move to Antarctica, like, honestly. It's way too cold. Alright, somebody said 48 degrees. There's no way you're at 48 degrees. No way. I'm seeing a lot of numbers between 71 and 75. I saw a few 77s. I saw a couple 81s. See some 69s. Nice. 98 degrees. All right. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, DJ, for the $25 super chat. Appreciate that. It's even huge news here in the Netherlands. Wishing y'all sincerely the best. It's kind of crazy. This is like global news almost. Pretty much is global news, this hurricane. It's a live shot of Connor Croft again in Lakeland, Florida, or just north of Lakeland on I-4. Wind is still very strong here. Standing water as well in this area.
Hey, there you are.
Thank you, Paul, for the $10 super chat.
Okay.
Tens of thousands of people in North Carolina without power. Yeah, there's... Unfortunately, Hurricane Helene is going to leave, like, everlasting impacts. I mean, Florida's going to deal with power outages, some places possibly for weeks as well. You know, it's unfortunate.
Okay.
Hopefully this is the last hurricane that we deal with. I don't want another one. We didn't want this one either. I was kind of hoping Helene was the last one. And this one, hopefully, is definitely the last one. I really hope. Thank you, Tonester, for the super chat. Keep it at 58 degrees in Wisconsin. Bruh, there's no way. 58 degrees is literally... I don't even know how to describe it. That's just... No. No, thank you.
Sounds like a good time to...
Thank you, Reviving David, with the $100 super chat. Some W's in the chat for Reviving David. Appreciate that. It's 52 in Chicago. I mean, I get if it's if the temperature is 52 outside, but like inside, no, thank you. Is there an ET on when this will reach the Atlantic? This will reach the Atlantic Ocean probably around like 5 or 6 a.m. tonight and move offshore. So we still got about 8 hours or so until it's offshore. And that's when the storm surge will start to ramp up on the east coast of Florida. This is a Category 2 hurricane still. Our next National Hurricane Center update is in 40-ish minutes, I think. I think they're still doing positional updates. And if they are, then we'll have another one at 12. Can somebody confirm that they're doing hourly updates still, or are they not? Does anybody know? I think they're still doing hourly updates. Thank you out for the super chat. Bruh. The wind is screaming and kissing me right now. Yeah, it's gonna be very windy. The worst of the wind, again, still in this... Where all the yellow and red is, that's where the worst of the wind is, which is all the precipitation, but that's mostly Lakeland, Four Corners, and Orlando. I'd actually probably pull up a wind map on here, or like a computer model with wind. I mean, let me get rid of the cone of uncertainty. This is a pretty good idea of where the worst of the wind is right now. This would be like right about now. The worst of the wind, essentially anywhere in the yellow, in brown. Basically where the worst of the wind is right now. By the way, thank you to Juan for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate that. I haven't looked at satellite imagery in a while. Or infrared, I mean. This is the water vapor imagery right now in Florida. There is so much moisture. It's so moist in Florida right now. Thank you, Rollo, for the super chat. Milton made landfall at 9:30 Eastern, I think. It was either 8:30 or 9:30. I can't remember anymore. I think it was 8:30. Hey, Ryvan for the super chat. Winds picking up in Melbourne, Florida. What I really want to know is the bench story. The bench story? So if you guys don't know, for her, we did her... Oh, let me go back to this. I don't know why I clicked that. So Hurricane Debbie, we had a stream. Thank you, C3, also for the super chat. But back when Hurricane Debbie made landfall in Florida, we had a stream that essentially... We had a bench. We had one of the 4, I think, mesovorts that Radar Mega deployed. One of them had a bench. And the bench, it overcame substantial storm surge. It was still there even after it got flooded over. So that's where it started. It started with Hurricane Debbie, when it made landfall in Florida a couple months ago. And then Earl, one of the people that watches this channel, who sent this as fan mail. He got an engraved max velocity official weather forecasting bench sent to us, which is like the coolest thing. So, pretty lit stuff. Looks like Connor Croft and Freddie McKinney are trying to help Brandon Kopic out with the
fix Freddie's stream. It's out of focus.
Car.
Oh wait, he just let a bunch
I'm not
of
sure
water
exactly
in the
how they're
car.
gonna fix this, but again, Brandon
Yeah,
Kopic's car got stalled.
on that.
While this happens, I'm
Freddie's
gonna take a quick
have to help
60-second break. I'll be right back. Stay tuned.
I need to find something to wipe that freaking water off the door so Freddie's stream you guys can actually see and not be blinded. Where's something at? Give me anything. What's up?
Hold on, let me shake my freaking shoes full of water off. Just swimming out there, bro. Ugh. So the verdict is, well, he just needed to verify something by doing that, and apparently, when I turned the ignition and he was doing something, he says it's gonna dry out, so he's gonna be okay. That's what he's saying, basically. So. Okay.
All right, we're back.
So apparently he's good now. So or he's still not good.
Hey, Brittany, for the $25 Venmo, appreciate that.
I guess we can just go. Let me call him again.
Yeah, just call him.
I didn't realize that this was still live. Yeah, we're still live, 6.5 hours in.
I'm soaked.
We were live earlier today, too. Thank you, Ash, for the $10 super chat. I have a question. The path seems more south than where the hurricane actually is. Is this accurate? I don't understand.
We should do now.
Let me go to the map here. Well, the eye, I call it the eye. There's not really any eye anymore. Wait, actually, let's go to Connor again. Look at the amount of water that's here. In Lakeland, Florida, there's a ton of water. This is probably how Brandon got his car stalled out.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have a hitch.
That's a lot of water. Again, this is on I-4 eastbound near Lakeland.
With your hitch to underneath the bridge.
I mean, probably, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
It's actually
sure what
kinda
kind of
crazy.
power this thing's got, but I mean.
All right, what I was saying is that the eye is essentially like right here or so. Actually, it might be further back west. It might be like right here. Wherever it is, it's actually going to be south of where all the rain is. So that's why it's actually further south than you might think. Even then, I think it's actually further south than that. It might be down here. What do they say? Yeah, they said it's all the way back down. Okay, so it's way down here. So there's a lot of dry air that was kind of feeding into this, and there's also a lot of wind shear, vertical wind shear. So that's why all the rain and stuff is further north, and there's nothing here. But that's the eye, and it's actually going to be moving more in the direction of like Palm Bay. Thank you, Blunt, for the super chat as well. What's up with Port Charlotte? I haven't gotten to the Port Charlotte camera in a while. But mostly storm surge. Again, it doesn't look like there's much more water that's like coming in, at least big waves. We've had a couple. This is live on the Radar Omega Mesovort, but yeah, this water's just gonna kind of chill in here for the next like probably 12 hours. It's not gonna really go anywhere, I don't think. Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Tim, for the $10 super chat. How does the actual impact compare to the forecasted impact? I would say that this is a little bit less significant. Oh, there's another power flash. There's been a lot of power flashes. I'd say this was a little bit less significant than forecasted, but with that said, I still think this has been significant to the point where I think the forecast was not unreasonable. Because what could have happened is that the eye could have made landfall north of Tampa, and then this would have been catastrophic for Tampa. Like, easily. So the fact that this made landfall south of Tampa, it avoided a catastrophe, I think, for Tampa Bay. I still think this was forecasted pretty well, in my opinion. I think the scenarios that were in play, and with that in mind, I think this was really realistically forecasted. I think it was a good forecast all around. Also, thank you to Kale for the super chat. How late will I be streaming tonight? I don't know. It might be for a while. It also might be till I lose power. I'm not sure. If I lose power. Let's say if. Hopefully I don't. Thank you, Massachusetts, for the super chat. Thank you, Duvald, for the super chat. Jacksonville should be mostly high-end tropical storm force winds. And storm surge near the coastline for tonight. Into tomorrow morning. I had no idea channels like this existed, or the y'alls existed. I mean, I'm not, like, I don't work, like, Ryan Hall is not my, like, employer or something. Like, I'm a separate entity, but we have joined forces for the y'all squad to help raise money for Hurricane Milton relief efforts, which is pretty lit. Again, if you want to donate to the y'all squad and make a 501c3 tax-deductible donation to help Hurricane Milton relief efforts, you can donate. It is the pinned link in the chat. It is also in the description below if you don't see it there. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate that. Thank you, North, for the super chat. Can you tell me about World Golf Village in St. Augustine? Should be around hurricane force winds up that direction. That'd be the biggest concern, in my opinion, for that area. I don't know what's going on here, but, like, Connor might be getting stranded in the water. They are, like, the rain's quickly accumulating here on I-4. I'm not sure what is going on, but, like, this is a sketchy situation. This is why you don't turn, you turn around, don't drown. Miranda got stalled. I'm surprised they're still here.
Now we're starting to touch, though. Close.
Yeah, get that hooked on quick.
As long as we do it, as long as we're quick and we get out.
They're towing
slow,
Brandon?
definitely now.
The water's getting pretty damn high. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Thank you also, Big Mac, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Hopefully they stayed safe there.
We're sending a wave. Oh, I think he said good. We're just gonna let him do his thing, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ratch, for the $10 donation on PayPal. Appreciate that.
What'd he say?
I don't know.
I don't know what he just said.
He said it's too small? Wait, maybe he's getting another rope.
Might be getting a different rope.
Oh, this is freaking sketch, bro. This is sketch. This is freaking sketch. Oh, here he comes.
There were 126 tornado warnings in Florida today.
Man, the myth, the legend.
This is actually really sketchy. I'm kind of concerned they might get their car stolen next.
Call him whenever he's back in the car.
I mean, yeah, I love Brandon. If I was in this position, I would just say get in the car and we're leaving. Like,
this is
the water's getting high, and the water's just, it's still heavy rain. If you look at the radar, this is where they are. It's still all red. It's literally just heavy rain still falling.
Out of the flood.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just pull him out of the water. Wait, hold on.
Lakeland has reported close to 12 inches of rain. I believe it. I believe it.
He said just very slow.
I mean, this is just insane, though.
Get him on the phone.
Is he out in the car?
Yeah, I mean he'll be back in and call him.
How's it going, Tofu?
Car now?
I don't know, man. I wouldn't be doing this.
Okay, we'll just very, very slow.
Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're 1,400 subscribers from 585,000.
We're gonna take you out of the
floodwater.
So.
Thank you, Marjorie, for the $20 super chat. How's West Palm Beach? Should be mostly just tropical storm force winds.
What?
I can't even see the line.
There they go.
I got you.
Okay. I can't even see the line anymore.
Yeah, but it's getting deeper here for sure. Just take her slow. Yeah.
This is so sketch.
Well, hopefully, like, I mean, maybe we could take you all the way up to the next exit or something. I don't know how far we can tell you, but.
Yeah, just keep going so you don't feel safe anymore. Is it getting less deep on the exit?
Yeah, we can see the yellow line now, so it's less here. But I mean, we can take you further too.
I'm taking them until.
If you're just tuning in, Connor is towing Brandon Kopic's car that got stalled in the water, and they're trying to tow it out of flooded roadway.
Yeah, I got
The water wasn't helping back there.
I don't think so.
I bet.
Yeah, sitting in
hey, the whole thing dries up here. All 3 lanes.
Hey, Pat, for the super chat.
Yeah, maybe we'll get you just past this sign.
Where are they even staying? I have no clue.
Yeah, I'll get them pulled up past the sign. All
Now you can see the reflectors right there.
all,
so
all 3 lanes are above water up here.
this will be money.
They are near their hotel? Oh, are they? Are they like...
It
Oh,
looked like it
what
was
they're
flowing in there. That's why
Yeah,
it's sketched out.
It's rising. It is like a whole river. Got some current to it. Yeah, all right.
Maybe just right up here.
Yeah.
You wanna shoulder it?
Yeah, you want
Put you on the shoulder?
Huge W's in the chat for Tarvish with a $100 super chat.
I mean, I could take you wherever you need to go.
I mean,
Any idea when the worst will be over for Leesburg, Tarvis, and Mount
right.
Dora?
Alright.
I don't know where, let me look where Leesburg is.
Oh,
Leesburg, Florida.
Just tense up on it, keep going a little bit. There you go.
Worst of it will be done probably in about like 4 to 5 hours. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
who's
Daytona
this?
Beach will be mostly wind and potential for flooding, and that'll be really getting going in
That Corey?
a few hours.
Amber and white light.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
That's Corey.
Okay.
Let me call him, keep pulling.
all right.
I guess that's Corey Gherkin. Hey, Dylan for the $10 super chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the Tropicana Dome in Tampa got ripped apart.
What?
Hey, Tyler for the super chat.
Is he on the phone with Corey now? Are you on the phone, Copper?
Yeah, he just got you on hold.
Okay, just mute for a second, I guess. Alright, so guys, we got, in case you don't know what's happening, we are towing Brandon right now. We're towing a car, so.
Got Brandon Kopic on the tow road behind me.
Who is Corey? Corey Gherkin.
The Gherkinator.
The Gherkinator. I think he's running lights right now.
Yeah.
If you're just now tuning in,
Welcome in.
welcome
Hey,
in.
Julie for the $25 and
This is
55
not-
cent
this
super
is
chat.
definitely
W's in the
not a
chat for
dull
Julie.
stream, I will say that.
No. That car right behind me, guys, that's who we're pulling.
Also, thank you, Tanya, for the $25 Venmo.
there. Mr. BC himself.
Yeah. Hopefully they get out of there. Seems like they're getting out of there, but that was sketchy. This just happened. Just absolutely crazy how many people that we've reached. We've officially reached 10 million people in the last 48 hours for Hurricane Milton updates, coverages, and videos. Never have had a number that high before, which is crazy. I'm in Clearwater, still strong winds. Yeah, they're gonna continue for the next several hours. Again, we're still not done with the impacts there by any means. It will definitely continue. Venice, Florida's still going crazy. Do we have a view of that bench yet? We have a better view at Anna Marie Island. I don't see a bench right now. That bench that we had here earlier might be gone. Can't really tell. I don't think we'll be able to tell till tomorrow, to be honest. I'm almost at 600k subscribers. We're getting close. We need currently 55 more subscribers for 584,000. So it'd be like 16,000 away. If you guys have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll be answering questions, doing some, I guess, questions. Answer some questions, kind of, again, keep covering Hurricane Milton as it continues to go through Florida. We'll probably at least be live here until like 1 or 2 a.m., by the way, so we'll at least be here for another hour and a half, 2.5 hours, so, again, we'll be here. You need weather updates and stuff like that. If tornado warnings get issued, anything like that, we'll be here. Flash flood emergencies. Still got storm chasers out there, like, well, Brandon Kopic was, but still got Connor Croft, Storm Intermedia, Corey Gherkin still out there.
Oh, you know, break.
This is again a live shot with Brandon, or with Connor Croft towing a car right now on I-4. Thank you, Ashley, for the $25 super chat.
All right.
Good call, good call.
We have lots of loved ones in Lakeland and Stewart area. We're heading that way to help Friday from Georgia. Hey, I gotta say, guys, like, you can help for sure. I mean, I don't doubt that, but just be mindful. There is going to be a lot of traffic tomorrow and through Sunday. Like, a ton of traffic going into Florida. Because how many people evacuated the last few days? There are going to be so many people coming into Florida. And then factor in the snowbirds that are still coming back. There is going to be a ton of traffic tomorrow in Florida. Like, trust me when I say that. It is going to be crazy.
Just gets you as far off
Especially back over near Tampa. Like, I'm just saying, like, tomorrow and, you know, any other day after that, like, you know, you can come to Florida, just, like, be mindful.
What?
The traffic is going to be absolutely insane. Thank you, ATL, for the super chat. Jeff Petrosky, W. Is he in a Cybertruck? Are you doing the Cybertruck chase? Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. Yeah, the traffic getting out of Florida was insane, and it's going to be bad this weekend. It's going to be really bad this weekend. And not even this weekend. I mean, today's Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday, too. Thank you, Michelle, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. How much sleep have I gotten? Like 7.5 hours. I got 7.5 hours of sleep. I got up at 10 a.m. and I went live at 10 a.m. Like, I literally had 10 minutes to eat some munchkins and then went live. And we had like a 40-minute break earlier, and that was it. We've been live a total today of, oh man, how long have we been live today? Almost 13 hours now? We've been live for like 13 hours so far today. Thank you, Thomas, for the $20 super chat. Hey, no problem. I'm glad your family's okay. Hey, Womp Womp for the $4.99. You worry about Hurricane Leslie hitting Florida? No. Hurricane Leslie is like the last thing to be worrying about. This is good old Hurricane Leslie. It's going nowhere towards the United States. Wow. A crane has fallen onto a building in Tampa. I'm surprised the crane wasn't taken down. I am retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is legitimately a crane that fell into a building in Tampa. I don't know why the crane was still up. How's everybody doing tonight? Thank you, allegedly, for the $10 super chat. My Radar Omega doesn't show your cameras. You need to be a subscriber on the app to see the coastal cameras, which starts from $4.99 a month. The Project Mesovorts. They're very expensive to set up, and they're very time-consuming as well, so that's the reason why. Thank you, Zach, for the super chat. Flooding in Orlando is probably going to be significant. We already got a flash flood warning. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a flash flood emergency for Orlando here pretty soon. We've probably already seen at least 4 to 5 inches of rain, maybe even more. I bet we're going to get up to 10 to 15 inches, honestly, like every other area. The amount of moisture with this is just crazy. Rainfall rates over the last hour or two, or over the last hour, have been anywhere from 1 to 3 inches across this entire area. Where Connor is, it's been upwards of 2.5 inches, so it's been quite a lot of rain. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. There's a 20% chance it becomes a hurricane? What? What do you mean? What are we talking about? There's a 10% area of development near Bermuda. There's also a 10% west of, or coming off the coast of Africa. There's nothing else right now. We might get another Gulf storm, like, next week or the week after, but I wouldn't really say 100% that's going to happen. Thank you, Sonia, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, we hit 500,000 subscribers yesterday, and we were almost up to. Actually, we're really close to 585. Currently 250 subscribers from 585. How much money have we raised? We are now over $30,500 raised for the All Squad. It's on the right side of the screen, by the way. There's a little counter there. Again, if you want to donate to the nonprofit, you can click the pinned link in the chat. It's also in the description. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Palm Bay will probably get... Palm Bay will get worse. It's going to be overnight. Tropicana Field has collapsed? What do you mean? I know the roof collapsed. Thank you, Kyle, for the super chat as well. Did the weather ever get rough in your neck of the woods? It has been. I'm still lucky. Still lucky I haven't lost power yet. Are you going to meet up with Ryan this weekend? Is Ryan coming down to Florida? Might have to, honestly. If Ryan's going to be in Florida, I might have to. Hey, Caleb, for the super chat. Sandy asks, was it expected for Hurricane to slow down over land? It was, and it has. I mean, it's been kind of slow moving. This speed, though, was kind of expected. My dad in Port Charlotte says he's going to bed. Nowhere near as exciting for him as Ian. Oh, what's really exciting about a hurricane? Forecasting this was a pain. Like, I mean, I feel like we did a pretty good job, but, like, there are so many scenarios that can happen with hurricanes like this. And trying to get the message, like, across about the impacts and stuff can be very difficult, because people don't always understand, like, the cone of uncertainty and stuff like that, so... Thank you, Jonah, for the super chat as well. Alright, Mr. Dibble just said, Ryan isn't coming to Florida, Caleb is there, and Luke and I are flying out. Yay! Thank you, Repo, for the super chat. St. Petersburg and Ocala. St. Petersburg is winding down, mostly just rain at this point, storm surge, and then Ocala is mostly just rain and tropical storm force winds. I would say Ocala is at its peak right now. Areas that have not yet hit their peak are Daytona, basically, I'll just outline it. Anywhere in this area has yet to hit really the peak of wind. So that's basically the entire East Coast. Orlando has not hit the peak yet of wind or rain. Deltona, Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, Fruit Cove, Jacksonville, Cape Canaveral, Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie, all those areas still have yet to hit the peak of the impacts. I'm telling you guys, like, if this made landfall north of Tampa, like, it was a very strong possibility to do so. If a wobble happened today that made it go towards Tampa, like, if this made landfall in Tampa today, or north of Tampa, this would have been way more damaging and way more catastrophic. I'm telling you, like, it would have been a major difference. And there would right now probably be significant storm surge in Tampa right now. Like, we'd be seeing major flooding. And there is some storm surge, don't get me wrong, but it would be way worse. So... Did Ryan raise almost 500k? That's crazy. Big W. You talked to Andy Hill yet, Max? I've talked to him before. Am I supposed to talk to him tonight? Thank you, General, for the super chat. Orlando is going to be seeing the worst impacts within the next couple hours. Again, flooding is going to ramp up here, and hurricane force winds also ramping up. Maybe I'll put METAR data on. Just see if there's any... We'll do wind speed. These are wind speeds across Florida in the circled numbers. And these are wind speeds, not wind gusts. The wind speeds are higher. Like 52 mile per hour winds translate to unknown wind gusts, apparently. Oh, no, never mind. 79 mile per hour wind gusts. So, again, these are the wind numbers across the map, though. And, again, you can almost double the number for wind gusts. This is crazy. Wind speeds down south of Four Corners are at 79 mile per hour wind gusts. Up here in Daytona Beach, 76 mile per hour wind gusts being measured. That's actually kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Go back to... check out the power outage map. Get a little updates. We're about to hit 2 million people without power in Florida. We're almost at 2 million without power in Florida. Currently looking at 1.92 million without power in Florida. Majority of them again in the red. Again, this is according to poweroutage.us. Got power outages starting to ramp up a little bit more in Martin County, St. Lucie County, Indian River County, Volusia County is starting to go up there. Marion County is going up. Lake County. Polk County is only about 10% without power, so not too shabby yet, but it's probably going to keep going up. And then Osceola County, about 5% without power. We'll keep going up. Thank you, Lethal, for the super chat. Is the wind speed or gust going to get worse or the same over the next hour in Spring Hill, Florida? It'll be getting better, as in, like, it will get less intense. But it'll still stay around the same, I would say, for the next few hours, because, again, the wind's going to start coming more off the coast. So it'll kind of keep the wind a bit stronger. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for the Venmo. Yeah, so we have currently about almost 2 million customers without power. That's the right way to phrase it. But I usually say people, but... apparently there's not a single car, like, on I-4. Like, it's kind of crazy. Is Corey Gherkin still alive? Or is he done? Corey Gherkin's still alive. So, if we go to Stormrunner Media... Stormrunner Media is still on I-4, I'm pretty sure. Stormrunner Media, this is on I-4. And for those that live in Florida, you know I-4 is like literally living crap whenever you're on the roadway, right? It's horrible. I'm pretty sure they're on I-4 right now, and there's literally no cars in the roadway. It's actually quite incredible. It's a very rare situation. Very rare for Florida. Thank you, Cooper, for the super chat. Bradenton's also starting to wind down. Thank you, AMW, also for the super chat.
Power flash over here. We should start to get into... well, I mean, we're starting to get into it now, but we'll continue to get further into the stronger winds again. So.
You say it's the fastest commute on I-4 ever, but it's raining, it's windy, you're going to be driving basically the same speed as if there was to be traffic. And you're also probably going to be way more concerned, especially at night. So, like, I'm not sure. Would you rather take this or I-4 traffic? What are you guys thinking? This or I-4 traffic? I would personally go with I-4 traffic. I don't know if I would want to be driving through this. 70+ mile per hour winds. And, you know, flooding, rainfall. You guys are saying this? There's no shot. Thank you, Street, for the super chat. I'm glad, but this ended up being a nothing burger. This is not a tropical storm. You won't understand, guys. I mean, Helene, a lot of people said Helene was, like, overrated or whatever. Everybody has their own opinion, right? But, like, when it comes to hurricanes, if you guys remember, literally, Helene happened 2 weeks ago. It's a great example. Hurricane Helene, when it made landfall and people were in Perry, Florida, there was a ton of storm chasers in Perry, Florida. There was, like, people were saying, like, Cat 1, Cat 2 winds, and that's it. If you looked at the coastal regions, they were hammered. Like, there was so much damage. If you look the next day, Brandon Kopic was out there. There were homes that were literally heavily damaged, and there was 15 to 20 foot storm surge as well. And then after the next day, you know, we had this catastrophic flooding event in the Appalachian Mountains. Over here in Florida, we're probably going to wake up to the same thing tomorrow. We're going to be looking at major storm surge damage, especially between Bradenton and the Charlotte Harbor area. And then on the flip side of things, we also have the flooding threat, which is also going to cause the potential here for, you know, potentially days without being able to travel on some roadways and stuff like that. So, like, I just think that the whole overhyped and nothing burger stuff is crap. Like, I think it's stupid. You can think that, I don't care, but, like, I just think that is so immature. Because the fact of the matter is, this has caused catastrophic stuff already. We have had catastrophic flooding. 10 to 15 inches of rain across a pretty large area in these flash flood emergencies is already significant. You have the storm surge that's hammered the coastline. Like, all that is catastrophic. We've been predicting this for days. The wind has also caused widespread power outages. We forecasted that as well. Like, we've forecasted all of this. I feel like everybody has forecasted this, but we have here as well. Like, this has been in our forecast. So, like, seriously, it's... The whole overhyped crap is so stupid. Like, I get it. If it was a tropical storm upon landfall, you can say that. But this was a Cat 3 hurricane upon landfall, and it has caused what we forecasted. Maybe it didn't cause it in Tampa Bay. Maybe it didn't cause it in Spring Hill. But it for sure did in other areas. So... And the tornadoes, by the way. Don't forget about the tornado outbreak. Like, the tornado outbreak that we had today, we had the second most tornado warnings ever issued in United States history for a single state. Florida had 126 tornado warnings. Alabama was the only one above that in April 27th, 2011, and that was 134 tornado warnings. And we had several tornadoes today. Like, there was dozens, and we also had a huge tornado over in Fort Pierce, Florida. Which, again, if you want a photo of that, this came from the outer bands of Hurricane Milton. That happened earlier. So if you think this is overhyped, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're expecting. The only other thing that you might have been expecting is a Cat 5 or hurricane upon landfall or something. That would have literally been devastating for, like, all of Florida. Burger, in the Okeechobee area, it's been mostly tornadoes. We had a couple tornadoes here on the north side of Okeechobee. I know we had one started around here earlier. I'm not sure where it started. Okeechobee was mostly tornadoes and wind today. You know, when there's a tornado outbreak forecasted with a high risk of tornadoes and we only get 4 EF4 plus tornadoes, people are like, there will be people that are like, oh, that's overhyped. It's not. Like, you know, it's not how always a high risk works. It doesn't mean we're going to have 55 tornadoes leveling every single house in its path. Like, that's not how it works. Thank you, DJ, for the super chat. And we really won't know how bad the impacts are until tomorrow morning, because we're obviously in nighttime. Like, we've seen stuff. We've seen the storm surge. You know, Venice, Florida, we've seen storm surge here too. But it's nighttime. You really can't see anything. So we can only really see anything until about sunset. With that said, I mean, we still have tons of water here. Like, there's a little fence pole right here. I'll have to use yellow to actually highlight. There's a little fence pole there. You can see the water is pretty stationary, but this water is like 8 feet at least above the ground level that it's supposed to be at. Like, this was a beach, and the water has gone up substantially, up to like tree level, and there's no power. We had power here in the background. There's like a couple of lights on in the distance, and that's it. Just to make it clear, you can have your own opinion on this, I don't care, but like, from a meteorological standpoint, this 100% is not overhyped at all, from what we've already seen and what is still happening. Thank you, Rich, for the super chat. Any more serious impacts for St. Louis or St. Lucie and Martin counties? Yeah, I know that I don't know how many fatalities we're actually up to right now, but it was a significant day. We at least have 6 confirmed fatalities from Hurricane Milton so far. I think all of them from tornadoes, but those areas mostly just going to be high-end tropical storm force winds, low-end hurricane force winds for the rest of the night. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, Shooter, for the $10 super chat. Wasn't trying to downplay the effects. I can imagine the flood damage will still be ridiculous near them. Just this time, 22 was Just this time in 22, he was in the closet with no power and internet and 100-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know what that ending means, but I don't know what that ending means. Thank you, Skinny, for the $10 super chat. No, not overhyped. We won't know the extent of damage until after. Doesn't help though when Tampa mayor says if you don't evacuate, you'll die. I mean, I think the reason why he said that, which I don't know if that's his exact quote, but let me just assume he did. And the reason why is because, again, if this did make a wobble to the north today and made landfall north of Tampa, there would be storm surge in Tampa Bay, and it would have flooded a lot of Tampa today. The reason that didn't happen is because it made a south landfall, which keeps most of the wind coming from inland, which will prevent a lot of storm surge in this part of Florida. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Yeah, I'm not saying he's stupid by any means. I'm not saying anybody's stupid, right? I'm just saying, like, I'm just making my argument here. Like, this is not overhyped. In my opinion. Again, but your opinion, everybody's opinion's different. Thank you, Cooper, for the super chat. I don't know what that is. Is that even a place? No clue what that is. Thank you, Steve, for the super chat. We do have a new National Hurricane Center update that has just come in. So, new National Hurricane Center update. Alright, this is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Has just, again, come in. The 12 a.m. advisory. They will have another... So, just an FYI, the next advisory after this one will be at 1 a.m. So, this is the latest advisory. Flash flood emergency continues over portions of west central Florida, and damaging winds continue spreading inland. A sustained wind of 58 miles per hour and a wind gust of 93 miles per hour was recently reported at the Tampa Bay International Airport. And a wind gust of 64 miles per hour was reported at Orlando Executive Airport, and then 54 mile per hour wind gust was reported at Melbourne. The maximum sustained winds are now down to 100 miles per hour, so this is still a Category 2 hurricane in central Florida. The minimum central pressure is 966 millibars. That's the latest in terms of the positional updates from the National Hurricane Center. We'll have another one at 1 a.m., which we'll be here for. How's it going, Ryder? Appreciate you watching. Thank you, Bill, as well, for the generosity. Yeah, the Englewood can went down. I don't know why it says Englewood. That's Anna Marie Island, I'm pretty sure. Let me fix it. There we go. They use Zoysia for the super chat. Describe the collision of Gulf Coast and Atlantic hurricanes colliding over central Florida. I don't know if that would be really... I don't know if that would be really possible. I've never seen two hurricanes collide, at least over Florida, before. I don't know if that's ever happened in history. I am kind of curious, though, meteorologically, what that would actually do, because I'm not actually 100% sure on that. I'm not entirely sure. High tide will be in the next couple of hours for most of the west coast of Florida, so storm surge will basically be peaking around then. We have now officially crossed 2 million people without power in the state of Florida. Or 2 million customers without power in the state of Florida. I'll be tweeting that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Yeah, take a screenshot of this as well. Is it true that there's another hurricane after this? Where are you guys getting this information from? I'm curious. Are there people talking about a second hurricane after this? Like, is it like an actual thing? Is this like a TikTok thing, or is this like a social media thing? Like, I'm just curious. I've had so many people asking me about this. For those that have heard about a second hurricane coming or something, what have you guys heard? I'm just curious. TikTok, somebody said. Kirk is coming. Kirk already happened. Kirk is dead. It's gone. That's like a I don't even know if it's left. I don't know if it's even like a thing anymore. Thank you, Stephanie, for the super chat. St. Augustine's gonna be mostly wind tonight. Storm surge is gonna be a pretty big deal tomorrow. Mostly during the overnight hours though tonight. MSNBC said it. Excuse me. Nadine. Why is everybody saying Nadine? YouTube clickbait thing. Nadine. Why does everybody keep saying Nadine? Or Nadine, or whatever it is. No, but guys, where are you guys hearing this from? Like, are you guys hearing this from like TikTok, like, or YouTube about the second hurricane thing? Or is this like, that's what I'm asking. I'm not asking about the next name. Making stuff up? It's on the GFS? Is that all we're basing this off of? It's just the GFS and not like a TikTok or something? Weatherman Plus? Oh god. Weatherman Plus commented on one of my videos and he posted about how Helene wasn't going to be a major hurricane upon landfall. Like, he had a video and then he deleted it after the hurricane happened. Like, he said it wouldn't be a major hurricane, and it did make landfall as a Cat 4. That was a crazy title. Guys, I want to be honest with you, like, that's modelology, alright? That's modelology, that's what I will call it. Looking at the GFS model over 200 hours out when there's nothing even formed, you can look for trends, but like this right here on the GFS model, this is the 18Z model run, alright? West of Florida, this is Sunday, October 20th, alright? Remember that. Let's go back to the 12Z model run. Let's see if there's any consistency. Which I do think there's a chance, by the way, in the middle or end of October. But I don't think, like, it's that high right now. We don't have much details. And this is another model run. See how it goes towards, like, the Yucatan? Goes towards Mexico? But whatever that model will show that looks the worst case scenario, they're going to tell you, oh, it's going to go towards Florida or something. Because that's going to get them the most views. Right? Let's go to the 6Z model run. This is 6 hours before that. I don't know what day that was, but it was probably around the same date. And again, another little system, but again, it's not much, at least on these runs. And this is around October 20th. A lot of them showing October 20th, but again, where this goes and if it even forms, nobody knows. So, there's no science in forecasting a hurricane over 7 or 8 days out when nothing has formed. So. Just make sure you're getting your, weather information from reliable sources, please. I don't know, man. Feel like we do a pretty good job on this channel, being honest, and actually forecasting risks that are a thing. Looking at 200 hours out on a GFS model is not something that we really do. Unless we're doing like a seasonal forecast or like a month forecast or something like that. Maybe talking about trends, that'd be about it. TikTok said there'd be 3 hurricanes. Well, that's TikTok. Thank you, Nicholas, for the super chat. Fujiwara effect. The Fujiwara effect? Oh, actually, yeah, that's technically what would happen. If 2 hurricanes collided, the Fujiwara effect would probably happen. I'm not sure how that would work, though. I would really have to look into it. I've never looked into something like that. Some people believe Category 6. Hey, I'm telling you guys, next week, Category 8 hurricane. It's coming. Category 8. Don't know where it's going to happen. Are the birds okay? I have no clue, dude. I've literally no clue. I don't think anybody really does. Hopefully they are, but we don't really know. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream as well. Sounds like Brandon Kopic's car, by the way, just a little update. Brandon Kopic's car apparently had a miswiring. I guess it didn't get stalled. Originally, it was thought it got stalled in the water, and apparently it had something to do with miswiring or something on the bottom of his car. That's apparently what I just heard, so. Am I single? Yes. Okay. Why do people always ask me every stream if I'm single? Thank you, Usher, or Usher. Wow, I read that as Usher instead of user. Thank you, user, for the $9.99. It's St. Petersburg and clear. There will be more storm surge overnight, so that's still a possibility overnight. But aside from that, there's a little bit more rain coming, but it's going to be relatively light to moderate. Most of us can tell. Wow, what's that supposed to mean? We don't have any Cash App for donations. We only have Venmo, PayPal, credit card through that link as well, and then super chatting. Can't believe I called somebody Usher in the chat. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. Sebring, Florida. It's mostly just gonna be hurricane force winds. It's really about it. Thank you, Nicholas, for that. You thought I was married? Or thank you, Shell, for the super chat. Shell, I don't know where you are. I don't know where you're exactly at, so I can't really answer that question. 2 hurricanes combining is like the scene in Predator where Dylan and Dutch shake hands. I don't know what that is. Thank you, James, for the super chat. And also thank you, Noob. Where's the eye currently on the map? That's a good question. It's kind of hard to see. It's gonna be down here. Like, it's very hard to see. Like, you can't really tell on the map. If we go, I can put it up on the map and actually show you, but like this is where it's at right now. It's where the eye is. So if you're in 1798 here on the road, it's where it's at.